The Atlantean Conspiracy and Round Tables. Long-term problems and immediate solutions. Rainbow Round Tables. The sacred science mechanics by which the planetary Christos realignment can be fulfilled have long been hidden within the legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. The Round Table of Arthurian legend referred to signet councils. The word signet refers to stargates. In the ancient knowledge of the Pleiadia-Urtite cloister races, the signet councils were the specific groups of angelic humans that assembled to run the corrected fire letter sequences into Earth's planetary shields during SACs, to prevent pole shift and progressively restore Earth's D12 Christos Divine Blueprint, the Shield of Vermentena. The Round Table of Arthurian legend referred to the Rainbow Round Table RRT. The RRT are groups of angelic humans assembled in the 4 evolutionary rounds who are commissioned to run the Rainbow Ray or Kunda Ray primal sound field from beyond the 15-dimensional time matrix into Earth's planetary shields during SACs. Running of the Rainbow Ray during SACs enables the planet to retain its natural electromagnetic balances to avert pole shift and restore the organic D12 planetary Christos alignment. Since 9558 BC Atlantean Flood, knowledge of the RRTs has been intentionally hidden from the angelic human races of contemporary Earth by human Illuminati and fallen angelic races that desire to create pole shift during the long-anticipated 2000 through 2017 SAC. They hope to use the 2000 through 2017 SAC to finally fulfill their plan of clearing Earth's real estate of angelic human races to later resettle their hybrid races on Earth after the dust settles under a one-world order anti-Christiac agenda of totalitarian exploitation and dominion. The Atlantean Conspiracy. The fallen angelic / Illuminati human anti-Christiac agenda gained a stronghold on Earth in 25,500 BC when Nibiru Marduk Anunnaki plus Omnicron Draconian, seized control of Nibiru and Earth's D4 Universal Solar Stargate 4 in the event known as the Lucifer Rebellion. The name Lucifer comes from a hybrid Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki race that emerged through combining the Density 2 Nibiru Lulutin family of the Thoth Enki Zephilium Zeta Anunnaki lineage with the Satane family of Marduk Anunnaki line and the D12 Necromaton beetle reptile fallen seraphim race of Andromeda. Most contemporary Andromi channels are these. From this hybridization, the Pleiadian Samhasi Luciferian Anunnaki and Marduk Necromaton Luciferian Anunnaki races of Sirius B, Nibiru, and Alpha and Omega Centauri emerged. This collective of Anunnaki races, promoting an anti-Christiac dominion agenda, became known historically as the Luciferians, and were occasionally joined by other Anunnaki and Illuminati human race lines in their quest for the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is a term used in reference to the 12 universal signet stargates of the Universal Templar complex, to which the angelic human race holds the sacred commission of Guardian. The Grail quest began long before angelic humans were seated on Earth, and it has been the primary theme of motivation behind all of the forbidden and recorded distorted human history. The Grail quest for Earth's planetary Templar stargates continued into angelic human 12 tribes seeding 3, following destruction of seeding 1 and 2 by Grail quest wars with Anunnaki and Draconian fallen angelic legions. During the 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion, Anunnaki Luciferians gained partial control over Earth's Templar through a device called the Nibiru Dyadic Crystal, the NDC grid, which is still in operation today and serves a key role in the potential outcome of the 2000 through 2017 SAC. In 22,326 BC, the Luciferian Anunnaki races decimated Guardian races attempting to intervene in an event known as the Iani Massacre, which took place on the remnants of the Lemurian continent now known as Kauai, Hawaii. In 21,900 BC, they collapsed the firmament hydro suspension fields of Lohas, northeast Atlantis, in the Lohas Celtic Druidic freezeout, in an attempt to destroy the Magi-Angelic human Grail kings in exile there. This event gave us our last major glacial period of 21,900 BC to 14,000 BC. In 20,000 BC, they staged the Vikerys Sacyon invasion of Russia. In 10,500 BC, the next phase of the Luciferian Dominion plan unfolded in an event called the Luciferian Conquest, at which time the Atlantean islands of Nohasa and Bruaa fell to Anu Melchizedek Anunnaki human hybrid and fallen Jehovian and Luciferian Anunnaki control. The anti-Christiac agenda of the Luciferian Anunnaki races. Not all Anunnaki are in the Luciferian category. Some run competing dominion agendas. Was formally mandated in Bruaa Atlantis in 9560 BC under an agreement called the Luciferian Covenant. The Luciferian Covenant is part of three competing One World Order Dominion agendas collectively referred to as the Atlantean Conspiracy. The Anunnaki races of the Luciferian Covenant orchestrated the Atlantean Flood in 9558 BC and the intentional rewriting of human history since this time. Forbidden history reveals a long-term plot within which the anti-Christiac agendas of the Atlantean Conspiracy emerged after the flood into the present day. The Luciferian Covenant continued after the 9558 BC flood and the 8900 BC Larsa King Sumerian invasion, the 8400 BC Scarab King Egyptian invasion, and the 7500 BC Knights Templar invasion. The infiltration continued with the 5900 BC Centaurian War, when the Sirius B Maharaji Blue Human Guardians intervened directly with air raids to prevent the Draconian and Luciferian forces from claiming world dominion. This event is partially documented in the ancient Hindu texts of the Mahabharata. In 3650 BC, the Nibiru Luciferians orchestrated the Mayan raids, and in 3470 BC, the Babel-On massacre was waged, in which Pleiadian Nibiru legions, Galactic Federation, and the Anu Melchizedek human Illuminati gained temporary control over the Magi Grail Kings, Ark of the Covenant gold box, which contains the rod and the staff Stargate tools. In conjunction with the Nibiru Dyadic Crystal Grid at Stonehenge, England, the Ark tools were used in Babylon to cause temporary collapse of Earth's magnetic grids and to set portions of the fire letter sequences in Earth's planetary shields into reverse sequence. Planetary shield distortion of the 3470 BC Babylon massacre caused mutation in the human DNA template that shortened human lifespan, blocked higher sensory perception, caused loss of race memory, and scrambling of our original language patterns, which are built upon DNA template fire letter sequencing. Our race has been amnesiac, dying young, and babbling on in rhetorical conflict ever since. This historical event was recorded as the biblical Tower of Babel story. Following the Babylon massacre of 3470 BC, fallen angelics selected chosen ones, Anu-Melchizedek hybrid descendants for minimal DNA template repair and implementation, through which the Luciferians and competing Jehovian Anunnaki and Draconian legions could begin their progressive infiltration of human spiritual and political systems. Through the technology of remote channeling conducted through unnatural DNA template implementation, the Chosen Ones have been progressively fed Anunnaki history and distorted patriarchal war god spiritual teachings in a strategic and intentional replacement of the angelic human heritage. They are once again channeling to us and visiting today as the dominant force in the New Age and UFO movements. D12 Maharic sealed channels can create protection from interdimensional manipulation of their natural bioneurological communication lines. Following their 2668 BC Djoser invasion of Egypt, Galactic Federation continued their previous alliance with the Anunnaki of the Luciferian Covenant, temporarily stealing the Ark of the Covenant gold box and tools in 2024 BC. At this time, they launched an attempt world dominion assault called the Dead Sea Conquest, beginning with Babylonia and Sumerian cities in the areas of the Dead Sea. The biblical stories of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah referred to this event. God did not destroy these ancient cities any more than God orchestrated this scrambling of the languages in 3470 BC Babylon massacre. God is not a fallen angelic ET. If Magi, Grail King, angelic human races had not retrieved the Ark of the Covenant gold box and tools in 2024 BC, the Jehovian and Luciferian Anunnaki races of the Galactic Federation would dominate the world by now. Since the time of the staged 9558 BC Atlantean flood, human history has been a progressive advancement of the Atlantean conspiracy and Luciferian covenant anti-Christos agendas. The stories of Noah, Abraham, Moses, the High Coast Kings, and the Three Christs are key pieces to the Atlantean conspiracy drama. At the center of this stage are the Ark of the Covenant gold box, its Stargate tools, and the core objective of the ancient fallen angelic / Illuminati human grail quest. Competing Jehovian Anunnaki, Luciferian Anunnaki, and Omicron Odedicron and Zephilium Zeta Draconian Reptilian fallen angelics, and their Anu-Melchizedek Illuminati human hybrids race descendants share one objective: dominion of Earth, in order to claim Earth's halls of Amenti stargates. If the fallen angelic races can gain dominion of Earth's halls of Amenti stargates, they intend to use the Amenti stargates to destroy the Universal Stargate 12 and Density 4. Destruction of Universal Stargate 12 would effectively seal off from Density 5 Founders Race protection 11 dimensions of our 15-dimensional time matrix. The manifest life field would become imprisoned in time for fallen angelic exploitation and dominion, unable to fulfill the natural evolutionary process of ascension. This is the core motivation behind the fallen angelic's continuing Grail quest. Prevention of this anti-Christos agenda is the purpose for which the angelic human race was created 560 million years ago. To accomplish their objective of claiming Earth and the Amenti Stargates, fallen angelics need to possess the Ark of the Covenant gold box and Stargate tools, and to achieve critical mass population of their hybrid human races, whose DNA templates carry reverse sequence fire letters. During a stellar activation cycle, the Ark tools, the still functioning Nibiru dyadic crystal grid from 25,500 BC, Nibiruian Control Stargate 4, and the false planet Battlestar Nibiru can be used to create intentional pole shift on Earth to clear the real estate. If they can successfully exterminate angelic human races from Earth, the Luciferian and Jehovian Anunnaki races intend to return their chosen ones, Anu Melchizedek descendant humans, to Earth during the SAC. The chosen ones will be used to run critical mass reverse fire letter sequences into Earth's planetary shields and the Amenti stargates in fulfillment of the Anunnaki Antichristos Grail Quest agenda. This plan was formalized in the 9560 BC Luciferian Covenant and has been progressively unfolding. Since 9560 BC, the anticipated date for the final conflict and intended orchestrated pole shift has been the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Now. Many times throughout the advancement of the Atlantean conspiracy, guardian races of the Emerald Covenant have repeatedly intervened. Guardian races have kept the angelic human and Magi Grail line DNA templates alive within the human gene pool, so angelic humans could rise together during the 2000 through 2017 BC final conflict drama to fulfill the Christos realignment mission and prevent further advancement of the Atlantean conspiracy. During the Christ drama of 12 BC through 27 AD, the Founders' Emerald Covenant CDT plate teachings were translated by the three Magi Grail line speakers, Yeshua Melchizedek, aka Jesus Christ, John the Baptist, and Miriam, to prepare humanity for the 2000 through 2017 final conflict. The heart of the 12 BC through 27 AD Christ drama was not only CDT plate teachings. Yeshua, John, Miriam, and a group of Magi Grail line angelic humans were on a Emerald Covenant Grail Quest mission to secure Earth Stargate 11 from Anunnaki and Draconian race infiltration. Both Luciferian and Jehovian Anunnaki races and their Anu Melchizedek Illuminati descendants seek to claim the Ark of the Covenant gold box and Stargate tools to take control of Earth Stargate 11 for use in imploding Universal Stargate 12 during the 2000 through 2017 BC stellar activation cycle. This plan was known since the success of the 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion. Yeshua and his Universal Templar security team intended to use the Ark of the Covenant gold box Stargate tools, the rod and the staff, to release Anunnaki Nibiru dyadic crystal grid crystal control over Earth's Templar and Solar Stargate 4. The mission of Yeshua, John, Miriam, and the Magi was intended to prepare the angelic humans of Earth to fulfill the Christos realignment mission during the anticipated 2000 through 2017 SAC. In 23 AD, Yeshua and his Magi were attacked by the Anu Melchizedek, Hyksos, and Hassa Leviathan King races. In an event called the Essene Divide, which rendered them unable to fully complete their intended journey to the lands previously known as Northern Lohas Atlantis, the location of Earth Stargate 11. To protect the Ark of the Covenant gold box and Stargate tools, John and Miriam completed part of the journey to Lohas, burying the Ark of the Covenant gold box and tools in the area now known as the Vale of Pusey, England. Yeshua and his group of Magi served as a Signet Council, a group of angelic human Magi commissioned to run the RRT, preparing Earth's planetary shields for the 2000 through 2017 SAC. The CDT plate teachings of these three Essene Emerald Covenant speakers contain the planetary Templar mechanics by which the planetary Christos realignment could be achieved in the 2000 through 2017 SAC. These teachings were later stolen, edited, and falsified into a religious control dogma in 325 AD by the Council of Nicaea and the Draconian infiltrated Church of Rome, The falsified CDT plate teachings of Yeshua, John, and Miriam were interwoven with Anu Melchizedek Leviathan King Anunnaki history to create the canonized Bible. The mission of Yeshua, John, and Miriam later resumed between 559 and 608 AD, when the quest for the Holy Grail, the Atlantean conspiracy, and the hunt for the Ark of the Covenant gold box and Stargate tools continued in the drama of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. King Arthurus, or Arthur, was born from a Druidic Magi Grail King lineage, originally from Nohasa, and later exiled to Lohas Atlantis. Arthur and his selected Signet Council, Knights, were commissioned to fulfill the 10 AD through 27 AD Emerald Covenant mission that Yeshua, John the Baptist, Miriam, and the Essene Magi were unable to complete due to the Hyksos Hassa king raids in the 23 AD Essene Divide. Arthur's legendary sword Excalibur was a battle sword fashioned to hold the staff Stargate tool from the Ark of the Covenant gold box, which Arthur and Victorious, son of Merredin, retrieved from the Vale of Pusey in England, where John and Miriam had buried it in 23 AD. Victorious, son of Merredin, came to be known as Merlin, Arthur's vizier and court mystic in the Arthurian legends. Victorious's father, Merredin, was a Knight Templar Anu Melchizedek black arts occultist. His mother was a Celtic Magi Grail King line, originally from Lohas Atlantis. Victorious's life and service to King Arthur were overshadowed by the struggle of good versus evil that existed within his genetic programming. Arthur's wife Guinevere was of a Celtic Magi Grail King line, originally from Lohas Atlantis. Guinevere's sister, Celianne, not Guinevere, was the lover of Arthur's imposter knight Sir Lancelot, a Luciferian Knights Templar sent in to sabotage the Emerald Covenant mission. Knights Templar Anu Melchizedek races intentionally distorted true Arthurian period history. Teachings of the RRTs and Stargate Signet Councils were hidden in occult secret societies of the Knights Templar. The historical realities of the Magi Grail King lineage and Arthur's Emerald Covenant mission were intentionally rewritten Nibiru Anunnaki style, romanticizing Victorious, Merlin, and other characters that assisted the Knights Templar in undermining Arthur's Emerald Covenant mission. Throughout the Arthurian drama, in 559 through 608 AD, the Luciferian Knights Templar Anu Melchizedek Illuminati human races, under the direction of the Galactic Federation and the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki races, quested to steal the Ark of the Covenant gold box and Excalibur sword staff Stargate tool from Arthur's guardianship. Arthur and the Signet Council Knights quested to retrieve the Rod Stargate tool and the Stargate 11 control device called Signet Shield 11, which had been stolen from the Essenes by the Hyksos Kings and Knights Templar in the 23 AD Essene Divide. The ancient quest for the Holy Grail, or quest for control over the Stargates of Earth's planetary Templar, and the Atlantean conspiracy agendas, continued. Despite Victorious's Merlin's frequent betrayals of his Emerald Covenant agreements, Arthur, Guinevere, and the Knights of the Rainbow Round Table completed one phase of their Emerald Covenant mission. They were successful in retrieving the Rod Stargate tool and Signet Shield 11 from the Luciferian Knights Templar Anu Melchizedek Illuminati humans. Arthur relocated the Ark of the Covenant gold box with Rod, Staff, and Signet Shield 11 to their intended destination at the control center for Stargate 11, in the lands once called Lohas Atlantis. The authentic Ark of the Covenant gold box with its Stargate tool contents still remains under Magi Grail King protection, where Arthur buried it in 608. Arthur and his knights were unable to fulfill the entire Emerald Covenant mission of disengaging the 25,500 BC Nibiru dyadic crystal grid network at Stonehenge, England, to free Solar Stargate 4 from remote Nibiru Anunnaki control, in preparation for the anticipated 2000 through 2017 SAC and intended fulfillment of the planetary Christos realignment mission. Since King Arthur buried the Ark of the Covenant gold box in 608 AD, the Luciferian Knights Templar, Jehovian and Draconian Anu Melchizedek Illuminati human lines have quested to claim the Ark of the Covenant gold box from its resting place in Lohas, Atlantis. To conceal knowledge of the unidentified Lohas, Atlantis location of the Ark box until it could be located and confiscated, the Luciferian Knights Templar, under direction of Galactic Federation, began a crusade to destroy or distort any remaining records of Atlantis. Further distortion of historical records and intentional planting of falsified Atlantean maps were tactics used to deter competing Illuminati human forces from retrieving the Ark box, and thus control of Earth's Templar, before the Luciferian Knights Templar could stake their wrongful claim. After the 608 AD Arthurian Grail quest, competing Illuminati human Anu Melchizedek races progressively rose to positions of political power within the global arena, launching continuing campaigns of disinformation, historical distortion, genocide crusades against each other and against angelic human and Magi Grail King 12 tribe races. In 1244 AD, the Cathars, Magi Grail King families of southern France, were destroyed by the Omicron Draconian held Church of Rome in the Albigensian Crusade. Many murderous crusades followed, including the decimation of the Brua Atlantis and Mua Lemuria Magi Grail King Amarid lines of North America, and the European quest for the New World. It was long known among the competing Knights Templar, Jehovian and Nephidim, Omicron Draconian, Anu Melchizedek Illuminati human inner circles, that the New World of America was the old world of which Brua Atlantis, the location of the central control site Gruul point for Earth's planetary shields, was once part. The competing quest for control of Lohas Atlantis Stargate 11, the Brua Atlantis Gruul point, and the other Stargate locations in Earth's Templar complex have been at the heart of the continual conflict and race hatred and dominion campaigns throughout our recorded human history. The three competing factions of Anu Melchizedek races, representing the Luciferian, Jehovian, and Draconian dominion agendas, emerged from our ancient pre-Atlantean past through Lemuria, Atlantis, and our early recorded history into the powerful global infrastructure of the contemporary interior world government Illuminati One World Order agenda. As part of the planned, premeditated Atlantean conspiracy strategy, in 1750 AD, the Galactic Federation and Pleiadian Nibiru Luciferian Anunnaki races began making remote contact with chosen ones, descendants of their respective Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races, who carried the DNA template implantation allowing for telepathic rapport from their genetic ancestral line. After rising to convert power in Europe and various other regions, Galactic Federation and Pleiadian Nibiruians motivated the American Revolution and the founding of the United States of America by secret society occult school inspiration of their Luciferian Knights Templar Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races. This contact progressed from infiltration of ancient traditional religious control dogmas with their inner circle elite occultists into what has become the New Age channeling movement. The New Age movement is primarily dominated by Jehovian Sirius A, Luciferian Pleiadian Nibiruian, Marduk Necromaton Luciferian Alpha Centauri, and Sirius B, Luciferian Centaur Omega Centauri, and some Necromaton Andromi channel contacts. Following covert surveillance that began in 1916, the Zeta, Little Greys, races began physical interaction with Earth on behalf of the Zephilium, reptile insect Draconian agenda races of Orion. The 1930s and 1940s Illuminati human Anu Melchizedek descendants of the Zephilium Zeta, Omicron Draconian Dragon Moth, and Odedicron Reptile Avian Draconian agenda races of Orion entered One World Order Dominion treaties with the Orion Zeta Rigelian races. The Zeta treaties initiated the formation of the Majestic 12, which began the contact phenomena of which has become the contemporary UFO movement. In 1983, the Orion Omicron and Odedicron Draconian agenda legions assumed the leadership role in the Zeta Treaty agreements. In the 1930s, the Necromaton, beetle, reptile, insect, hominid races of Andromeda became involved with certain factions of the Draconian Illuminati human interior government, initiating the Men in Black phenomenon, some assisting the Luciferian Pleiadian Nibiru races of the Luciferian Covenant, others supporting the Draconian agenda races. In November 1992, the Emerald Covenant Maharaji Blue Human and Azurite races of Sirius B, the Ceres Pleiadian, Avian hominid races of Alcyone, and the Lyran Syrian Anuhasi feline hominid founders races negotiated the Pleiadian Syrian agreements. In these agreements, the Luciferian Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki races, Galactic Federation, and a few Jehovian Anunnaki races agreed to enter the Emerald Covenant Peace Treaty for coevolution with the angelic humans of Earth in a united stand against the Draconian Legion's anti-Christiac Dominion agenda. The Anunnaki races vowed to assist in the 2000 through 2017 SAC Emerald Covenant Planetary Christos realignment mission. They promised to disengage Nibiru Dyadic Crystal Grid control of Earth's Templar and to return Solar Stargate 4 control over to the Founders' Emerald Covenant races by 2000 to prevent the scheduled pole shift that Galactic Federation had intended to orchestrate as per the Atlantean Conspiracy Luciferian Covenant. In January 2000, when the SAC commenced, most of the Anunnaki legions defected from the 1992 Pleiadian Syrian agreements, reverting to their Luciferian Covenant Dominion agenda. On July 5, 2000, further negotiations with the Anunnaki legions culminated in their return to the Emerald Covenant by an agreement called the Treaty of Altair. They were required to release the Nibiru Dyadic Crystal Grid and Solar Stargate 4 by August 2000. On September 12, 2000, the Necromaton Andromi Men in Black offered co-conspiratorial deals to Luciferian and Jehovian Anunnaki and Draconian races. Galactic Federation and most members of the Anunnaki legions defected from the Treaty of Altair to join the United Intruder Resistance, the UIR. The UIR is a co-conspiratorial plot through which resistance legions intended to covertly evacuate small numbers of their respective chosen ones and clear Earth's real estate via pole shift between 2003 and 2008 to achieve fulfillment of the Luciferian Covenant Atlantean Conspiracy agenda between 2008 and 2012. On September 12, 2000, the UIR legions issued an edict of war against the Emerald Covenant Guardian races if they did not withdraw support for the angelic human 12 tribes of Earth. Guardian nations refused to abandon humans and Earth to fallen angelic dominion and exploitation. We are now facing the final conflict drama of the ancient Atlantean conspiracy. As the Atlantean conspiracy advanced from the 9558 BC Atlantean flood, Emerald Covenant races knew that the 2000 through 2017 stellar activation cycle would be the time for fulfillment of the planetary Christos realignment, and that if negotiations with fallen angelic legions were not successful, the final conflict drama would ensue. In preparation for these anticipated events, the Magi Grail King lineage Indigo children, types 1 and 2, have been incarnating on Earth for the past 100 years. The Magi races are here to assist the angelic human 12 tribes of contemporary Earth in completing the Emerald Covenant mission that King Arthur and a seen Yeshua before him were unable to fully complete. To prevent pole shift in the 2003 through 2008 period, the Nibiru dyadic crystal grid of Stonehenge, England and Earth Stargate 11 must be recalibrated using early activation of D6 Sirius B Stargate 6 to override the D4 Nibiru alignment before 2003. This will release the D4 solar spiral from Nibiru control, preventing the massive pole shift the UIR intends. This is the sacred mission that has seen Yeshua, Jesus Christ, King Arthur, and many Magi Grail kings before them were attempting to accomplish. Once the Nibiru hold on Earth is released, the planetary Christos realignment mission can be completed if the angelic human 12 tribes of Earth can successfully run the RRT. Running Earth's RRT can be done only by the angelic human and Magi Grail line 12 tribes of Earth, whose DNA templates carry the DNA signet codes that correspond to the correct fire letter sequences in Earth's planetary shields. Through completing the Christos realignment mission, by running the RRT, Stargate Signet councils today, the ancient anti-Christiac Atlantean conspiracy one world order dominion agenda of the contemporary UIR can be overcome in our present time period. Progression of major events in the Atlantean conspiracy. 50,000 BC to Lemurian Holocaust. Jehovian Anunnaki and their Anu Melchizedek Urantia, Illuminati humans, infiltrate Lemurian Muarivi, allows Dracos infiltration, culminates in destruction of Muarivi's Pacific continent. 28,000 BC, Atlantean Holocaust. Sirius A, Jehovian and Pleiadian Nibiru Luciferian Anunnaki, and their Anu Melchizedek Illuminati humans attempt to seize inner Earth and Atlantis, culminating in cataclysm that reduces the Atlantic continent to 3 island nations, the Brua, Nohasa, and Lohas. 25,500 BC, Lucifer Rebellion, Nibiru Marduk Anunnaki race line seize control of Nibiru in D4 Solar Stargate 4, begin Anunnaki race unity dominion campaign, and plant Nibiru dyadic crystal grid planetary Templar control network in Stonehenge, England, before the Standing Stones. Anunnaki races infiltrate Brua, Nohasa, and Lohas Atlantis. 22,326 BC, Eoni Massacre. United Pleiadian Nibiru Luciferian Anunnaki and Marduk Anunnaki decimate Eoni Magi races at Kauai, Hawaii location and seize major territories of Brua Nohasa Atlantis, sending Atlantean Somali Brua and Droetic Nohasa Magi Grail King races into exile to Lohas Atlantis in Ionia, Italy, Greece. 21,900 BC, Lohas Celtic Druidic Freezeout, Pleiadian Nibiru Luciferian Anunnaki, and Galactic Federation intentionally collapsed firmament hydro suspension field over Lohas Atlantis to force Magi Grail King lines away from Lohas Stargate 11, culminates in 21,900 BC through 14,000 BC glacial period. 20,000 BC, Vigorous Sachian invasion. Alpha Centauri Marduk Necromaton Anunnaki, and their Vicarus Anu Melchizedek race and Pleiadian Nibiru Samhasi Luciferian Anunnaki, and their Sachin Anu Melchizedek race invade Angelic Human Tribe 6, and exile Celtic Lohas and Druidic Nohasa Atlantean Magi Grail King lines in the Caucasus Mountains, Russia, and attempt to destroy Grail lines. Begin intentional concealment of Celtic and Druidic Atlantean Magi Grail King and Angelic Human Tribe 6 racial identity. The Vicarus race became known as the Vikings, the Sacheans as the Saxons. Both groups often painting themselves blue, in honor of the Luciferian Alpha Omega Centauri Centaur race. In order to hide knowledge of the Atlantean Magi King Grail lines, the Blue Raiders were later falsely identified in the historical record as the Celtics of Ireland, the Druidics as the Druids. 10,500 BC, Luciferian conquest. Atlantean islands of Bruja Nohasa fall to Pleiadian Nibiru Luciferian and Sirius A Jehovian Anunnaki and Anu Melchizedek control. The Atlantean conspiracy develops high-level organization. 9560 BC, Luciferian Covenant. Pleiadian Nibiru Samhasi Luciferian Anunnaki, the Blondes, Sirius B Marduk Anunnaki, Anunnaki plus Omicron Dragon Moth, Enlil Dedicron, which are Anunnaki plus Reptile Avian, Thoth Anki Zephilium, which are Anunnaki plus Zeta, and Marduk Necromaton Luciferian, which are Anunnaki plus Alpha Omega Centauri Blue Centaurs. Galactic Federation and Nohasa Atlantis Jehovian Urantia and their respective Anu Melchizedek races enter full alliance under the One World Order Anti-Christos agenda, formally mandated through the Luciferian Covenant. Omicron Draconian and Odedicron Reptilian races of Orion form second competing Orion Draconian One World Order agenda. Main Sirius A Jehovian Anunnaki, which are the bipedal dolphin people, race form third competing Jehovian One World Order agenda. 9558 BC Atlantean Flood. Luciferian Anunnaki and portions of Galactic Federation orchestrate the Atlantean Flood in an attempt to take over Giza, Egypt Great Pyramid Teleport Station and its true Ark of the Covenant Andromeda portal passage. Thoth Anki Anu Melchizedek Illuminati humans that took over Bruja Atlantis follow initiatives of the Samhasi Luciferian Anunnaki, the Larsa King, that took over Lohas Atlantis, sending EM pulse from Bruja generator crystals to Giza, causing major flooding by the final collapse of firmament hydro suspension field over Nohasa and Bruja Atlantis. Only portions of the Atlantean islands sink. Major parts of Bruja, Nohasa, and Lohas Atlantis still remain above water. In 9540 BC, the Sirius B Maharaji Blue Human Emerald Covenant races give Rod and Staff Stargate tools and Ark of the Covenant gold box to Magi Grail King lines of Earth to keep open contact with inner Earth races by Earth's portal system. Luciferian, Jehovian, and Draconian quest for possession of the Ark tools begins, as does intentional falsification and eradication of angelic human historical record to conceal the knowledge and location of Lohas Stargate 11, the lands of which survived the Atlantean Flood. 8900 BC, Sumerian invasion. Luciferian and Jehovian Anunnaki and Draconian races, and their Anu Melchizedek legions, all raid Angelic Human Tribe 10 resettlements of Sumerian and surrounding territories which are Iraq and Iran, in quest for Stargate 10 control and Ark of the Covenant gold box tools. Samhasi Luciferian Anunnaki lines as Sumerian Larsa Kings. Jehovian Anunnaki lines as Hassa Kings and Midianite Hyksos Kings. Marduk Anunnaki and Draconians as Babylonian and Akkadian dragon kings, Thoth Enki Anunnaki as Snake Brotherhood kings. Evidence found in Sumerian Larsa King list tablets. 8400 BC, Egyptian invasion. Thoth Enki Zephilium Anunnaki and their Brui Atlantis Anu Melchizedeks raid Egypt from Sumeria, overthrowing Serez Egyptian pre-dynastic Grail King lines as the Osiris King line. Enlil Dedekron Anunnaki combine, creating the Osiris Isis Horus King line. Samhasi Luciferian Anunnaki Sumerian Larsa Kings combine, creating the Egyptian Scarab King line that dominated dynastic Egyptian history in competition with the Marduk Anunnaki Draconian Agenda Set King line. With Galactic Federation assistance, Jehovian Anunnaki Anu Melchizedek Midianite Hyksos King lines later invade in 1670 BC, leading to the Exodus in 1476 BC under Thutmose III. 7500 BC, Knights Templar invasion. Luciferian Covenant Anunnaki races raid Celtic and Druidic Magi Grail King races that returned to Lohas Atlantis territories in 13,000 BC from exile in the Caucasus Mountains, Russia. Forced interbreeding between Nibiru Thoth Enki, Pleiadian Nibiru Samhasi Luciferian, and Alpha Omega Centauri Marduk Necromaton Luciferian Anunnaki Anu Melchizedek Illuminati human lines, and Magi Grail King lines for Illuminati race DNA template upgrade. Creates Luciferian super race, Knights Templar Sumerian Larsa King plus Egyptian Osiris Isis Horus Scarab King plus Egyptian Midianite Hyksos King plus Indian Centaur King Anu Melchizedek Anunnaki plus Celtic Druidic Atlantean Grail King from forced interbreeding. Ancestors of contemporary Freemasons. 5900 BC, Centaurian War. Luciferian Anunnaki races steal Ark of the Covenant gold box and Stargate tools. Attempt to cause pole shift from Nibiru Dyadic crystal grid at Stonehenge, England, to claim Earth's territories. Omicron Draconian, Alpha Centauri Luciferian Centaurs, Marduk Anunnaki, Jehovian Anunnaki races begin counterattacks in England, India, Egypt, Tibet, Ionia, and North America. Sirius B Maharaji Blue Human Emerald Covenant races intervene with air raids to stop Luciferians' use of the Arc tools for pole shift. Magi Grail Kings retrieve Arc Box, partly recorded in Sanskrit Mahabharata texts. 3650 BC, Mayan raids. Luciferian Anunnaki raid Mayan angelic human 12 tribes in Yucatan and progressively infiltrate selected 12 tribe settlements throughout the South, North, and Central Americas. 3470 BC, Babylon Massacre. Galactic Federation and Luciferian Pleiadian and Nibiru Anunnaki races steal Ark of the Covenant gold box and Stargate tools. Attempt world domination beginning in Marduk Anunnaki Draconian held Babylon. Temporary planetary magnetic grid collapse created, using Arc tools at Babylon and Nibiru Dyadic crystal grid at Stonehenge, England, to create reverse fire letter sequence distortions in Earth's planetary shields, which cause major mutations in the function of the angelic human DNA template. Erased race memory, blocked natural kundalini flow in body causing pineal, thalamus, hypothalamus, and thyroid gland malfunctions that shorten human lifespan and block interdimensional perception in all but implanted Anu Melchizedek chosen ones, and scramble the natural language patterns. Recorded as the Tower of Babel story in the Bible. Grail King races retrieve Ark of the Covenant box and tools, preventing advancement of world dominion through intended pole shift. 2668 BC, Djoser invasion. Galactic Federation, Luciferian and Jehovian Anunnaki infiltrate Saqqara, Egypt, with Pharaoh Djoser and their Luciferian Knights Templar super race and Midianite races of Israel and Sumeria. Suez Egyptian Lohas Atlantean Grail King Pharaoh Amhotep disposed in peaceful surrender. Imhotep remains with Djoser regime as lesser of the apparent evils, compared to the Marduk Anu draconian agenda invasions progressively advancing from Babylonia. 2024 BC, Dead Sea Conquest. Galactic Federation and Luciferian Anunnaki races steal Ark of the Covenant box and tools again. Launch World Dominion campaign again in Babylonia, extending into Dead Sea area between Israel and Jordan. Destroy Sumerian cities once located in Dead Sea region. Recorded as the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible. Magi Grail King races retrieve Ark of the Covenant gold box and tools, preventing spread of Anunnaki world dominion. 1670 BC through 1550 BC, Hyksos invasion. Midianite Hyksos king Jehovian Anu Melchizedeks crossed with Luciferian Knights Templar Anu Melchizedeks from Saqqara, Egypt Djoser line. Infiltrate Egypt from 2268 BC and finally take over Egyptian dynasty as Hyksos kings in 1670 BC. 1550 BC, Draconian agenda Pharaoh Ahmose disposes last Hyksos king Pharaoh Kamosi, leading to 1476 BC Hyksos exodus under Draconian agenda Pharaoh Thutmose III. Under Galactic Federation direction, Hyksos intend to invade and destroy angelic human Hebrew Tribe II in Israel. 1459 BC, Israel Crusade. Hyksos from Exodus instructed by Galactic Federation and Luciferian Anunnaki to use stolen Ark of the Covenant gold box Stargate rod and staff tools to destroy Hebrew angelic human Tribe II. Intend to claim Israel as their promised land as beginning of intended global dominion pole shift Luciferian Covenant agenda. Suez Egyptian Magi Grail Kings exiled in desert retrieve Ark of the Covenant gold box and tools, preventing the Hyksos destruction of Hebrew Tribe II. Hyksos do not get their promised land. The story of the Hyksos exodus intentionally integrated into Hebrew and Christian historical teachings to conceal Hyksos Anu Melchizedek presence. In 1448 BC, Hatshepsut invasion. Suez Egyptian Magi Grail King Pharaoh Queen Hatshepsut of Egypt receives Ark of the Covenant gold box and tools from desert Magi Grail Kings after they stop Hyksos Israel invasion. Her part Draconian half-brother, Thutmose III, invades Hatshepsut's temple and steal Ark box. 1353 BC, Fall of Akhenaten. Attempt to enter Hyksos Egyptian King line into Suez Egyptian Magi Grail King line for Galactic Federation Hyksos Emerald Covenant entry and Hyksos Genetic Bioregenesis program. Pharaoh Akhenaten fails in his intended Emerald Covenant mission in favor of Anunnaki Luciferian agenda and is killed by competing Draconian agenda uncle. Galactic Federation defects from Emerald Covenant. 906 BC, Fall of Solomon's Temple. King Solomon, Hyksos Anunnaki Melchizedek, plus Suez Egyptian Magi Grail line, son of Hyksos King David, is guided by Galactic Federation to use stolen Ark of the Covenant gold box tools to destroy Hebrew angelic human Tribe II races of Israel to claim Promised Land and advance global dominion. Pleiadian Suez Emerald Covenant race of Alcyone intervenes directly with Beamship, intending to teleport Ark box and tools out of Solomon's temple and return it to the Magi Grail King protection, preventing Solomon's assault on Hebrews and advancement of the pole shift agenda. Galactic Federation attempts to teleport Arcbox to the Pleiadian ship, but miscalculate, destroying Solomon's temple completely with a photon radionic wave beam. Pleiadian Ceres retrieve Arcbox and prevent pole shift agenda. 26 BC, Roman invasion. Omicron Draconian legions of Orion moved their Nephidim Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races into political power within the Ionian Empire of Italy, disposing angelic human Tribe 5 of Italy and Ionian exiled Celtic, Druidic, and Seminole Atlantean Magi Grail kings to create stronghold of Roman Empire dominion. Progressively infiltrate and transpose their race identity over the angelic human Tribe 5 and Magi Grail King line, Ionians of Italy, and begin corruption of Ionian Grail King's sacred CDT plate spiritual teachings to create the foundations for the Church of Rome, Catholic religious controlled dogma, political machine. 23 AD, Essene Divide. Galactic Federation unites groups of Luciferian Hyksos King and Jehovian Hassa King Anu Melchizedeks to raid Emerald Covenant mission of Magi Grail King Essenes, Yeshua, Jesus Christ, John the Baptist, and Maryam in Tel El Marna, Egypt. Due to Essene Divide raids, Yeshua's Grail King Essenes are unable to fulfill intended mission of disengaging the Nibiru Dyadic crystal grid to free Solar Stargate 4 and Earth Stargate 11 to prepare for the 2000 through 2017 AD SAC and scheduled planetary Christos realignment mission. The Magi Essenes have fulfilled part of the mission by reclaiming the Rod Stargate tool and its Ark of the Covenant gold box from Galactic Federation's Noah Abraham Moses Hyksos Anu Melchizedek Illuminati line, but could not recover the staff tool. Following failure of the intended planetary security mission, Yeshua, John, Maryam, and several other Magi Grail King Essenes hid Ark of the Covenant gold box and its rod tool in Vale of Pusey, England, Vitella Amarna in her Earth portal passage. 325 AD Council of Nicaea. Omicron Draconian legions motivated their Nephidim Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races governing the Roman Empire to temporarily join forces with Galactic Federation and the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki. In this unholy alliance, the Nephidim Luciferian Knights Templar, Hyksos King and Jehovian Anunnaki Hassa King Anu Melchizedeks assembled to come up with a cover story to hide from public record the realities of Yeshua's Emerald Covenant mission. Groups of Hassa King rabbis, Hyksos Kings and Knights Templar priests, and Roman Nephidim Knights of Malta launched a crusade to confiscate all records of the Emerald Covenant Essene CDT plate translations. They combined various elements of true history and spiritual teachings with numerous falsifications and massive omissions of Templar and Ascension teachings to create the patriarchal, false god control dogma creed that became the canonized Bible. Their intentions were to forcefully hide all knowledge of the Emerald Covenant Christos realignment mission, while they searched for the Ark of the Covenant gold box. They intended to claim the Ark box and prevent the common people from having the Magi Grail King knowledge of the Round Tables, to ensure victory of their anti-Christiac One World Order Dominion agenda during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. 608 Arthurian Grail Quest. Magi Grail King Arthur, born 559 AD, and the Knights of the Round Table were the Magi Grail King Melchizedek cloister regents who protected the Holy Grail knowledge of Earth's planetary Templar complex. Arthur, Guinevere, and the Round Table Knights held the Planetary Security Commission of reclaiming the staff tool from the Hyksos Illuminati and were intended to run the RRTs to disengage the Nibiru Dyadic crystal grid and fulfilling of the Yeshua John Maryam Emerald Covenant mission. Though Merlin assisted in the return of the Staff Stargate tool, the Sword of Excalibur, to Magi Arthur's protection, Merlin, victorious, later betrayed the Emerald Covenant mission in favor of the Hyksos Knights Templar Galactic Federation World Dominion agenda. Arthur successfully returned the staff tool to the Ark of the Covenant gold box, and relocated the Ark box containing the rod and the staff from the Vale of Pusey, England, to where it remains hidden today. Arthur and his knights were unsuccessful in disengaging the Nibiru dyadic crystal grid, but at least they managed to hide the Ark of the Covenant gold box and rod and staff tools from Galactic Federation, their Hyksos Knights Templar, and the eventually competing Nephidim Draconian Knights of Malta, preventing them from fulfilling their planetary genocide and takeover agenda. The quest for the Holy Grail and search for Ark of the Covenant gold box has continued ever since. 1244 AD, Albigensian Crusade. Church of Rome Nephidim Anu Melchizedek Illuminati, on behalf of the Omicron Draconian One World Order agenda, launch a genocide campaign against the Magi Grail on Cathiri, the Tribe 12 Stargate 12 Guardians in southern France. The campaign was initiated to stop the Cathiri from using their roundtable knowledge to disengage the Nibiru dyadic crystal grid, knowledge gained from the CDT Plate 12, which was in possession of the Cathiri at this time. The Cathiri's last stand was at Monsieur, southern France, an event historically recorded as the Albigensian Crusade, in which the Cathiri were cornered and burned alive at the order of the Church of Rome and accomplices in the government of France. A small group of Cathiri escaped with CDT Plate 12 and numerous volumes of pure Yeshua Essene records, which were hidden in France and will one day prove witness to the realities of the Atlantean conspiracy. 1500 AD, a Mecca Crusade. The quest for the Holy Grail continued as Hyksos Knights Templar Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races and Omicron Draconian Nephidim Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races advanced their One World Order agenda in pursuit of the Holy Grail. The Grail Point is the central control point for Earth's Templar, and both competing groups intended to hold dominion over the lands of the Grail Point when the 2000 through 2017 SAC arrived. The Protestant and Catholic invasion of Native American tribes began. The name America came from the name of one of the Emerald Covenant Magi Grail lines, known as the Emeka, who were protectors of the Grail Point. The Grail Point was known to exist in the lands of the North American continent, a territory once held by Atlantis. Guided through mystical secret societies set up by their respective fallen angelic kin, competing groups of Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races launched a progressive infiltration and takeover of the North American continent. Each intended to destroy the exiled Lumerian and Native Seminole and Emeka Native American Magi Grail line tribes who had knowledge of the running of the roundtables in a systematic takeover of the North American Templar. America was founded by the Luciferian Hyksos Knights Templar Anu Melchizedek Illuminati, who now go by the name of Freemasons, on behalf of Galactic Federation and the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki races of the 9560 BC Luciferian Covenant. Competing Illuminati groups and their stellar co-conspirators intended to use the North American Grail Point and their holdings of Stargate 11 Europe, Stargate 4 Egypt, and Stargate 10 Middle East to gain full control of Earth's Templar on behalf of their stellar contacts during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. It was anticipated by all that the final conflict drama and the Battle of Armageddon would take place as the competing Draconian and Anunnaki descendant Anu Melchizedek human Illuminati legions battle it out for control of Earth's Templar during the long-awaited 2000 through 2017 SAC. Neither side anticipated that there would be enough surviving angelic human 12 tribes and Magi races left with knowledge to run the roundtables to prevent the Illuminati, known as the Leviathan Force, from succeeding in their One World Order agenda. 1500 AD, a Mecca Crusade. Church of Rome Nephidim Anu Melchizedek Illuminati, on behalf of the Galactic Federation World Dominion agenda. 1600 AD, Ashayana. Church of Rome Nephidim Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races and Anu Melchizedek human Illuminati legions battle it out for control of Earth's Templar during the long-awaited 2000 through 2017 SAC. Neither side anticipated that there would be enough surviving angelic human 12 tribes and Magi races left with knowledge to run the roundtables to prevent the Illuminati, known as the Leviathan Force, from succeeding in their One World Order agenda. Included in this One World Order agenda was the reinitiation of contact with the fallen angelic/ET legions as the SEC drew closer. The fallen angelics intended to slowly make their presence known, then come in to stake their claim as the 2000 through 2017 SAC approached 2012 AD. The Draconian, Reptilian, Centaurian descent Anu Melchizedek Illuminati races attempted but failed to claim world dominion over their Anunnaki adversaries by their representative Hitler in World War II. Both Illuminati forces have been competing for political world dominion. They have been the predominant hidden source of war, race hatreds, and territorial, financial, and religious competition behind and within world governments, until the September 12, 2000 UIR. On September 12, 2000, most competing Illuminati races and their respective fallen angelic ringleaders agreed to take a united stand against Emerald Covenant races to ensure success of the One World Order dominion and destruction of the angelic human races during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. 1750 AD, Nibiru reacquaintance. Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki races and Galactic Federation began initiating remote channel contact with their chosen ones, providing contrived spiritual teachings intended to develop into the later New Age movement, through which direct fallen angelic and ET contact could be made with little human resistance. 1916 Zeta surveillance. Zeta races began participation in the Earth drama on behalf of the Zephilium Zeta Rigelian and Odedicron Reptilian Orion agenda. 1930 through 1940s covert treaties. The Zeta negotiate covert treaties with the Nephidim Anu Melchizedek Illuminati human government, through which the Majestic 12 and the contemporary UFO movement emerge on behalf of the Draconian One World Order agenda, which initiated as a result of the pending Anunnaki takeover agenda. Anunnaki fallen angelics advanced a remote channel contact with selected humans. 1983 Orion intrusion. Omicron Draconian races of Orion get directly involved in the drama, forming alliances with the Odedicron Reptilian and Dracos races. Zetas lose footing in Illuminati affairs as Draconians take over Zeta treaties. Some Zetas leave, Rigelian Zetas join to strengthen Draconian forces in Earth affairs. 1992 Pleiadian Syrian agreements. Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki and Galactic Federation races enter Emerald Covenant peace treaty when they realize that they may succumb to Draconian force in the anticipated 2000 through 2017 final conflict drama. Agree to turn Solar Stargate 4 control back over to the Emerald Covenant races, to end the Atlantean Luciferian Covenant for coevolution programs, to assist Emerald Covenant and human races in running proper roundtables to block further Draconian infiltration, and promised to disengage Nibiru Dyadic Crystal Grid by January 1st, 2000. The New Age movement takes a turn toward the light. 1999 Centaurian Necromaton intrusion. Draconian Agenda Necromaton Andromi and Alpha Omega Centauri races get involved to reinforce the Draconian agenda in reaction to Anunnaki joining the Emerald Covenant. January 2000 SAC Rebellion. When Stellar Activation Cycle commenced on January 1st, 2000, Galactic Federation and Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki groups defect from Emerald Covenant once Stellar Activation Cycle was confirmed, as fallen angelic Anu Elohim offers full support to the Anunnaki One World Order agenda. July 5th, 2000 Treaty of Altair. Galactic Federation and most Anunnaki groups grudgingly accept re-entry into the Emerald Covenant to secure greater protection when Anu Elohim of Sirius A and Arcturus suffer heavy losses to the fallen Seraphim Draconian Force and Density 3 Orion. September 12, 2000, Necromaton Andromi and Alpha Omega Centauri races convinced many Draconian and Anunnaki legions to form a United Resistance Alliance, the UIR, against the Emerald Covenant to ensure fulfillment of their common interest in the One World Order Dominion agenda. Galactic Federation, Ashtar Command, and most Anunnaki legions break the Treaty of Altair to join the UIR. UIR adopts the Anunnaki Luciferian Covenant agenda, which includes termination of the angelic human races of Earth and forced pole shift, induced by Battlestar Nibiru, Wormwood, and the Nibiru Dyadic Crystal Grid. September 12, 2000, UIR offers Emerald Covenant races an ultimatum. UIR would allow the Lyran Syrian Guardian races to evacuate 50,000 of their Indigo Children Magi Grail lines. Then the rest of Earth's populations would fall prey to fulfillment of the Luciferian Covenant agenda. Emerald Covenant races refuse on behalf of all angelic human and hybrid populations of Earth that desire to live in freedom and in order to prevent Earth's Halls of Amenti stargates from falling under UIR dominion. UIR issued a formal edict of war on September 12, 2000 against Emerald Covenant races and the angelic humans of Earth. Galactic Federation and Ashtar Command is beginning to mobilize their human ground crews, teaching their followers to expect a landing in which complete human compliance is promoted. The political arena is now being set for the UIR's intended 2003 mass mind control initiative, and most humans are completely unaware of what is taking place. Emerald Covenant races are intending to awaken the Indigo Children as quickly as possible. The Indigo Children are being prepared now to run RRTs in order to disengage the Nibiru Dyadic Crystal Grid, through which pole shift can be forced, and to seal Earth's portal systems from planned Fallen Angelic 2003 through 2004 invasion. Before 2003, Emerald Covenant races will know if the RRTs are successful and if fulfillment of the Atlantean conspiracy can be prevented. If not, preparations are already underway to assist humans in DNA template activation, so some may become biologically capable of portal evacuation. Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. Core template grid work is required to prevent fulfillment of the UIR One World Order agenda. Through quickly relearning how to run the Rainbow Rounds, angelic humans and hybrid races can prevent pending Anunnaki Draconian One World Order dominion during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Properly executed RRTs can fulfill the Emerald Covenant Christos Planetary Security Commission of disengaging the Nibiru Dyadic Crystal Grid and freeing Solar Stargate 4. Which will prevent fallen angelics any further access to Earth's portal vortex system. Running the Signet RRTs to reclaim Earth's Templar from fallen angelic dominion has been known for thousands of years as the 1111/1212 Christos Reclamation Mission. The Divine Commission previously attempted by Jesus, John, Miriam, King Arthur, Guinevere, Knights, the Cathari, the Native Americans, and numerous other Magi Grail line races throughout history since the 25,500 BC Luciferian Rebellion. Now it is up to us. Creation of the Leviathan Force and related history. 798,000 BC to 33,000 BC. 250 million years ago, parallel Earth human seeding 1, 5 Palladorian cloisters. 25 million years ago, 5 human and 5 Palladorian cloisters seeded on Earth. 5.5 million years ago, human seeding 1 is destroyed by the Electric Wars. 3.7 million years ago, human seeding 2 takes place. 848,800 years ago, human seeding 2 is destroyed by the Thousand Years' War. Angelic human seeding 3, contemporary lineage begins. 798,000 BC, 5 Pleiadia Ur-type cloisters, angelic human seeding 3, round 1, 669,000 BC to 250,000 BC. Rama and Temple Wars, Anunnaki/Draconian invasions, Nephidim Draconian, and Urantia Jehovian Anunnaki Illuminati hybrid humans. 250,000 BC, Enki Enlil Marduk Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki, aquatic ape hominid, create Locust Neanderthal primate hominid slave race by raiding angelic human colonies. 246,000 BC, Maharaji bring Emerald Covenant Restatement Peace Treaty to Earth races. Angelic humans enter and Thoth Enki Anunnaki enter for DNA bioregenesis. 208,216 BC, SAC, Drac Invasion, Fall of Branawi, 10 Code Pulse, and Pole Shift. 208,100 BC, Ur-type cloister human, round 2, subterranean resettlement. 155,000 BC, Emerald Covenant Anunnaki bioregenesis program begins. Locust Neanderthal Hyperbornean human upgrade 1 to hybrid Luhari Cro-Magnon 1. 152,000 BC, Luhari Anunnaki hybrid Ur-Antrian Ur-type cloister human Emerald Covenant EC upgrade 2 to E-Lowly Levi Cro-Magnon 2, first capable of natural procreation with humans. Levi hybrids rated by Drac and Anunnaki fallen angelics. Antichristos Leviathan force competing Illuminati genetic lines begin. 151,000 BC, E-Lully Levi hybrid Bernoa Ur-type cloister human EC upgrade 3 to E-Lully Judah Homo sapiens. 150,000 BC, Jehovian wipeout. Competing Drac and Jehovian, dolphin people, Anunnaki attempt to seize Earth and enter Earth. Maharaji of Sirius B prevent takeover. Firmament hydro suspension fields collapse, initiating glacial period. 148,000 BC, E-Lully Judah, hybrid Hibiru Ur-type cloister human, EC upgrade 4 to E-Lully Nephi. Jehovian Anunnaki launch aggressive raids on Nephi hybrid races, creating the Nephite Jehovian Hebrew Illuminati hybrid genetic line. 148,000 BC to 75,000 BC, Anu occupation, Sirius A and Arcturian Jehovian Anunnaki attempt Earth takeover, launch genocide programs against angelic human, Draconian Nephidim, and Nibiru Anunnaki Earth races. Enlil, Enki, Marduk, Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki lines unite, overthrow Jehovians, and seize control of Earth. Emerald Covenant races exile in subterranean settlements. Nephidim Draconians, Jehovian Anunnaki, and Nibiru Anunnaki raider wars begin. 75,000 BC, Nibiru Anunnaki attempt to seize Inner Earth portals. Inner Earth races unite in Inner Earth rebellion, overthrow Anunnaki dominion of surface Earth, reinstating Ur-type cloister human sovereignty over surface Earth. 73,000 BC, cloister human. Round 3 seeding begins with Ur-Antrian cloister. 71,000 BC, root race human. Round 4 seeding begins with the Lumerians. 72,000 BC, Bernoa cloister human seeded. 68,000 BC, root race human Atlantean seeded, and E-Lully Nephi hybrid, Melchizedek Ur-type cloister human EC upgrade 5 to Anu Melchizedeks. Draconian, Jehovian Anunnaki, and Anu-Anunnaki Leviathan Illuminati hybrid races progressively raid Anu-Melchizedek races, creating various competing Anti-Christos agenda hybrid Templar Melchizedek Leviathan super races, the Leviathan Force, leading to the Atlantean conspiracy and present drama. 66,000 BC, Hibiru cloister humans seeded. 63,000 BC, root race humans Aryans. 33,000 BC, Melchizedek cloister humans seeded, and 22,500 BC Iani Grail lines began. Summary of the Atlantean conspiracy. 50,000 BC, Lemurian Holocaust. 28,000 BC, Atlantean Holocaust. 25,500 BC, Lucifer Rebellion. 22,326 BC, Iani Massacre. 21,900 BC, Lohas Celtic Druidic Freezeout. 20,000 BC, Vicarisation Invasion. 10,500 BC, Luciferian Conquest. 9,560 BC, Luciferian Covenant. 9,558 BC, Atlantean Flood. 8,900 BC, Sumerian Invasion. 8,400 BC, Egyptian Invasion. 7,500 BC, Knights Templar Invasion. 5,900 BC, Centaurian War. 3650 BC, Mayan Raids. 3470 BC, Babylon Massacre. 2668 BC, Djoser Invasion. 2024 BC, Dead Sea Conquest. 1670 to 1550 BC, Hyksos Invasion. 1476 BC, Hyksos Exodus. 1459 BC, Israel Crusade. 1458 BC, Hatshepsut Invasion. 1353 BC, Fall of Akhenaten. 906 BC, Fall of Solomon's Temple. 26 BC, Roman Invasion. 23 AD, Essene Divide. 325, Council of Nicaea. 608, Arthurian Grail Quest. 1244, Albigensian Crusade. 1500, A Mecca Crusade. 1750, Nibiruian Reacquaintance. 1916, Zeta Surveillance. 1930 through 1940, Zeta Treaties and MJ-12. 1983, Orion Intrusion. 1992, Pleiadian-Syrian Agreements. November 1999, Centaurian Necromaton Intrusion. January 2000, SAC Rebellion. July 5th, 2000, Treaty of Altair. September 12th, 2000, United Intruder Resistance. February 2001, Grid Spiking Campaign. 2003, Intended Dimensional Blend Time Rip. 2004, Intended Frequency Fence. 2008, Intended Pole Shift by Nibiru Battlestar and NDC Grid. 2012, Intended Resistance Resettlement and Inner Earth Crusade. The Real Atlantean Lemurian Maps, see diagram. The Atlantic and specific continents, 50,000 BC through 28,000 BC. The 3 Atlantean island nations, 50,000 BC to 28,000 BC to present. The Atlantean island nations, 50,000 BC to 28,000 BC to present. Number 1. Alta Brua, Southwest Territories, now South Florida, USA. Cuba, Haiti, Stargate 2 Signet Site, Grual. 2. Alta Nohasa, South Central Territories, now the Bermuda Islands, Stargate 3 Signet Site. 3. Alta Lohas, Northeast Territories, now Ireland, Scotland, England, and Wales, Stargate 11 Signet Site, and Stargate 11 Q Site. 4. Edyani Muarivi, now Kauai, Stargate 12 Q Site, and Sirius B Halls of Amorea Passage. Note on 12-strand DNA template activation. Be aware. Averting the seduction of the quick fix and ego pat. No human on Earth at this time has true 12-strand DNA template activation or consummation, as the planetary shields cannot yet sustain biological presence that holds continually activated D12 frequency. Distortions in the race genetic imprint caused by the planetary shield severely block natural 12-strand DNA template activation, even if the planetary shields could sustain 12-strand activated biology. Without consistent use of DNA template bioregenesis technology and related core template Cathara healing modalities, no human on Earth at this time would achieve genuine 12-strand activation during the contemporary evolution cycle. Competing false 12-strand DNA activation programs are presently being run by unsuspecting New Age and UFO movements, channels, and contactees, by Jehovian Dolphin People Anunnaki and Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki Draconian Reptile hybrid races. The largest false DNA activation, Ascension program, is conducted by the Alpha Omega Templar Melchizedek Anunnaki Draconian Alliance, which is composed of Centaur and Draconian Anunnaki races of density 2 and 3, Alpha Centauri and Omega Centauri, the Necromaton Beetle Reptile Anunnaki hybrid race of Andromeda, and several others related to fallen angelic collectives, following the Omicron Draconian Zeta Illuminati One World Order Dominion agenda. One of the most prominent expressions of the Alpha Omega Centaurian Andromi Anunnaki Draconian Necromaton collective refers to itself as the Archangel Michael Matrix, a bio-neurological mass mind control program run by the Alpha Omega Collective that is literally broadcast into Earth's airways to unsuspecting channels, from parallel Earth through the NDCG. False 12-strand DNA activation programs are geared toward monadic reversal, reversing the fire letter sequences in the human DNA template to create reverse sequence 11-strand activation in humans, so human DNA will assist the fallen angelic mission of gaining control of Earth's planetary shields and stargates on a reverse 11 activation during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Fallen angelic and Illuminati human Leviathan races use the seduction of false claims of easy DNA template activation and false promises of ascension without providing the details of the mechanics by which these dynamics naturally take place. If we know the mechanics, we can detect when they are being intentionally misused to orchestrate anti-Christiac Dominion agendas. The tactics of false quick-fix claims and false promises are further coupled with false sugar and spice, in which our egos are fed as we are told what we want to hear and how great and beloved we are, while being covertly railroaded right under our own noses. If we do not fall for the age-old quick-fix and ego-pat seductions, we can avert fallen angelic and Illuminati manipulation tactics and learn how things really work, so we become empowered to set ourselves and assist others too to set themselves free. We can activate our 12 strands of DNA, but it takes work, a labor of divine love, and it requires divine sacred science knowledge. DNA template and Kundalini activations do not occur by wishful thinking or hopeful spiritual intention. They are processes of natural biospiritual creation physics, which occur by educated, conscious direction of energy and genuine spiritual wisdom. There is a natural divine right order of energy mechanics that governs the manifestation of consciousness in biological form. The mechanics of this order must be understood and appropriately applied if one expects to attain genuine, essential, biospiritual mastery. The 9/11 World Trade Center, Pentagon attack, and the Illuminati One World Order. Due to the continuing barrage of Stop the Press's new emergency release information provided by the Guardian Alliance since the United Intruder Resistance Edict of War on September 12, 2000, preparations for this updated second edition, printing of Voyagers 2, has taken far too long. Information that was originally intended to become a simple glossary for this book rapidly expanded in size to become another book in its own right. This partially completed new book was then quickly put on hold, as a progressive series of GA emergency release dispensations rapidly accumulated over 400 pages. Meanwhile, our Planetary Shields Clinic's workshop and site work excursions were scaled up to the top GA priority, solidifying into an immediate crisis intervention program called the Emerald Covenant Masters Templar Planetary Stewardship Initiative. As we began our New Ireland, England Planetary Shields Clinics tour in July 2001, I was able to finally complete the 2001 update and related materials for Voyager 2. After a year's worth of frustrating but unavoidable delays, the lovely people with saintly patience at Granite Publishing could finally put the book to rest with fulfillment of its second printing, or so we all thought, as this book was about to go to press in September 2001. The unbelievable occurred. The events of September 11th, 2001, which we have all rapidly come to know so well, intruded into the American heartland and homeland with all of their inherent, numbing, horrific fervor, and life as we've known it in the USA was suddenly and abruptly changed forever. The events of September 11th, 2001, terrorist attacks upon the NYC World Trade Center towers and the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., have literally and rapidly cast not only America, but literally the entire world into a completely new and utterly alien uncharted political landscape, the implications of which most peoples of all nations are presently struggling to comprehend. The old American expression of shared national mourning and cultural, mental, and emotional fixation that was once expressed by a generation before in the query of "Where were you when Kennedy was shot?" has now been permanently disposed from its once prominent position within the national collective mind. The old question has now been indelibly and forcibly replaced with the collective cellular memory of the American psyche by the query of "Where were you on 9/11/2001? Within this general question and query of our times, the answer to which is fully branded into the memory of many American citizens, resides the even more important silent questions of what in the world is going on, and how will all this affect us? The horrific event of 9/11, and even more so their potential ramifications, have made questions regarding the Kennedy assassination and other unresolved issues and shocking moments of our collective past seem almost irrelevant. Events prior to the Trade Tower/Pentagon attacks literally pale by comparison to anything we have known since World War II. Due to the collective emotional mental stun factor generated by the 9/11 disaster, and the obvious resultant aftermath of major movement within the global political landscape, that now dominates the focus of world attention, many previously important questions may fall away from mass attention. In some cases, such environmentally forced redirection of our mental and emotional focus from fixation on past events and issues represents a potential healing catharsis within the collective psyche, as individuals and nations begin to reassess and redirect their priorities. But in other cases, distraction from pertinent past concerns can prevent us from acquiring the very answers we seek concerning the contemporary drama. UFO investigation and trigger events. One of the most important multifaceted issues that might readily and conveniently succumb to further malnutrition of mass attention is the highly complex issue of UFO investigation. The UFO issue is, in truth, a compendium of a variety of interrelated subjects: UFO sightings, crop circles, ET visitation/abduction, the UFO movement, the New Age movement, angelic contact, channeling, communication, spiritual development, ascension teachings, official denial, Illuminati One World Order agendas, forbidden archaeology, and the multitudes of related politically charged conspiracy theories one must inevitably address if thorough investigation of the UFO issue is to be ascertained. In our present drama, seemingly born of very 3D international political issues, it is more important than ever to keep questions of the UFO issue firmly and foremost in mind. The answer to the most ominous silent questions of what in the world is going on and how will this affect us do not reside within the well-orchestrated 3D political forum. These answers exist squarely within the core of the UFO issue. The tragedy of the Trade Tower/Pentagon attack is a global wake-up call for things unknown as yet to come. Unfortunately, such an event, which could serve as our greatest catalyst for mass awakening, is instead being utilized to serve as our greatest mass distraction from the knowledge our world most needs to rapidly comprehend. In the immediate aftermath of the 9/11/2001 terrorist attack, three of the greatest and fully justifiable unspoken questions within the minds and hearts of the courageous people who have supported the GA work since 1999 were as follows. Did the GA know this attack would occur? If not, and the GA supposedly knows so much, then why didn't they know? If they did know, then why didn't they stop it or warn us? Along with questions regarding GA awareness, the same questions were understandably directed towards myself and my associates MC. Did we know? What did we know? Couldn't we, through our GA Guardian contacts, have done something to prevent it? As this book was ready to go to press, the unbelievable events of 9/11/2001 unfolded, and with them a massive wave of personal and public questions that cried out for answers. Though the final text of this book was intended to be completed with the 2001 update material, Granite Publishing rightly and wisely requested that a further update covering the Trade Tower/Pentagon attack be provided as conclusion to the Voyagers 2 second edition. As fate or divine synchronicity would have it, the printing deadline for this book had not yet passed when those monumental events of mass mayhem occurred. In this final emergency release update of Voyagers 2 second edition, I will do my best, as a Guardian Alliance representative speaker, to address the most obvious questions regarding the 9/11 disaster. More importantly, I will try to briefly explain within the limited space remaining in this book, the relationship between the 9/11 disaster event and the GA emergency release materials that we have been progressively teaching within the public forum since the end of 2000. It is within our understanding of the big picture drama that real comprehension of events, such as the 9/11 disaster, can be gained. Real comprehension is essential if we are to recognize that this seemingly isolated event of international horror represents the greater reality of what is called a trigger event, which is an external, mass event that is covertly orchestrated by seemingly unrelated hidden forces from behind the scenes. An event that represents the pressing of the start button within the invisible Illuminati world management team machine. Trigger events are orchestrated strategically from off-planet sources in order to set in motion, through remote psychotronic mobilization of the unsuspecting on-planet Illuminati force, a series of national and global changes that are intended to move the global arena toward fulfillment of the hidden, fallen angelic/intruder ET objectives. It is through understanding these hidden objectives, as they exist behind and within the global drama, that we, as individuals and nations, are empowered to choose educated, effective action through which the ideals of peace, freedom, brotherhood, and love can be attained. One World Order Master Plans, GA State of War Alert, and Imminent Crisis Order. The 2001 update materials preceding this text were completed and submitted to the publisher in early July 2001. They contained a brief summary of GA emergency release dispensations that had been progressively provided since the September 12, 2000 Edict of War was issued by the Fallen Angelic/Intruder ET UIR. Before any obvious indication was made apparent within the external world, the GA's information provided since September 2000 and briefly summarized in the original 2001 update section of this book revealed that contemporary Earth is caught within a long-anticipated, presently hidden, interdimensional, interstellar war, a war that would become all too real to us in the 3D terms if humanity was unwilling to assist Emerald Covenant nations in peacefully securing Earth's Templar/Stargate complex from further fallen angelic/intruder ET/Illuminati infiltration before 2003. Within the GA security release dispensations, we were gently shown that not only was humanity facing the challenges of planetary physics inherent to the natural SACs, but we were also faced with progressively growing obstacles created through the actions of human Illuminati races, manipulated by the fallen angelics. The 2001 GA revelations exposed a long-term, highly organized, and progressively orchestrated fallen angelic-directed Atlantean conspiracy, Illuminati One World Order Master Plan, which has been a core commonality between the various competing fallen angelic/intruder ET races since 9560 BC Atlantis. This information revealed the true scope of the drama we are presently in. The scope of this drama and the long-term Illuminati One World Order Master Plan is massive and bone-chilling if you don't understand the peaceful solutions. Of greatest significance, the 2001 GA revelations brought into focus the details of the intended stages of the contemporary phase of the Illuminati Master Plan, so we can become aware of the basic progression of events we would see should the Illuminati Master Plan advance. When the Anunnaki races defected from the Emerald Covenant to support the UIR's September 12, 2000 Edict of War, the various Illuminati One World Order Master Plan agendas of previously competing fallen angelic/intruder ET factions were blended into a dominant unified strategy. This unified strategy combined various previous initiatives of several fallen angelic groups into the UIR Illuminati One World Order Master Plan, directed by the Necromaton Andrami force. Renegade fallen angelic legions of the Omnicron Draconian, Odedicron Reptilian Avian, Necromaton, and Rebel Anunnaki, who refused to join the UIR, are still attempting to orchestrate their original One World Order agendas, but all have lost critical amounts of support from earthly Illuminati collectives. As of October 2000, the predominant force within the covert interior world government, Illuminati World Management Team is now the UIR Fallen Angelic Collective. This shift in Illuminati administration has already become subtly apparent within the external political maneuverings of various nations since October 2000. The subtle shifts, and some not so subtle, within our global political arena, which have taken place since October 2000 in response to the covert influence of the September 2000 UIR Edict of War, represent only the beginning externalization of the UIR One World Order agenda into the visible, official reality arena. Stargate 6 and the Selenite Crystal Temple Network. Since the GA's direct intervention with initiation of the Bridge Zone Project in 1983, see Bridge Zone Project on page 142, the GA have been peacefully and diligently working to prevent advancement of the various competing fallen angelic/intruder ET and Illuminati One World Order agendas on Earth. Through the peaceful tools of interstellar Emerald Covenant coevolution peace treaty negotiations, and strategically applied and directed master intergalactic Templar mechanics, there was great hope of averting the long-anticipated 2000 through 2017 SAC final conflict drama. The GA had also explained from the beginning that whether or not Illuminati One World Order Dominion agendas could be averted would depend a great deal upon the progression of choices made by both earthly human and Illuminati collectives. Though several major victories in the name of human freedom have been peacefully won through progression of the GA Crisis Intervention Initiative, the realities of potential advancement of fallen angelic and Illuminati One World Order Dominion agendas has not, as yet, been brought to an end. Alongside the recent collection of strategic victories won through the GA peace effort, there have also been numerous setbacks. The most notable recent setbacks to the GA peace effort are the September 12, 2000 Anunnaki defection from the Treaty of Altair and resultant UIR Edict of War, and recent challenges associated with the Montauk Project. These issues of interstellar political setback have spawned further, mounting concerns regarding the challenges of planetary physics posed by the progressing 2000 through 2017 SAC. Emerald Covenant nations have not only entered a state of war alert in response to the building tensions, continued volatility, and the September 2000 Edict of War within the interstellar political drama, they are also under a state of imminent crisis order. The imminent crisis order was issued due to the progressively increasing instability of Earth's planetary Templar complex and potentially cataclysmic reactions in terms of planetary physics that may now occur during the 2000 through 2017 SAC as a result of the UIR's more aggressive use of EM scalar pulse technologies. During our Labor Day 2001 workshop of September 1st through 3rd, the GA provided a new level of high security data pertaining to two areas of pending crisis. Attending Indigo children were asked to assist Emerald Covenant nations in an immediate top priority crisis intervention strategy, and we were provided with additional introductory training in even more advanced Master Templar mechanics called Veka Code Mechanics and Planetary Healing Outreach. The first area discussed was that of the present acceleration of stellar wave infusions, see stellar wave infusions on page 466, and into Earth's planetary shields. In May 2001, as necessitated by the September 12, 2000 Anunnaki defection from the Treaty Altair agreements, the Maharaji Council triggered early activation of the D6 Sirius B Stargate Density 2 in order to begin overriding Nibiru photosonic hold on Earth's planetary Merkaba, Templar, and EM fields. If this initiative were not taken, the Anunnaki of the UIR intended to use the Nibiru-Templar connection to force cataclysmic pole shift on Earth by 2008. Earth's Templar had to be freed from its artificial Nibiru alignment by 2003, or pole shift could not therefore be prevented. Stargate 6 was not originally scheduled to enter its opening cycle until 2008, 4 years after the 2004 opening cycle of Stargate 5 Alcyone. One of the greatest challenges posed to Earth by the expedition of Stargate 6 activation is that of retaining the delicate EM balances of the planetary grids as Earth's planetary shields rapidly activate in accelerated sequence in response to amplified and expedited D4, D5, and D6 stellar wave infusions. The Emerald Covenant nations took this step of mandatory crisis intervention as a calculated risk, knowing that it would be very difficult to realign and hold balance within Earth's Templar as the Stargate 6 infusions progressed. This step would never have been taken if it had not been for the only remaining strategy available to prevent the UIR Anunnaki from using Nibiru's artificial link, the Nibiruian Dyadic Crystal, or NDC, grid, see page 311, to Earth's Templar to force rapid pole shift. The only other option for protecting Earth's populations from pending cataclysm during the 2000 through 2017 SAC would be physical evacuation, an action that would have its own inherent set of nearly insurmountable challenges. Following the September 12, 2000 UIR Edict of War, the UIR had initiated accelerated reactivation of the Montauk Project, see page 136, transmission. If the UIR was successful in their intention of forging a link between the Rigelian Zeta-controlled Montauk facility and the Anunnaki-controlled NDC grid at Stonehenge, nothing would be able to prevent advancement of the UIR pole shift agenda. By November 2001, Emerald Covenant nations initiated an imminent crisis order in relation to Earth's crisis intervention efforts. As part of this emergency intervention initiative, Stargate 6 and the 12-dimensional Stargate passage, known as the Halls of Amorea, were activated. Since May 2001, continual photosonic transmissions from Stargate 6 Sirius B have been progressively used to hold stable and gently realign the vertical axis of Earth's planetary Merkaba field, to prevent geoclimactic and tectonic instability as Earth's planetary shields commence rapid D6 activation. In July 2001, the central control installation of the NDC grid beneath Stonehenge was recoded to a D12 program, severing the long-standing artificial link between Earth's Templar and that of Nibiru. There are 24 subterranean main control Nibiru crystal temple networks on Earth that serve as the main global transmission networks of the NDC grid, the checkerboard matrix planetary Templar control program. The 24 Nibiru crystal temple networks on Earth must also be manually recoded to a 12-code pulse before the end of 2002, if the 2003 through 2008 pole shift is to be averted. With the assistance of the Azurite Signet Rainbow Roundtables, Templar security team, the GA have been advancing these planetary healing efforts through a program called the Emerald Covenant Masters Templar Planetary Stewardship Initiative, aka Planetary Christos Realignment Mission. Note: a few of the many supplicant sites, or smaller selenite and quartz crystal matrices that are connected to the main Nibiru Crystal Temple network sites as transmission tributaries, were discovered recently in Mexico by scientists. Information of this discovery was released to the public this year, with expedition photographs showing breathtaking, massive selenite crystal rods. These selenite rods are small by comparison to those of the many main network installations. Photos and information concerning the official science aspects of this discovery can be found on various internet sites. Since childhood, I knew that this ancient interstellar crystalline photosonic communications and transmitting network existed. On several occasions, GA priests of escorted me through the cloaking shield, the photosonic security force field of the subterranean crystal cavern system that link Earth to the portals of the inner Earth time cycle. The Nibiru Crystal Temple Network Communications and Transmissions Network is connected to and runs through the Crystal Cavern system. The Emerald Covenant Maharaji of Sirius B seeded the original installations of the Crystal Temple Network over 3 million years ago, during human seeding too. Since that time, additions of younger Nibiru selenite rods were added during different historical periods when Nibiru was under Emerald Covenant protection. Nibiru Anunnaki seized control of the Nibiru Crystal Temple Network during the 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion in Atlantis, and used it in conjunction with the NDC grid to control the main axonal and ley lines of Earth's Templar, and to progressively block Guardian Nations communication within Earth since the 9558 BC Atlantean flood. During the 1992 Emerald Covenant Pleiadian-Sirian agreements, the GA gained partial, temporary access to the Nibiru Crystal Temple Network, which has enabled them to regain partial protection over some of Earth's Templar and to open limited communications and photosonic transmission lines to Earth. The Nibiru Anunnaki and Galactic Federation began activating the Crystal Temple Network for scalar pulse transmission in 1942, and in an unsuccessful attempt to block Zeta and Illuminati races from conducting the 1943 Philadelphia experiment, which would hamper the Anunnaki's intended 2000 through 2017 One World Order Dominion agenda. Presently, the battle is on as the UIR, several smaller competing fallen angelic collectives, and Emerald Covenant nations covertly struggle to gain primary control over Earth's Crystal Temple Network before 2003, using planetary Templar and Merkaba EM field mechanics and scalar pulse technologies. The recently revealed selenite caves in Mexico are a very small supplicate matrix, recently activated by the UIR as a scalar transmission station. This installation connects to the larger tributary systems surrounding the main Nibiru Crystal Temple base in central Mexico. The UIR permitted this selenite cave to be found by releasing the cloaking shield surrounding it in preparation for their intended covert physical infiltration of Earth, for the Nibiru Crystal Temple Network bases to activate at full scalar transmission capacity. The cloaking shield buffer must be deactivated, which leaves the usual invisible/cloaked installations vulnerable to inadvertent human discovery. Other related Crystal Temple cavern systems, containing selenite, quartz, amethyst, diamond, and various types of beryl deposits, will be found within the next 3 to 9 years. 2 are due for activation and discovery around the end of 2002. Locations not yet revealed to me by the GA for security reasons. More information on the Nibiru Crystal Temple Network and related subjects can be found in our Masters Templar coursebook, now available, and forthcoming Forbidden Testaments of Revelation book. The UIR and Illuminati collectives have a vested interest in preventing the Emerald Covenant nations from recoding the Nibiru Crystal Temple Network to a 12-code pulse, as this would place these planetary Templar control scalar pulse transmission stations out of the UIR's D11 frequency range. Under natural D12 programming, the NDC grid and Crystal Temple Network would be inaccessible to the UIR's manipulation, and could then be used by Emerald Covenant nations to rapidly place Earth's Templar and the Montauk problem under a D12 security seal. If the Earth's natural D12 planetary Maharic seal can be stimulated into activation, any further advancement of the UIR Illuminati One World Order Master Plan and Pole Shift agenda will be prevented. The UIR One World Order Illuminati Master Plan, which now hinges on their ability to implement a global mass frequency fence by 2003, requires the use of Nibiru Crystal Temple Network for continual transmission of the frequency fence sub-ultra-low frequency scalar pulse program. During the GA/Iani Labor Day 2001 workshop of September 1st through 3rd, the GA explained that the UIR had initiated an aggressive, expedited step of advancement of their Illuminati One World Order master plan. Expedition of their already delayed One World Order master plan was successfully initiated by August 30th, 2001, in an attempt to gain control of the Nibiru Crystal Temple network before Emerald Covenant nations could complete their intended 12-code pulse reprogramming before 2003. GA Templar mechanics conducted during the January 2001 Florida Azurite gathering had temporarily thwarted the UIR from achieving the full activation of the Montauk facility. The GA had successfully reprogrammed to a natural 12-code pulse the main planetary accitonal line connected to Montauk, which has been used for UIR global scalar pulse transmission. By September 2001, the UIR had activated and interconnected for purposes of frequency amplification a series of smaller global ley line tributaries running through the Montauk facility. The Trion Mayhe Fields in expedited Amenti opening. Due to the UIR's August 12th through 30th, 2001 full activation of the Montauk facility, combined with the May 2001 early activation of Sirius B Stargate 6, Earth is now in big trouble. During our Labor Day 2001 workshop, the GA/Iani calmly explained that due to this recent advancement of the UIR's Illuminati One World Order master plan, they would now have to take the final emergency measure to prevent pole shift and to stop further expedition of the UIR agenda. We were provided with new introductory teachings on Veka Code and Trion Field Masters RRT Templar mechanics, through which we could assist the Emerald Covenant nations in creating a planetary Trion, or Trinity field. A successful Trion field will allow Earth's now precariously balanced EM grids, planetary shields, and Merkaba field to be directly linked into planetary shields of the inner Earth time continuum. Earth's Templar will be simultaneously linked into the planetary shields of a free counterpart of future Earth that exists in a transharmonic accelerated time cycle called the Mayhe Zone. The planetary shields from the two-time matrices will serve as photosonic anchoring rods, huge standing columnar waves of 15-dimensional and audible sound called Trion pillars. Once anchored in Earth's planetary shields, the Trion pillars will draw Earth's stargates and shields into natural alignment with the inner Earth time continuum, so the bridge zone time continuum shift can progressively proceed. This three-way link, or Trinity bond, between the three-time matrices systems will create enough D12 and higher frequency thrust to allow the Guardian nations to complete their 12-code pulse reprogramming of the Nibiru Crystal Temple network and Earth's Templar before 2003. If the Trion field is successful, the UIR will be unable to fulfill their intention of expediting their frequency fence project in 2002 through 2003 to rapidly advance their One World Order agenda. Earth's planetary shields will progressively return to their organic EM balances under a natural D12 planetary Maharic seal, averting pole shift and preventing further fallen angelic/intruder ET infiltration and manipulation during the SAC. This is the focus of the Founders' planetary healing endeavors and peace efforts from now until 2003 end. Much hangs in the balance. Presently, Earth's planetary shields are activating at an alarming rate, drawing in massive amounts of frequency from Sirius B Stargate 6 due to the UIR's full activation of the Montauk facility and related installations. This is causing a progressive time acceleration of Earth's passage through the 2017 SAC. If Earth does not succumb to the now advancing UIR Illuminati One World Order Master Plan, the Amenti Ascension Schedule, see page 201, will reach fulfillment much earlier than originally anticipated. Emerald Covenant races are unable to prevent this undesired acceleration of Earth's SAC, as the UIR's phototronic transmissions have triggered the automatic frequency acceleration sequences in Earth's planetary shields. The most the GA can hope to do is to stabilize Earth's Templar as the SAC rapidly unfolds. The opening of the Halls of Amenti Stargates, originally due to occur in 2012, the coming 2017 3-day particle conversion period, and all stellar wave infusions initially due prior to 2012 will now occur between 2003 and 2006. If the Trion field is successfully created before 2003, a frequency blanket called the Mehi field can be constructed within Earth's magnosphere and outer atmosphere, which will buffer Earth from many effects of these accelerated frequency infusions. The Mehi field, created through a temporary merging of Earth's planetary Merkaba field and that of the Mehi zone time matrix, can absorb much of the excessive frequency that will otherwise bombard Earth's planetary shields and collapse Earth's magnetic fields and atmosphere during the 3-day particle conversion period. In the Labor Day 2001 workshop, most of us were deeply sobered by the GA/Iani's technical physics answer to the question of what will Earth life experience during this accelerated phase before the 3-day particle conversion period. This information is too lengthy for inclusion in this book. I will simply say that if the Mehi field is not created, you wouldn't want to be here. One summary clue is the scientific term called hydrogen burning. All Emerald Covenant crisis intervention efforts are now directed to creating the Trion field and Mehi field on Earth and blocking the UIR frequency fence between now and 2003. There is no time left for wasting energy with Illuminati sparring matches or counteracting disinformation campaigns. The game is on. People in the advanced master planetary Templar mechanics is literally the only solution to this dilemma. If the real truth as explained above is a bit too much to handle, then perhaps the big picture will begin to make more sense through understanding the smaller but equally bothersome reality of the now rapidly advancing UIR Illuminati One World Order Master Plan. On the day of our Labor Day 2001 workshop, September 3rd, 8 days prior to the 9/11/2001 Trade Tower/Pentagon terrorist attack, the GA revealed the second, interconnected pending crisis issue. The UIR and Illuminati had finally managed to fully expedite activation of the Montauk facility and its global scalar pulse transmission network. The UIR's schedule of advancing their Illuminati One World Order Master Plan, which originally involved initiation of the 2003 Dimensional Blend Experiment, see page 110, and 2004 Frequency Fence, has been expedited and fully set in motion. Phase 1 of their intended frequency fence would need to be forcefully implemented before 2003 if they were to prevent Emerald Covenant nations from permanently securing under a natural 12-code pulse the 24 Nibiru Crystal Temple network transmission sites. More disturbingly, the GA revealed that the first major move in expediting the UIR Illuminati's One World Order Master Plan into externalized motion had just begun. The GA security release data revealed in the Labor Day 2001 workshop was not the first warning the GA had provided regarding the potentials of horror inherent to the Illuminati One World Order agenda. My first chilling glimpse at this reality came in October of 1999, about 1 year before the interstellar political drama escalated to its present state of chaos through the consolidation of fallen angelic invasion forces and the September 7th through 12th, 2000 formation of the UIR. The October 1999 classified document, Psychotronics, Montauk in One World Order. And the only classified dispensation of data the GA had ever given. A 53-page manuscript was transcribed in October of 1999, detailing some of what the then dominant Zeta Rigelian Dracos / Draconian and Anunnaki One World Order forces had in store if the GA peace effort could not prevent advancement of their agendas. Only a few copies of this transcript were produced, and I was permitted to share them with only a few close friends and people directly involved in the GA work. The information contained in this GA dispensation detailed some disturbing Illuminati actions that were already occurring in 1999, and revealed data on a few very frightening potential events that would emerge into the official 3D reality if the Emerald Covenant Crisis Prevention Initiative failed. The Emerald Covenant founders' races had deemed the October 1999 classified information unsuitable for public release at that time. They knew that the information would generate unnecessary fear over events we might likely avert by GA peace efforts. These revelations of Illuminati activities would serve to initiate an even greater slander / disinformation / public attack campaign against the GA work and me personally, among Anunnaki representatives within the New Age movement and Zeta Dracos representatives in the UFO movement. The deciding factor preventing this data from being authorized for public release was that disclosure would cause the then extremely fragile and rapidly disintegrating 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements to be shattered completely. Unknowing to me at the time, in 1999, Emerald Covenant nations were deeply immersed within terribly volatile, top-security politically sensitive negotiations with major Anunnaki nations, attempting to persuade them to honor their 1992 peace treaty promises. In 1999, Emerald Covenant nations still had hope that the 2000 through 2017 final conflict drama on Earth could be averted through fulfillment of the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements. The last-ditch attempt at resurrecting this failed 1992 peace treaty between Guardian and Anunnaki legions was the July 5, 2000 Treaty of Altair, which had failed miserably by September 12, 2000, resulting in the UIR Edict of War. Throughout 1999, the GA and Emerald Covenant nations had been trying desperately to prevent the event of war with the Anunnaki, due to their NDC grid stronghold over Earth's Templar. Factions of the Anunnaki Legion, ruling portions of the Galactic Federation, Ashtar Command, Alpha Omega Order Melchizedeks, and Nibiru Thoth Enki Zephilium Anunnaki, had defected from the Pleiadian-Sirian agreements and made friendly enemies deals with a faction of the competing Dracos Omnicron Draconian hybrid race in March 1999. In the Dracos Anunnaki agreements, the Nibiru Councils of 9, 12, and 24 mandated that a program of human genocide would be immediately initiated to reduce the number of human populations, so easier advancement of the Anunnaki Dracos Illuminati One World Order Master Plan could proceed. The October 1999 classified information detailed that a type of psychotronic scalar pulse technology called a phantom pulse would be transmitted to key locations on Earth by the Montauk facility and low-scale activation of portions of the Nibiru Crystal Temple network. The phantom pulses would progressively amplify over time, beginning within the areas of Earth's planetary shields into which they were set, due to the progression of the SAC. The purpose of the phantom pulse transmissions was to progressively send digitally encoded psychotronic mind control directives to certain segments of international populations, through which the 3D event of human war, escalating rapidly into World War III Armageddon scenarios, would unfold within the human drama. The progression of trigger events through which this human war would be progressively instigated by psychotronic transmission would not begin until the phantom pulses had reached a critical mass transmission strength in Earth's grids. In synchronization with the originally scheduled progression of Earth's SAC, the first set of psychotronically induced trigger events and their resulting 3D political actions, orchestrated by targeted individuals and collectives, were intended to begin in 2002. The October 1999 classified document further explained that a smaller, less developed version of this technology had been tested by the Rigelian Zeta Dracos Alliance in the area of Bosnia, and that it was working successfully to instigate human political unrest. The document further revealed that between June-July 1999, the Zetas, with assistance from the Anunnaki, reactivated a portion of the Zeta scalar transmission facility at Montauk to amplify the capabilities of this psychotronic technology. It was further explained in the October 1999 dispensation that on August 11, 1999, the first set of 3 phantom pulses, directed at American targets, was issued by the UIR. The first pulse sequence was sent into the Roswell, New Mexico vortex system, the second to the Castle Rock vortex in Sedona, Arizona, and the third was transmitted into the Montauk, Long Island, Manhattan, New York vortex system. The document then mentioned that a second set of phantom pulses was intended to be issued into the planetary vortex to Jerusalem, Israel, on November 18, 1999, and the third and final set of first phase pulses were scheduled for China on December 12, 1999. All of these targets were hit with amplified psychotronic scalar phantom pulses as scheduled. The information pertaining to the Anunnaki Draco Zeta intended dates of the first wave phantom pulse transmission was obtained by Enoch, the Density 3 immortal Jehovian Anunnaki human hybrid, who had appealed for an Emerald Covenant redemption contract in 1983. Since 1983, Enoch has remained loyal to the Emerald Covenant, and also throughout the 1992 through 1999 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements, following his long stint of service as a major player within the Jehovian Anunnaki One World Dominion agenda between 10 AD and 1983. In 1999, Enoch was able to secretly obtain this Anunnaki military strategic information from his contacts within the Jehovian Anunnaki Legion, Arcturus, Orion, and Sirius A. The information presented in the October 1999 classified document was entrusted to me only so that I would begin to really understand the seriousness of Earth's position, and so that I could present some of the information on solutions to the public in 1999. This public presentation was conducted and filmed on December 12, 1999 in a large NYC workshop, through which the first grouping of the Azurite Templar security team was formed. At this time, the Emerald Covenant agenda was focused exclusively upon continuing GA/Founders Emerald Covenant interstellar political negotiations in hopes of bringing the Anunnaki and their Illuminati forces back into the Pleiadian-Sirian Agreements peace treaty, and upon preparing the Azurite security team for Masters Planetary Shields clinics. Planetary Shields clinics are the only technology through which this One World Order agenda and Phantom Pulse technologies can be stopped. The Emerald Covenant nations, with help from the East Coast US Azurite team, achieved the first major and utterly essential preliminary victory in their crisis intervention program, grounding of the Stellar Bridge on a 12-code pulse during the Transcendence Day stand of January 1st, 2000. With this accomplishment, Emerald Covenant nations were finally in the game and had a decent chance of protecting Earth and humanity from the advancing Illuminati One World Order agenda and Nibiru Council mandate of human genocide. The frequency war was on between the Guardian and Fallen Angelic nations. The victor would control Earth's planetary Templar complex and thus the ultimate fate of the 2000 through 2017 SAC, and consequently Earth's immediate destiny. When Anunnaki legions finally fully defected from the Emerald Covenant Treaty of Altair on September 12, 2000, joining and expanding the forces of the UIR. The Emerald Covenant nations went under a state of war alert. The October 1999 classified document covered a variety of related issues, focusing on peaceful solutions. This document is too large to include here, and more recent data is far more pertinent. The most intriguing aspect of the October 1999 dispensation is that it clearly identified that the GA had learned that the then dominant One World Order Dominion agenda of the fallen angelic/intruder ET forces had an established agenda of orchestrating human genocide for specific mass population reduction. The Zeta Dracos Anunnaki force intended to covertly use psychotronics to trigger specific actions within the ranks of their Illuminati puppets and the interior world government, to remotely instigate World War III among human nations. Reducing specific human and indigo child populations on Earth was part of their larger Earth infiltration and physical invasion plan, through which they intend to progressively secure, first covert then overt physical presence on Earth, in preparation for seizing dominion of Earth and the halls of Amenti stargates. Sleepers, terrorists, remote viewing, RITs, and the net. Following the October 1999 classified dispensation, the GA infrequently provided bits of additional non-specific information pertaining to various fallen angelic and intruder ET and Illuminati intentions, such as psychotronically triggered Illuminati terrorist attacks, including the use of bioterrorism. I was told, in various brief personal discussions with GA members in 1999 and early 2000, that there were Illuminati sleeper groups, unnamed and unidentified, of various nationalities scattered within about 15 major, unnamed countries. They said world governments knew since their beginning formation in the 1960s through the 1980s that the various sleeper terrorist groups existed and had most of them already under constant surveillance. The sleepers were intended as the eventual targets of psychotronic triggering launched by the Zeta Dracos Anunnaki fallen angelic collectives if their One World Order master plan progressed beyond 2002. The GA did not stress the sleepers as being the primary threat to planetary security. The greatest threat was the intention of the fallen angelic forces to trigger wars between nations. In 1999 to early 2000, the Illuminati sleeper groups were not intended as the force that would start the World War III drama. The fallen angelics simply intended to use them after the fact of major global war as covert militia operatives. The GA intended to warn the public of any known sleeper activity if that time ever came. Our intentions were focused upon securing Earth's Templar from further fallen angelic/intruder ET infiltration, and upon peacefully preventing further advancement of the Zeta Dracos Anunnaki Illuminati One World Order master plan through Master's planetary Templar mechanics in order to prevent World War III. The Emerald Covenant nations have kept sleeper groups under surveillance whenever possible, but this is often difficult as they are frequently moved around to different locations. The GA explained that the Illuminati sleeper groups are moved about within the many geographical locations on Earth where the planetary exotonal lines, ley lines, planetary shields, and crystal temple networks are controlled by the fallen angelic/intruder ET collectives. In these areas, Emerald Covenant nations face great difficulty in electronic, photoradionic, and photosonic surveillance as the fallen angelics use jamming scalar pulse frequencies to retain their privacy. Remote viewing, or mental surveillance through projection of 3D consciousness into the D4 astral field, is the most effective method of sleeper surveillance. But this too has its drawbacks in relation to monitoring of fallen angelic/Illuminati operatives. A small group in each Illuminati sleeper force collectively is trained in remote viewing detection by their fallen angelic directors. These individuals can sense incoming astral presence. Remote viewing technology is far more developed than is realized in mainstream society. Not only are there many human and Illuminati remote viewing surveillance teams presently active on the planet, but there are also several collectives of highly trained remote interactive teams, or RITs, that utilized advanced astral field technologies for D4 astral interaction and manipulation of individuals and populations. These groups of higher ranking, ultra security clearance Illuminati operatives are trained literally in astral combat and infiltration. In some Earth locations, large underground Illuminati laboratories are set up for training, tracking, and directing RIT programs. These facilities utilize advanced bioelectrical technologies and mechanically transmitted EM currents combined with induced neurochemical compounds to force RIT subjects out of body by DNA template/pineal stimulation. Most Illuminati RIT members do not realize that they themselves are fully tagged and that their training agents keep them under continued surveillance mind control. More advanced master RIT programs utilize skilled consciousness projection without the use of mechanical, chemical, or external electrical support. Such master RITs are few and far between because development of natural consciousness projection skill requires sustained DNA template activation and higher dimensional consciousness integration, which presents the opportunity for the personal soul, oversoul, or avatar consciousness level to intervene and inspire the RIT to peaceful solutions. Fallen angelic master RIT programs involved with Earth do not use human or Illuminati subjects, as there is too great a risk of the earthly subject becoming free from the fallen angelic covert manipulation. Master RITs are composed fully of fallen angelic and intruder ET, dark soul/oversoul/avatar collectives, whose higher station of consciousness are also corrupted into exploitative power conquest agendas. Non-terrestrial master RITs often target humans and Illuminati individuals for intended bioenergetic field/astral attachment, or in some cases, for partial or full body possession by DNA template bonding. The lower echelons of Illuminati RITs are often sent to deliver frequency implants called TAG into the D4 astral field of unsuspecting humans. These digitally encoded EM implants serve as dormant triggers that are activated and deactivated by target remote scalar pulse transmission, causing the individuals to fall into Illuminati mind control at times when they are needed as covert Illuminati operatives. When the implant is deactivated, the person returns to normal, often with no conscious memory of what transpired when the implant was active. Astral frequency implants, or tags, are very often used to control, activate, and awaken Illuminati sleeper groups, as they allow for specific instructions of action to be remotely transferred by digital scalar pulse into the subject's mind. The subject experiences them as personal thoughts, or sometimes as voices from spirit or God, etc. The tags utilized by Illuminati RIT forces have a short lifespan. Their EM frequency programs become non-distinct and disperse over time, thus requiring repeated remote tagging. Tags also have a limited receiving range. If the subject's body moves out of range of the intended scalar pulse transmitting facility, the tag will fail to operate. For this reason, there is a multitude of tag tracking units orbiting around Earth in the D4 frequency bands. These mechanical constructs track and tag and serve as scalar pulse relay stations for roving tag activation. People can easily protect themselves from these seemingly elaborate Illuminati and fallen angelic/intruder ET schemes by simply consistently and frequently using the Maharic seal technique. See page 496. The Maharic seal manually activates the natural D12 frequency subharmonics within the human and Illuminati hybrid DNA template, creating an organic, temporary D12 frequency C in the personal biofield, DNA, and consciousness. This D12 frequency seal will clear astral tags, prevent further tagging, and block master writs from biofield astral attachment and DNA bonding. Our lack of awareness as to the existence of these technologies and how to easily protect ourselves against them is the only reason these forces can affect us. In relation to Emerald Covenant nations tracking Illuminati sleeper groups on Earth, remote viewing is the only effective method of surveillance, but it is not a foolproof technology. Planetary shield scalar pulse interference creates perceptual buffer screens even to the D4 astral perception, and many sleeper groups are hidden beneath the holographic insert fields, which are mechanically generated to give false readings in remote viewing surveillance. Presently, the D4 frequency bands of Earth are literally surrounded by multiple layers of fallen angelic constructed buffer screens, holographic insert fields, and EM detection blankets. This planetary astral mess is referred to in English language as the net, the Nibiru electrostatic transduction field. The net was originally constructed in Atlantis by invading Nibiru Anunnaki races beginning in 25,500 BC and was anchored into Earth shields by the NDC grid and Nibiru crystal temple network. In 9558 BC, the Anunnaki fortified the net, as they have at various times since then, progressively intercepting all natural electrical transmission lines to and from Earth. Since 9558 BC, the Anunnaki have been preparing the net to be lowered into the D3 frequency bands as a frequency fence, through which they intended to gain easy control over Earth's populations during their scheduled 2000 through 2017 SAC invasion. In the 1943 Philadelphia experiment, Zeta Rigelian races poked holes, electromagnetic openings in the net, enabling them to create a doorway into our space-time coordinate. Emerald Covenant nations have been working to break through the net for many thousands of years, having some temporary, localized victories in certain periods. In the 1992 Pleiadian-Syrian Agreements peace treaty, the Nibiru Anunnaki permitted Emerald Covenant nations limited use of smaller frequency relay transmission lines of the net for communication purposes, and promised to disengage the net and its manipulative program by 2000 in preparation for the SAC. From 1992 to 1994, the net was used to amplify frequency through which the Zeta Rigelian/Draco Montauk facility was temporarily disabled. During mid-1998 through 1999, as the Nibiru Anunnaki launched their first mass defection from the Pleiadian-Syrian agreements, the net was interfaced with the Zeta Rigelian/Draco Montauk facility. The Net Montauk interface was a collaborative Zeta Rigelian/Dracos and Nibiru Anunnaki effort to prepare for lowering the net into the 3D frequency bands by interface with earthly electrical grid technologies to create their jointly intended sinister frequency fence mass mind control network in 2004. In September 2000, the Net and Frequency Fence Initiative came under UIR control, and the intended target date for beginning the frequency fence was pulled forward from 2004 to 2002. Since 1998, Emerald Covenant nations have used their limited access to net transmission lines to begin poking holes in the net. They are now progressively working to dissolve the net through progressive 12-code pulse reprogramming of the 24 Nibiru Crystal Temple network bases, through which the frequencies of the net are anchored into Earth's planetary shields. Over the last 100 years, Anunnaki races have been using the net to transmit specific technological information to strategically positioned, selected Illuminati sleepers, through which human science could slowly advance by covert Anunnaki inspiration. Since 1943, the Zeta Dracos have been running a counter-ET technology training program on Earth in hopes of capturing full control of the Anunnaki net for use in their own agendas. In 1999, the Anunnaki and Zeta Rigelian/Dracos forces agreed to work together to prevent Emerald Covenant nations from disengaging the net. The intruder ET technology training that had been literally electronically inserted into the minds of men was paced so that human science would selectively advance to the development of the specific technologies that would be needed to lower the frequency fence into the D3 frequency bands. The man-made electrical grid networks of Earth, and literally all core radio, television, fiber optics, digital, EM pulse, sonic pulse, and microchip technologies have emerged in human civilization through the genius of people selected for covert, fallen angelic/intruder ET inspiration. If Emerald Covenant races had been able to provide humanity's technological education over the past 10,000 years, natural, thought-directed subtle wave technologies built upon organic creation physics, Cole scalar template dynamics, and sacred planetary Templar Merkaba mechanics would have long ago transported Earth's people beyond the earthly limitations. A race does not need airplanes when knowledge of natural portal and Stargate passage is used effectively. One does not need light bulbs when one knows how to project self-contained luminescent biodion field standing waves, or when a civilization utilizes the natural global free energy systems inherent to Earth's Templar complex. Just a few things we can eventually look forward to when Earth becomes a free planet. Emerald Covenant training would also have served to provide the cultural, spiritual, and social ethics through which the power of science can be used to enhance and free consciousness within the manifest experience, rather than degrade and enslave it. The earthly ground technologies that are now commonplace in developed nations are not the benign and helpful miracles of human science that they appear to be. Their development was covertly orchestrated off-planet with the following intentions in mind: to strengthen the frequencies of the D4 net, progressively drawing the net into the D3 frequency band; to suppress the natural DNA template and pineal activation in humans that would normally occur during the 2000 through 2017 SAC in order to harness human consciousness into the D3 field. If our fourth DNA strand were not partially blocked from activation, we would all be able to see that the D4 frequency bands surrounding Earth and our local galaxy presently look like an ET parking lot. If human and indigo DNA is suppressed, they cannot effectively run the natural 12-dimensional Kundalini Maharata life force currents through the body, which are intended to run RRTs into the planetary shields during SACs. To amplify existing DNA mutations in human, indigo, and Illuminati races for lower immune system response, to expedite biological deterioration of selected populations in preparation for and during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. To create frequency weakness in the D4 human, indigo, and Illuminati astral body, so astral tagging, biofield infiltration, and mind control can be easily and covertly orchestrated on a mass level. To interfere with the natural function of human brain waves, blood, and hormonal systems in order to amplify humanity's present entrapment within the biological form. To distract human attention fully into the external world and into disempowering dependence upon external technologies, so the natural powers of mind, spirit, and DNA remain undeveloped. These are only some of the things that our modern technologies were intentionally designed to do for us, while keeping us joyfully enamored with their apparent advantages. Atlantis Revisited. But now that these technologies are here, they can be used to promote well-being rather than damage. We are not an anti-technology religious dogma group. At the expense of sounding redundant, I will point out that the D12 frequencies generated in the personal biology by consistent use of the Maharic shield will progressively clear and neutralize the personal effects of damaging electromagnetic emissions. If you can generate, through educated mental direction of bioenergy, organic D12 subharmonics through the nanosecond activation of the dormant portions of your DNA template and biofield, you do not need external devices such as tachyon field inceptors to protect you from Earth's present environment. There are numerous other natural means of protection that, if used with the Maharic seal, will amplify personal immunity to such damaging invisible wave fields. If Emerald Covenant nations successfully create a D12 planetary Maharic seal during the SAC, Earth's environment will also progressively heal, clear, and neutralize the damaging effects of these technologies. The technologies themselves will be steadily evolved to a more advanced, ethical order of sacred physics applications. In greater terms, advancement of our fallen angelic/intruder ET inspired human technology was intended not only as a control mechanism for human populations. Our deceitful stellar neighbors have bigger plans in mind. Contemporary global technologies, such as the HART Project, Montauk Facility, see page 136, electrical and nuclear power plants, computers, satellites, and EM sonic scalar pulse technologies were given to us so we would already have core technological installations built on planet. These technologies all have the capacity to be linked together through the Nibiru Crystal Temple network and interdimensional spacecraft to create a massive powerful photosonic pulse generation and transmission system. Conveniently, this is the precise system that the fallen angelic/intruder ET races need to forcibly blow through the cloaking shields, photosonic security force fields that protect the portals connecting to surface Earth and the inner Earth time cycle, where the halls of Amenti Stargate control temples are located. Over the last 100 years, human and Illuminati races have served the Atlantean Nibiru Anunnaki invasion force well as a source of amnesiac technological slave labor, and our slave masters are intending to soon reap the harvest we have so painstakingly cultivated unknowingly on their behalf. It's time to wake up, world, and face the hard fact that what we are now experiencing in 3D is the beginning of an anticipated and highly strategic climax of the long-nurtured Anunnaki Luciferian Covenant agenda of 9560 BC. An agenda that has recently become more tightly focused, powerful, and organized by consolidation of a variety of once competing One World Order agendas through formation of the UIR. The diabolical Luciferian Covenant itself is part of a much older, larger, less organized collection of competing fallen angelic/intruder ET intended invasion forces that have been collectively orchestrating the Atlantean conspiracy, the roots of which go back over 200,000 years. All of these competing One World Order fallen angelic/intruder ET dominion agendas have always shared one core prime initiative: full physical conquest of surface Earth as the strategic location from which full physical invasion of the inner Earth time cycle and halls of Amenti control sites was intended to be launched. Between 50,000 BC and 9560 BC, the advanced human civilizations of Lemuria, Mu'a, and Atlantis were progressively invaded by competing Anunnaki and Draconian agenda races by forced fallen angelic and intruder ET hybridization, through which the Illuminati hybrid puppet races, the Leviathan Force, was created. Between 9560 BC and 9558 BC, the Anunnaki invader race gained control of what remained of Atlantis through the use of the net and its mind-controlled Illuminati hybrid team. In 9558 BC, they orchestrated a massive planetary house cleaning, editing, and rewriting of our human historical records and have methodically orchestrated each stage of the Luciferian Covenant since, in preparation for the final intended invasion of the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Sometimes truth is, indeed, much stranger than fiction. The Anunnaki would have us totally under their spell by now if the Zeta Rigelian and Draconian One World Order forces and the Illuminati hybrid sleepers hadn't been giving them a run for their money since 1943. This explanation of our history and present circumstances seems surreal and perhaps fanciful. Even if this information were not drawn directly from the CDT plate ancient historical records, which it is, this scenario takes a turn toward the plausible real when we begin to see how contemporary global 3D events fits into the context of this advancing Illuminati One World Order master plan. What do sleepers, writs, the net, intruder ET technology, and the fallen angelic Atlantean conspiracy drama have to do with the 9/11 disaster? Everything. A review of recent history directly pertaining to these subjects and a glimpse at the fallen angelic UIR Illuminati One World Order master plan will provide the context through which the direct connection between mass events, such as the very real 9/11 disaster, seemingly unreal Atlantean conspiracy, can be most easily understood. The recent historical context from which our present drama has emerged begins with the 1930s Zeta Treaties and ends with the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements and their final September 12, 2000 dissolution into the UIR Edict of War. The Phi X Wormhole and Illuminati One World Order. The Bermuda Triangle, Phi X Wormhole, Falcon Matrix, and World War II. Prior to the Anunnaki's September 12, 2000 defection from the Treaty of Altair Emerald Covenant Peace Treaty, GA races were hopeful that cooperation between Guardian races and the previously ill-intended Anunnaki would allow for a peaceful resolution to the final conflict drama that had been brewing since the 9560 BC Luciferian Covenant. Since November 1992, Emerald Covenant races have had to make concessions regarding the expedient release of data in order to maintain peaceful cooperation from Anunnaki collectives controlling the net. In 1992, the GA knew that the interstellar political circumstances were extremely volatile as Earth approached the 2000 through 2017 stellar activation cycle, SAC. They also knew, since the last failed SAC of 22,326 BC had ended in a stalemate between the competing agendas of the Draconian/Reptilian Anunnaki and Emerald Covenant races, that the 2000 through 2017 SAC would represent the climax of a long-term battle between the forces of freedom and those of dominion. The 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements arose out of necessity if peace were to be maintained and cataclysm averted during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. The opportunity for these well-intended but ill-fated peace agreements arose from the actions of numerous Illuminati hybrid human collectives since the early 1930s. As explained in Voyagers 1, certain factions within several world governments had made covert treaties with the Draconian agenda Rigelian Zeta Nephilium races of Orion, and thus the Zeta Treaties and MJ-12 were born. Because of these intended One World Order Draconian Reptilian Dominion treaties, competing Anunnaki forces who, since Atlantis, had been nurturing their Illuminati hybrid sleeper races on Earth for their intended 2000 through 2017 takeover, suddenly found that their long-anticipated position of covert power had been compromised. Since the formation of the Anunnaki-Luciferian Covenant of 9560 BC, Anunnaki legions had orchestrated a progressive infiltration of human 12-tribe culture and systematic destruction and distortion of the human historical records by their Anu Melchizedek human hybrid Illuminati race lines. Since formation of the ancient Luciferian Covenant, the Anunnaki had intended for these Illuminati race sleepers to be in position for overt Anunnaki infiltration and takeover of Earth by the Savior Space Brothers deception drama when the long-awaited 2000 through 2017 SAC arrived. Anunnaki races of Nibiru, Pleiades Alcyone, Sirius A, Andromeda, Alpha and Omega Centauri, Arcturus, and Orion had progressively gained a stronghold on Earth through the 25,500 BC installation of the Nibiru Electrostatic Transduction, the NET, and Nibiru Dyadic Crystal, the NDC grid, at Stonehenge. Since the 9558 BC Anunnaki orchestrated Atlantean flood drama and planetary house cleaning, removal of historical records, and planting of false historical evidence, the major interstellar photosonic communication systems of Earth, the Nibiru Crystal Temple Network, was Anunnaki controlled by the NET, making Emerald Covenant Guardian race communication with human populations progressively more difficult. The Anunnaki races were not the only ones running the long-term infiltration through hybridization agenda. Since initiation of the 9560 BC Luciferian Covenant, in preparation for the One World Order Dominion conquest, scheduled for the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Numerous factions of Illuminati hybrid races of both Anunnaki and Draconian/Reptilian descent were created through raiding of the Atlantean Anu Melchizedek hybrid race line that emerged from the Emerald Covenant Anunnaki DNA bioregenesis program. The warring and conquest documented in known human historical record since 9560 BC has been an illustration of the progressive power quest between competing factions of Illuminati hybrids for Earth's Stargate site dominion. The true race identity of human 12-tribe races progressively became lost in the shuffle and engulfed by Illuminati hybrid race identity as Illuminati hybrid races, always directly but covertly motivated from behind the scenes by their respective fallen angelic collectives, launched their competing territorial dominion campaigns. The elite masters of war that have held, by force, positions of political, religious, and economic power throughout our known history, from Sumeria, Babylon, Egypt, and Rome, up to the present day, covert world management team, are the Illuminati hybrid sleeper races. The Illuminati hybrid sleeper races are the earthly representatives of competing Anunnaki, Necromaton, and Draconian/Reptilian fallen angelic legions. And they have been the motivating force behind literally all human politics since the 9558 BC fall of Atlantis. Illuminati hybrid sleepers are but a minority within the Earth's populations, but they are those presently in positions of greatest power and influence behind the global political, religious, and economic infrastructure. Like Earth's human races, Illuminati sleeper races have been subjected to literally thousands of years of false cultural and religious programming via implanted Anunnaki and Draconian/Reptilian indoctrination. Most sleeper races do not consciously know of the reality of fallen angelics/ETs. Only the few elite, key controllers among each sleeper faction are permitted conscious knowledge of covert fallen angelic/ET contact, and none are permitted full knowledge regarding the real fallen angelic/ET agendas. Fallen angelics historically controlled their sleepers to serve as their expendable pawns upon chessboard Earth, through remote net transmissions of subliminal psychotronic EM scalar pulse programs and astral tagging. Though Illuminati hybrid sleeper races appear both outwardly and genetically like common humans, due to the genetic mutations that began in 25,500 BC, they do not have the human soul essence. The sleepers are incarnates from the fallen angelic/ET collectives that control them. Genuine human 12 tribe incarnates emerge from a once ascended Master Guardian Magi Grail Line soul collective, not from the fallen angelic collectives from which the Illuminati sleepers emerge. The various competing Anunnaki and Draconian/Reptilian Illuminati hybrid sleeper races have been a hidden, predominant reality on Earth since 155,000 BC. Since the 9560 BC formalization of the Anunnaki-Luciferian Covenant, the competing family lines of Illuminati sleeper races have been a part of a progressively orchestrated, highly organized long-term strategic plan to create fallen angelic master races on Earth in preparation for the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Through these fallen angelic Illuminati hybrid sleeper master races, the competing legions of Anunnaki and Draconian/Reptilian interstellar collectives, each intended to achieve dominion of Earth's stargates during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. The strategic plans of fallen angelic/intruder ET Earth Dominion agendas that were set forth in the ancient Atlantean conspiracy all held the intended scheduled climax as the 2000 through 2017 SAC. It was known by all visitor races since 22,326 BC Atlantis that the competing fallen angelic collectives intended to wage war with each other by manipulation of their Illuminati hybrid sleeper races during the 2000 through 2017 SAC and the final Dominion quest for Earth's halls of Amenti stargates. The carefully cultivated and strategically positioned Illuminati hybrid sleeper races were intended by each of the competing fallen angelic factions to serve as the tools through which the war would be won. Since the 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion, Atlantean invasion and resulted progression of fallen angelic territorial infiltration of Earth, Emerald Covenant Indigo Children and angelic human 12 tribe races have also retained their presence on Earth, despite continually advancing Illuminati hybrid and fallen angelic persecution, political infiltration, false cultural indoctrination, and attempted genocide. Guardian races, too, have their angelic sleeper races, incarnate representatives of the Founders' Emerald Covenant Coevolution Peace Treaty, who were long intended to awaken and serve as the peaceful healers and bringers of freedom when the final conflict drama of the 2000 through 2017 SAC emerged. Until the early 1930s, the Anunnaki legions believed that they had the upper hand in regard to defeating humans and Draconian/Reptilian legions in completion of the 2000 through 2017 One World Order Dominion agenda. The Anunnaki Illuminati hybrid sleeper race family lines of the Knights Templar, Freemasons, Hyksos, and related factions immersed within certain contrived religious persuasions were in position of global power, each serving in administration over large, unsuspecting, amnesiac, by DNA mutation, indoctrinated collectives of angelic human populations. The majority of human populations existed in an easy-to-direct, amnesiac state of lost race identity and religious/scientific/historical cultural disinformation propaganda control. Competing Draconian/Reptilian legions would have a difficult time mobilizing their own Illuminati sleeper race forces due to the Anunnaki's predominant control of the net and Earth's interstellar communication systems. In the early 1900s, Zeta Cephalium races from an adjacent time matrix, see Voyagers 1, managed to break through the Anunnaki net by forcing a hole in the cap of a sealed, ancient Atlantean wormhole. This wormhole, one of two remaining from the technological abuses of ancient Atlantis, is an artificially created transdimensional geophysical anomaly that has existed in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of what is now Savannah, Georgia. Since 10,500 BC, the two ancient Atlantean wormholes are in the Atlantic Ocean on Axitonal Line 7, at about 69.5 degrees west longitude off the eastern US coast. The first wormhole is on horizontal ley line 3, the Stargate 3 Bermuda/9 Bamso Tibet, Bermuda, Jerusalem, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bamso, Nagasaki line at 32 degrees north. The second is on horizontal ley line 4/10, the Stargate 4 Giza/10 Abadan, Iran, Giza, Persian Gulf, Midway line at 30 degrees north, north latitude. Collectively, the two Atlantean wormholes and the various Templar port interface networks connected to them are responsible for the odd phenomena of plane/boat disappearances and electromagnetic anomalies in the area of the Atlantic called the Bermuda Triangle. The Zeta races began surveillance of Earth territories and were rapidly joined by an aggressive, militant Zeta race from Orion Rigel, who took over administration of Zeta Earth missions on behalf of the Draconian/Reptilian agenda. By the early 1930s, through covert, direct physical contact, Zeta Rigelian forces had seduced a majority of key controllers in the global political community within both the Anunnaki and Draconian/Reptilian Illuminati hybrid sleeper races into entering the Zeta treaties to stand against what they presented as the pending Anunnaki invasion. At this point, the MJ-12 and key components of the World Management Team, Covert Interior Government, were mobilized into a unified organization under the Draconian One World Order agenda. Through the unanticipated events initiated by the Zeta treaties, Anunnaki legions were forced to initiate select, covert physical contact with key figures in their Illuminati hybrid factions in an attempt to persuade them to break the Zeta treaties in favor of Anunnaki, Pleiadian Nibiru allegiance. Though the Anunnaki gained some converts through these attempts, the majority of Illuminati hybrid races remained compromised by the trickery of the Zeta treaties, as the Zetas provided key weapons technologies to further their interests in the World War II drama. Anunnaki races refused to provide weapons technologies, as they feared their Illuminati hybrid races might use such technologies against them if the Anunnaki could not maintain critical mass control of Illuminati races. As the UFO/abduction movement progressed following the dominant Draconian/Reptilian Zeta agenda, the Anunnaki began an aggressive covert counter-campaign, using psychotronic scalar pulse technologies in the net to awaken their civilian Anunnaki Illuminati hybrid sleeper races. The Anunnaki trump card of the net/NDC grid was used to initiate psychotronic transmission of channeling contact with Illuminati sleepers and humans within the private sector. Through this covert application of selective mass mind control, progressive cooperation of unsuspecting people was garnered to advance the Anunnaki Dominion agenda, culminating in the creation of what has become the New Age movement. Throughout the building fiasco of Earth Illuminati interstellar politics, Emerald Covenant Guardian races made numerous attempts at physical contact with key members of all Illuminati factions and human governments. Guardian races offered protection from both Anunnaki and Draconian/Reptilian invasion if Illuminati and human interior government controllers would willingly honor the tenets of egalitarian freedom, non-exploitation, and peaceful coevolution as long stated within the Emerald Covenant. Direct Guardian intervention in Earth's affairs required World Management Team controllers to discontinue their programs of official denial, reveal the truth of the Atlantic wormholes and visitor contact to the public, and to present all populations the free will choice of entering the Founders' Universal Emerald Covenant Peace Treaty. Guardian races explained that advanced Stargate sciences and planetary Templar technologies would be provided in stages as needed to create peaceful protection of Earth's territories from further invasion. In order for direct Guardian assistance to be given, The Illuminati hybrid races who were controlling Earth's infrastructure on behalf of competing fallen angelic factions would need to accept the peaceful methods of intervention offered by the Emerald Covenant races. Guardian nations would not endorse the use of, nor provide, advanced weapons technologies for the pending Earth conflict. Such technologies would not secure the victory of freedom, they would ensure only planetary destruction. The Illuminati would need to put aside their own One World Order Dominion agendas, exploitation of human populations, and intentions of war in favor of peaceful interplanetary and interstellar coevolution built upon the freedom teachings of the Emerald Covenant and Lyran Syrian free cultural model. Illuminati races within the covert interior government and world management team repeatedly refused Guardian offers of assistance in favor of the One World Order Dominion agendas and promises of power hoarding offered by the competing Anunnaki and Draconian/Reptilian forces. The Phi X Wormhole in the Phantom Matrix Pit, 1943. In 1943, the Zeta/Draconian agenda gained further strength through initiation of the Philadelphia experiment, in which another time rip wormhole, or Port Interface Network, a PIN, was made in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, by the first Atlantic wormhole. This PIN connected numerous points in Earth's global geography to the adjacent time matrix that is partially under Zeta/Draconian rule. The adjacent time matrix to which Earth's new 1943 wormhole network was connected once existed as part of our own time matrix. Through repeated abuse of advanced scalar pulse technologies, this portion of our time matrix imploded 250 billion years ago, forming an 11-dimensional black hole sub-time distortion cycle within the structure of our 15-dimensional time matrix. This progressively contracting, unnatural black hole sub-time distortion system is known as the Phantom Matrix. In biblical terms, the Phantom Matrix is described as the bottomless pit and is also referred to as Hell and Hades. The fallen angelic/intruder ET races that have plagued our time matrix throughout history are the DNA mutated/consciousness distorted life forms that emerge from the Phantom Matrix into our time matrix in an attempt to energetically feed their slowly imploding dying system by harnessing life force from our living system. During the August 12, 1943 Philadelphia experiment, Zeta forces tricked Illuminati races into employing technologies that the Zeta knew would create active wormhole links between the Phantom Matrix and Atlantic wormhole. In 1943, not only were the main East Coast power centers of the US linked to the Zeta-controlled Atlantic wormhole, but an entire network of wormhole links was also created. The Zeta Phi X wormhole network extends diagonally from Portland, Maine, Boston, Massachusetts, Montauk, New York, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., Mount Mitchell/Asheville, North Carolina, Southwest Florida, Atlanta, Georgia, horizontally across the U.S. to Alaska, spanning both the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans into Northern Ireland, across Europe, and into Vietnam and Japan. Key Illuminati controllers were tricked by the Zetas into orchestrating this experiment under the false pretense of developing military cloaking and visibility technologies. In one well-orchestrated technological deception, the Zeta Rigelian Draconian Force had literally carved out their intended territory across the global map, gaining covert control of many key axonal lines, ley lines, and Stargate sites in Earth's planetary Templar, while striking terror into the hearts of their Illuminati collaborators. The Trojan horse of the Atlantean NDC grid revisited. The Zeta and Illuminati creation of this wormhole network had unanticipated consequences for the Draconian agenda races. The Phi X Philadelphia experiment wormhole allowed for yet another fallen angelic player to directly enter into the contemporary Earth game. The Necromaton Andromes and the Unholy Alliance. A fallen angelic race, which had long intended dominion over the Zeta/Draconian legions of the adjacent Phantom Time Matrix, and which had gained partial access to the Atlantean wormhole the Zetas opened in the early 1900s, was able to gain easy open access to Earth territories via the Phi X wormhole. The most diabolical player in the Earth drama is the ancient race called the Necromaton, a hybrid insectoid beetle reptilian Anunnaki hominid hybrid race from the adjacent Andromeda galaxy. The Necromatons are feared and hated by most Anunnaki and Draconian/reptilian races, and like their competitors, the Necromatons have had Illuminati hybrid sleeper races positioned among human populations of Earth since the Atlantean period. The Necromaton races are the leaders of an unholy fallen angelic alliance that involves several powerful renegade rebel races. Included in this unholy alliance and directed by Necromaton Andromi administrators are the following collectives: the Blue Centaurs and Anunnaki hybrid Centaurian races of Alpha and Omega Centauri, the Orion Black League human reptilian hybrid Noors of Altanak Orion, the Pleiades, Andromeda, and Vega Lyra. Also included are several rebel factions of both Anunnaki and Draconian/reptilian legions, including factions of the Archangel Michael and Anu Melchizedek Anunnaki Nephilim rebel races, and rebel portions of the Omnicron Draconian collective of Altanak Zeta and Alnilam Epsilon Orion. The Phi X wormhole born of the 1943 Philadelphia experiment presented the Necromaton force with renewed opportunity for large-scale Earth infiltration. Necromaton Andromi race operatives have become known as the Men in Black within the contemporary UFO drama. Between 1930 through 1943, most Necromaton Andromes were not particularly interested in participating overtly in the final conflict Earth drama being set up by competing Anunnaki and Draconian/reptilian factions. The Necromaton had an Earth Stargate Dominion agenda of their own, which originally included extermination of all Earth races, including the Illuminati hybrid operatives of the other fallen angelic collectives. Originally, the Necromaton intended to build their underground power bases and wait and see whether the Draconian/reptilian or Anunnaki forces won the final conflict, intending then to dispose the victors and claim Earth, Inner Earth, and the halls of Amenti stargates for their own. The Necromaton races planned to take direct action only if the 2000 through 2017 SAC fully commenced, as the Amenti gates could not be accessed otherwise. No one knew for certain until 1998 whether or not Earth's core vibration would sustain commencement of the pending SAC, but all interstellar races were positioning their Illuminati operatives for the dramas that were due to rapidly emerge should the SAC commence in 2000. Unlike Anunnaki and Draconian/reptilian races, the Necromaton were not interested in dominion of surface Earth because their primary genetic strains cannot live long under the surface Earth conditions. Their interest in Earth is strategic only. Earth is the primary point in our time matrix from which the halls of Amenti stargates can be potentially invaded. When the Zeta Rigelians advanced their One World Order agenda by creating the Phi X wormhole, the Necromaton set up underground bases in certain strategic locations, beginning limited covert contact with key members of their Illuminati sleeper races for future reference. From 1943 forward, Both Anunnaki and Draconian/Reptilian legions and their Illuminati hybrid loyals contrived competing step-by-step strategic plans by which covert political infiltration, leading to One World Order surface Earth dominion between 2008 and 2012, would be progressively set in motion. The Zeta Rigelian Draconian agenda had advanced rapidly following the 1930s Zeta treaties, quickly overpowering the previously Anunnaki-dominated covert Illuminati political landscape. In the early 1930s, the Majestic 12 Illuminati head of Zeta Draconian agenda operations had progressively infiltrated key positions of world politics, most notably in the USA, which the Anunnaki Illuminati had historically boasted as their stronghold since their Yankee victory over the Draconian rebel force during the American Civil War. In the 1930s, the Zetas assisted in creating central organization of the covert world management team on behalf of the Draconian agenda, through which global economic and political powers were centralized under the covert governance of a hidden Zeta Rigelian Draconian totalitarian Big Brother. Big Brother Drac, the Andromes, Hiroshima, and Hitler. Compromise of the American Constitution had been orchestrated by the Anunnaki Illuminati by manipulation of American banking laws in their quest for covert economic control during the late 1800s and early 1900s. The American Constitution was further violated by the Zeta Draconian Agenda Illuminati in the 1930s, with the creation of the privately held interests of the U.S. Federal Reserve and several other acts of underground sleight of hand. As the Zeta Draconian Illuminati organization of MJ-12 was quietly expanded into what became the US CIA, the previously covert Anunnaki Illuminati control of the American political economic machine fell to the equally covert hostile takeover of the advancing Zeta Draconian Big Brother game plan. Adopting the strategies of the Anunnaki Illuminati before them, the Zeta Draconian Illuminati created a complex underground system of black budget funding networks, including covert drug and arms running to fund building of the underground Zeta Draconian bases and further the quest for covert Big Brother territorial dominion. World War II began in 1939 as the Zeta Rigelian Draconian Agenda Force launched a covert territorial conquest and race supremacy/genocide campaign through their Illuminati hybrid fall guy, Adolf Hitler. Sadly, it is primarily humans who end up playing soldiers that lose their lives, unknowingly on behalf of the covert Illuminati ET Alliance and their Illuminati armchair warriors. These external aspects of these covert Illuminati infiltration of US and world political and economic systems are well chronicled by various conspiracy theorists of our time. The political quest was covertly motivated by Stargate territory control, the Holy Grail quest for Earth's Templar, as it had been in World War I and all human wars since Atlantis. In World War I and World War II, all groups were covertly competing for territories that could be used for port interface networks, connecting to the A7/L3 Falcon wormhole. Once the Zetas had opened the cap on the Falcon wormhole on the axial tonal line 7/ley line 3, territories connecting with the coordinate through Earth's natural ley line structure became prime real estate for their use as Falcon wormhole port interface sites. In World War II, select members of Japan's Illuminati elite were covertly inspired by the faction of the Necromaton Andromi race that at the time chose to compete with the Zeta Rigelian Legion for port interface site dominion in various regions. The USA and Japan became entangled with each other over intended dominion of Ley Line 3 port interface site control. In 1940, the Necromaton Andromes began covert contact with their Illuminati hybrid family lines in the areas of Hawaii and Nagasaki and Hiroshima, Japan. Nagasaki is a prime port interface site on Falcon Wormhole A-Line 3. The Necromatons inspired their members of the Japanese and Hawaiian Illuminati to begin construction of 2 underground marine bases in these regions. The Nagasaki, Hawaii Necromaton bases would prevent the Zeta Draconian races from expanding their Falcon Port interface network, as they planned to do during Earth's scheduled magnetic peak of August 12, 1943. The greatest objectives of the Zeta Rigelian Draconians in 1940 through 1941 were reducing concentrations of angelic human magi and Necromaton Illuminati family lines inhabiting the Nagasaki, Hiroshima areas, and thwarting Necromaton base building by having human government attention scrutinize Hawaiian territories. The Necromaton fallen angelics would be left without their Illuminati surface workforce in Japan. Local angelic human planetary shields guardian races would be destroyed, and any covert Necromaton marine activities around Hawaii would be instantly detected and exposed should the Necromatons attempt to proceed. To solve their pending problem, the Zeta Rigelians directed their Illuminati family lines in Tokyo and other regions of Japan to launch a secret attack on Hawaii. Simultaneously, the Zeta Rigelians warned their Illuminati key controllers in the USA that the attack was coming, but they should do nothing. Once the September 7, 1941 Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor was completed, the American Illuminati was then directed to enter territorial war, but to wait until the appropriate time to use the Zeta Rigelian-inspired atomic bomb. Meanwhile, on August 12, 1943, the Zeta Rigelians inspired their Illuminati within the Allied forces to orchestrate the infamous Philadelphia experiment during Earth's stronger 20-year August 12th magnetic peak cycle. Through Zeta trickery, the Phi X wormhole and Falcon Port interface network were brought into global operation in 1943. The Zeta Rigelians intended to open the final links of the Phi X Falcon Port interface network during the August 12, 1945 yearly planetary magnetic peak. The Necromaton Andromes were using a cloaking protection field around their progressing underground base at the Nagasaki Port interface site, which would prevent the Zeta Rigelians from opening and claiming the site under their control in August 1945. As the Zeta Rigelians had planned since 1941, the time had come to inspire the US Illuminati to direct human troops to use the A-bomb to flatten Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This military atrocity was ordered to break through the Necromaton photosonic cloaking screen and to clear the real estate of Necromaton Illuminati cells for Zeta Rigelian Draconian Illuminati resettlement. On August 6, 1945, Hiroshima, the Necromaton Illuminati-controlled cloaking shield main generator system, in a city composed almost completely of innocent angelic humans of U-Urtite cloister Magi Grail line descent, fell amidst radioactive rubble. The Zeta Rigelian Command waited until August 9, 1945, before giving the order to strike Nagasaki. The rapidity of the second strike ensured that the Necromaton would have insufficient time thereafter to erect a temporary cloaking shield in an attempt to prevent the Zeta's scheduled August 12, 1945 subspace sonic scalar pulse. The Zeta Rigelian's August 12, 1945 Phi X sonic scalar pulse put the Nagasaki port interface site online with the Zeta Draconian controlled Falcon wormhole and Phi X network. By August 13, 1945, the Nagasaki Phi X port interface link had proven successful, and the Zeta Rigelians informed Japanese Illuminati controllers that it was time to surrender, that the Nagasaki mission was completed. On August 14, 1945, the Japanese emperor gave consent to Japan's compliance with the Allied demand for surrender. Securing and activating the Nagasaki port interface site under Zeta Rigelian Draconian control was the real reason behind Japan's attack on Hawaii and America's return retaliation. The Japanese Illuminati majority, individual sleepers covertly placed within positions among human government elite, agreed to participate, as did the American Illuminati, only because the Zeta had threatened them that if they did not comply, atomic bombs and sonic pulses would be used to destroy their entire countries. This threat gives one some insight into the mind games fallen angelics like to play, and also into the reasons why Illuminati races are more often too frightened to rebel against intruder ET orders. Draconian, Necromaton, and Anunnaki fallen angelic races continually use these types of mind games to keep their Illuminati key controllers in subservient compliance. What was going on with the Nazis during the World War II period was equally as reprehensible. The Zeta Rigelians assisted in developing the Nazi movement of World War II, supporting and nurturing Hitler and his inner circle Draconian Illuminati crew. The Nazi Illuminati elite had also entered Zeta treaties in the early 1930s, agreeing to reduce populations of several, primarily angelic human pure strain ethnic groups. The Zeta Rigelians instructed their Illuminati operatives in the USA and several European countries to financially fund the Nazi movement without leaving a paper trail. While keeping an external posture of Allied loyalty to maintain their hidden positions within human governments, the Illuminati operatives in several Allied countries covertly funded Nazi objectives. The Necromaton and Dramies made covert physical contact with Hitler, playing on his personal prejudice against Jewish races. They convinced him to assist in the Necromaton's plan of keeping the Zeta Rigelians in their place by providing small gifts of metaphysical Templar knowledge that allowed the Nazis to unearth certain valuable relics from the Grail quest of ancient times. Consequently, Hitler got carried away with himself in his genocide campaign against the Jews on behalf of his Necromaton and Drami affiliations. In Hitler's Zeta Draconian deals, he had been instructed to reduce numbers of only certain Jewish family lines associated with the true Hebrew angelic human/indigo child Magi Grail line lineage. Hitler had been warned to leave untouched families of the Draconian Hebrew Illuminati, a Hebrew Draconian Illuminati hybrid lineage descended from the ancient Atlantean Hassakin family line that has been progressively masquerading under Jewish disguise since the Atlantean period. But in his overzealous quest for race supremacy and double dealings with the Necromaton and Drami force, Hitler's ethnic hunting became indiscriminate, and several Hebrew Draconian Illuminati families, favored by the Zeta Rigelians, were destroyed. The Zeta Rigelian Draconian force promptly gave the order to international Zeta Draconian Illuminati conclaves to withdraw all support from the Nazi campaign and to assist the Allied Illuminati controllers in orchestrating the defeat of Nazi Germany. This information had been provided by the GA/IANI for inclusion in this book, so readers may begin to realize the extent to which the covert fallen angelic presence and the advancing invasion has determined the external events that humans have lived through and died from for so long. The realities of covert-inspired fallen angelic/Illuminati orchestrated human wars are now emerging into the global arena once again as the UIR advances the final strategies in its One World Order, Stargate Quest, Final Conflict Dominion campaign. We will all become a bit wiser, less likely to get caught up in the Final Conflict war game, and perhaps become a bit more compassionate towards those who fall to this ploy, if we look to the true causal element behind these war dramas. Fallen angelic / intruder ET races covertly motivate this victim-victimizer drama among human nations in order to support their own unholy grail quest initiatives. 99% of the people working for and within their national government communities have no idea of the Atlantean conspiracy that has operated behind world politics for thousands of years. This is especially true in America, where most military personnel, even in the highest ranks, honestly still believe that the USA is a democracy that they would willingly give their lives to defend. The truth hurts. The core infrastructure of America, like that of all global nations since the 1930s, has been covertly and progressively compromised and absorbed by the covert Big Brother Zeta Rigelian Draconian world management team. What even most conspiracy theorists do not yet realize is that at the top of this corruption, there exists fallen angelic / intruder ET masterminds who have had the Illuminati races terrified to rebel since the Zeta Treaties of the 1930s. As painful as it might be for Americans to confront, and it is painful, we have been living under the contrived illusion of freedom, while our nation and our planet has been in the clutches of a progressively advancing, cunningly orchestrated intruder ET invasion for the last 70 years. An invasion that was planned and methodically implemented by our unwelcomed visitors since 9560 BC Atlantis. Human nations have been intentionally driven around in mental circles within a fantasy world, a perceptual bubble of manipulated security and official denial. If the United Intruder Resistance, the UIR, succeeds in fulfilling its 2001 through 2008 One World Order progression schedule, our collective wake-up call will soon pass the sell-by date. If they did not need human populations to assist them in running the Stargate security access codes during the SAC, they would have gotten rid of us long ago. That humans have managed to hold their own this far, despite what has been done covertly to intentionally enslave the human race since Atlantis, is a testimony to the true strength of the human spirit. The SAC Dominion strategies of all fallen angelic / ET Illuminati One World Order agendas became highly organized, formalized, and slowly implemented by 1972, with fluctuations of power between various competing Anunnaki and Draconian agenda factions being covertly played out within various external, international political and economic dramas. The common aspect of these hidden global political agendas was the final conflict drama, in which human races, unknowingly headed by the covert manipulation of the competing Illuminati hybrid sleeper races under subliminal fallen angelic psychotronic control, would be slowly and systematically led into creating the final human global war. Through this fallen angelic scheduled World War III final conflict drama, the outcome of the Anunnaki versus Draconian / Reptilian One World Order Dominion agendas would be determined. The competing fallen angelic legions of all sides intended to have unsuspecting humans and Illuminati hybrids fight the battle against each other, while the covert instigating force of the victorious fallen angelic collective would later come to claim battlefield Earth for resettlement. At this point, the Dominion victor would then have to face the Necromaton force. The Hidden Game Board Final Conflict Drama. A-Pen Systems, the Falcon, the Andromes, and the Dove, 1943 through 1951. From 1943, the Zeta Rigelian Draconian Force continued to spread its wings of influence across the globe, following their 1943 success in creating the Phi X wormhole network. Draconian Illuminati races became painfully aware that the Zeta Rigelians had intentions of orchestrating mass genocide among select populations in preparation for the 2000 through 2017 final conflict with the Anunnaki and Necromatons. In the late 1930s, the Zetas began experimenting with ethnic viruses, DNA/race type specific, as they explored their options for reducing select human and competing Illuminati populations during the SAC. Beginning in late 1943, the Zetas began using their Phi X network technology, codenamed the Falcon after the Atlantic wormhole's ancient Atlantean name, for testing subspace sonic scalar pulses to induce localized, targeted natural disasters in desired areas. Primary locations for Zeta/Illuminati sonic scalar pulse testing have included areas of Alaska, Antarctica, Australia, Central America, Mexico, the Middle East, various desert regions, and beneath the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans, the Aegean, Mediterranean, and Caspian Seas, the Sea of Japan, Persian Gulf, and Gulf of Mexico. Throughout the 1950s, the Necromaton Andromi force became more actively involved in Illuminati contact and began to assemble teams of Illuminati converts from the Zeta Rigelian Draconian International Illuminati ranks. In 1951, certain factions of pro-Anunnaki Necromaton Andromes from Omega Centauri accepted Templar conquest deals from competing Jehovian Anu Elohim Anunnaki One World Order invasion force from Sirius A, Arcturus, and the Trapezium, Theta, Star Cluster, and Orion's Sword. The bipedal dolphin people, Anunnaki, and Anu Elohim fallen angelic forces that comprise this ancient Lemurian Atlantean Jehovian Nephite invasion team are collectively known as the Dove. The Dove symbology refers to the physical shape, when viewed from the air with photoradionic scanning equipment, of their global Atlantean pylon implant network, PEN, control grid, that was last implanted into Earth's planetary shields during the 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion. The Falcon Phi X PEN, connecting to the Zeta Rigelian Draconian Falcon wormhole, is also one of these ancient Atlantean PEN control grids, as are numerous others soon to be discussed. These Atlantean pylon implant network, APEN, systems were in active use as tools of territorial dominion by various competing fallen angelic/intruder ET factions throughout the Atlantean period. APEN systems differ in the type of planetary shield implanting that is used, but all implanting utilizes sophisticated crystal-based technologies, similar to the silicon-based microchips used in conventional computer technologies. The APEN systems can be compared to massive global grid systems made of strategically placed crystalline microchips that interfere directly with the natural, multi-dimensional, electromagnetic energy conduits of stargates, axial tonal lines, and ley line systems, organic to Earth's Templar. APEN technology is not intrinsically a negative technology, but rather an environmentally valid application of the natural, spiritual, and scientific laws of creation physics. Before these technologies fell into the hands of fallen angelic races, they were used openly by various guardian races in many universal systems to facilitate and enhance the experience of evolution and ascension for all. Prior to the Lucifer Rebellion of 25,500 BC, Emerald Covenant founders races and the angelic human and indigo magi races of Earth utilized pen systems for everything from global free energy systems, climate stabilization and healing, to interstellar subspace communications and broadcasting networks. The lion, the lamb, the sphinx, and the eagle. The angelic human and indigo magi races of Earth originally had two great global pen systems on Earth that operated Earth's Templar naturally on a D12 12-code pulse Christiac current through Stargate 12. Its corresponding inter-Earth Stargate 12 Q site and interface with Earth's natural crystal pylon network, CPNs. The Emerald Covenant pen systems were known as the Great White Lion and the Golden Eagle. The founders designed the blueprint of their pen systems with two primary criteria in mind. First, that the pen was precisely calculated mathematically to encompass and modulate natural frequencies through the 12 primary stargates, axitonal and ley line systems in Earth's planetary Templar. Second, once the technical element of the pen grid were in place, the founders desired to leave a part of themselves reflected in the pen to remind the races of Earth that they were never alone or abandoned. The design of the founders' pens was also to serve as a subsonic planetary identification flag when viewed from space via photoradionic scanning equipment. See pen diagrams, page 527 through 530. The Great White Lion pen system belonged to the Elohai Elohim Christiac founders races of D12 Aramintina Lyra, the feline hominid Anuhasi Lionine race. The Great White Lion's heart was located at Earth Stargate 12, Montsieur, France. The throat from which the lion roared was at Stargate 11, southern England. Its head looked out to the west, cresting the North Polar regions, spanning Central and Northern Europe, across Atlantis, and into northeastern North America. The body of the lion lay at rest across the expanse of the Asian continent, while the lion's great front paws stretched out across North America and northern South America, its rear left paw shrouding the continent of Africa. The tail of the lion extended outward and down from the far eastern side of the Asian continent through Australia, south to Stargate 1 at Hawley, Antarctica, then curved back up and northward to encompass the southern portions of South America. The Elohai Elohim Anuhasi installed the Great White Lion pen system on Earth in stages, beginning just after the Electric Wars of 5.5 million years ago. Though Earth's continents and landmasses have changed position several times since the Electric War, Earth's stargates always remain in the same positions within Earth's planetary shield scalar template. Earth's crust slides across the fixated geographical stargate coordinates of the planetary shields. pen systems are installed along precise coordinates within the planetary shields, and thus the form of the pen systems remain constant in relation to the variable planetary surface geography. The original Egyptian Sphinx had the face of a lion, not of a man. The design for the Sphinx was chosen by the Indigo Child Magi, Angelic Human, and Emerald Covenant Loyal Anunnaki races of Earth as a tribute to the Elohai Elohim Lionine Christos founders race. The structure broadcast a statement to the fallen Anu Elohim and Anunnaki fallen angelic collectives that the Earth races were united under the common banner of the founders' Emerald Covenant Coevolution Peace Treaty. The design of the original Sphinx was a three-dimensional representation of the Great White Lion pen system, created from translating the founders' pen maps as held in the Emerald Covenant CDT plate records. The primary purpose of the Great White Lion pen was to assist Earth through natural stellar activation cycles until Earth's planetary shields could be repaired from the damage incurred during the Electric War's cataclysm. If the Great Lion and its companion Golden Eagle A-pen systems had not been installed following the Electric Wars, Earth would suffer cataclysmic pole shift during every SAC, and eventually the planet would implode due to the severity of its scalar template distortions. The Great White Lion A-pen was modeled in the image of the feline hominid Elohai Elohim Lionine Christos founders of D12 Lyra, Aramintina. It represented the D12 silver-white Lyran Syrian A-pen system of Earth, the anchoring rod and stabilization grid for 12 primary axial tonal lines, vertical frequency conduits running along the polar north-south longitudes in Earth's Templar complex. The companion Golden Eagle A-pen system belongs to the Emerald Covenant Ceres Seraphe Seraphim avian races and the Athean Mantis races of D8 Mantaka Orion, and the related Ceres avian hominid races of Alcyone Pleiades. The Golden Eagle, modeled in the image of the avian bird people Ceres, is the D8 anchoring rod and stabilization grid for the 12 primary and many secondary horizontal ley line systems running east to west along the equatorial latitudes of Earth's Templar, and for the diagonal ley line system. The Great White Lion is the guardian of the north and south, and the Golden Eagle is the guardian of the east and west. The Great White Lion has its heart at Stargate 12, through which the silver-white D12 Christos frequency of the planetary pre-matter template, or divine blueprint, opens into Earth's planetary shields. The Great White Lion became the symbol of the eternal Christos founders Elohai Elohim Anuhasi races, the Lyran Syrian guardians of Earth's D12 Christiac divine blueprint, the powerful lion with the pure crested heart of a lamb. In technical terms, the Great White Lion and its Golden Eagle companion A-pen systems literally hold Earth's shattered planetary shields and scalar template together during SACs. Interestingly, in the Jehovian Anunnaki / fallen Anu Elohim distortions added to the ancient Emerald Covenant texts that later became the Bible, the Jehovian promise was that the day would come when the lion would lie down with the lamb. What the Jehovians failed to explain was that the lamb, the Stargate 12 heart of the Great White Lion A-pen, was sacrificed and cut out upon the altar of the fallen angelic Omicron Draconian Dragon A-pen force of Altanak Orion during the last consummated SAC of 208,216 BC. At this time, Earth's Templar activated on an unnatural 10-code pulse, blocking activation of Stargate 12 and stilling the heart of the lion, due to Omicron invasion. The Anu Elohim also failed to mention that in 25,500 BC, their Jehovian Anunnaki assisted the Marduk Luciferian Anunnaki of Alpha and Omega Centauri to seize the lion by its Stargate 11 England throat by the NDC grid. Since this time, the Jehovian Anunnaki and various competing fallen angelic factions have quested to tame the Lion A-pen system under their respective dominion, and have progressively used the NDC grid to prevent the Elohai Elohim founders from accessing the Great White Lion A-pen to assist the peoples of Earth. The Jehovians intend for the Lion A-pen to lie down with the sacrificed Stargate 12 lamb, to be resurrected and reactivated under the dominion of the fallen Anu Elohim when they succeed in pulling Earth into the Phantom Matrix. They hope to restart the heart of the lion by artificially linking Earth's Stargate 12 lamb to the Stargate 11 throat of the lion. If the Jehovians have their way, the lion will have its heart in its throat, and both the lion and the lamb will lie down together before the altar of Jehovah, to be resurrected by the fallen Anu Elohim as an energy vampiring system to feed the Phantom Matrix. Sad, isn't it? Here humanity was led to believe that the statement of "when the lion lies down with the lamb" represented a time when peace and love and the end of fighting would come between the aggressive and the passive, and we'd all enter the kingdom of heaven joyously together. This example illustrates beautifully the cruel sense of humor, manipulative soothsaying, and outright deception offered to us by the fallen angelic Anu Elohim Jehovian Anunnaki collective. What the Jehovian Anunnaki and the other fallen angelic collectives did not anticipate was that the heart of the lion would begin beating with a 12-code pulse at the January 1st, 2000 commencement of the present SAC. This is precisely what has occurred due to continuing Elohai Elohim and Seraphe Seraphim crisis intervention efforts in the contemporary drama. Now all of the fallen angelic collectives are in a race for time to fulfill their intended One World Order Dominion agendas, in hopes of preventing the Great White Lion and Golden Eagle Apen systems from fully awakening from their long slumber. If the Great White Lion and its Golden Eagle companion awaken, the numerous Apen systems belonging to the fallen angelic races will be progressively healed and recoded to a natural Christiac D12 12-code pulse. In this case, Earth, Inner Earth, and the halls of Amenti will be permanently spared further advancement of the fallen angelic dominion campaign. The big question is, can the Great White Lion and the Golden Eagle be healed and awakened in time? As the Great White Lion, and a return to the Lyrian-Syrian Christiac love-based culture model that it represents, struggle now to awaken, the Golden Eagle has a rapid healing to complete before its wings are opened, free to fly. During the 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion, when the Marduk Luciferian Anunnaki and Necromaton Andromi Anunnaki hybrid races of Alpha and Omega Centauri and the Thoth Anki Zeta Anunnaki races of Nibiru implanted the Nibiru Dyadic Crystal Grid, NDC Grid, in Earth's Templar, the lion was grabbed by its Stargate 11 throat, and the eagle was caged. The Golden Eagle Apen system fell to Necromaton Andromi agenda Anunnaki forces, as the NDC grid was used to reverse the natural scalar template sequences, the fire letters, on Earth's primary ley lines 4 and 10. The horizontal L4/L10 double ley line emerging from Stargate 10 Abadan, Iran, and Stargate 4 Giza, Egypt, is the L4/L10 Giza ley line, and east-west central line axis upon which the Golden Eagle Apen system is structured. See Apen diagrams, page 527 through 530. The White Eagle and the Melchizedek Deception. Since 25,500 BC, the Golden Eagle Apen system has been held hostage and used to do the bidding of the Necromaton Andromi Anunnaki, Nephilim and Marduk Luciferian Anunnaki of Alpha and Omega Centauri. This group proudly refers to themselves as the Alpha Omega Order of Melchizedeks, and uses the symbol of a white eagle as an antagonistic mockery to the Emerald Covenant races, denoting the Alpha Omega's unfortunate victory in claiming the Guardian Cerez's Golden Eagle Apen. The Golden Eagle was intended to become the symbol of free America when the USA was formed. Instead, the white-headed bald eagle became the national mascot, symbolizing the Alpha Omega Order's partial victory and becoming the directors of a controlling portion of the US Illuminati force, the Freemason Knights Templar Legion. Arch-fallen angel Nephilim Michael is a pet contact name used by this diabolical anti-Christiac Melchizedek collective, as is the Alpha Omega Melchizedek Order. At certain times throughout history, the founders had entrusted this collective to join the Emerald Covenant on redemption contracts, through which their races could be assisted in gaining freedom from the Phantom Matrix by restoration of the D12 pre-matter Christiac Divine Blueprint template. Repeatedly, they have used such opportunities to exploit other races and compromise Emerald Covenant freedom agendas, just as their Anunnaki groups have done in their September 12, 2000 defection from the Emerald Covenant Treaty of Altair. It is important in the contemporary drama for people to realize that the Melchizedek Cloister and Order of the Unisai is the universal organization of the Emerald Covenant Christos founders' races in this time matrix. The cloister promotes egalitarian, non-gender biased spiritual science freedom teachings for all, and does not promote the utter falsehood of the Christ crucifixion story, nor worship of external gods. Melchizedek priesthoods of the Alpha Omega Order are control paradigms based on the dogmas of the fallen Anu Elohim, Anunnaki, and Necromaton races, originating from the Phantom Matrix. As of the Alpha Omega False Order of Melchizedek September 12, 2000 entry into the United Intruder Resistance UIR Edict of War, the Melchizedek Cloister will no longer offer peace negotiation to these groups that include their demand of non-disclosure regarding their true history of deception and manipulation of earthly populations. The Alpha Omega Melchizedek Order will no longer be permitted to hide beneath the skirts of the Emerald Order Melchizedek Cloister and the Christiac freedom agenda for which it stands. The Sacred Cow, Faces of Man, Easter Island Heads, and the Trion Field. The Serez Seraphe and Elohai Elohim Leonine Emerald Covenant races will free the caged White Eagle Apen and restore the Golden Eagle to its original dignity, and the Great White Lion Apen will soon awaken with a loving roar. With the awakening of the Great White Lion and the Golden Eagle, yet another once sacred Apen will be restored to its original grace. The Apen known as the Blue Oxen, or the Sacred Cow, originally the contact network between Earth and the Maharaji Blue Human Guardians of Sirius B Stargate 6, Council of Azraleen, once held all of the India and portions of Eastern Europe and Asia in its protective embrace. See Apen diagrams, page 527 through 530. The Blue Oxen Apen system was jointly created by the Sirius B Maharaji and a Density 3 Emerald Covenant bovine race from Antares and Altair called the Ashayana of the Brahmarama Amethyst Order. The oxen designed for the Apen was chosen by the Sirius B Blue Human Maharaji as a tribute to the Ashayana for their assistance. The Blue Oxen Apen was created as a specialized interplanetary contact network in 22,500 BC, in conjunction with a more sophisticated pen system implanted by the Emerald Order founders. In the 10,500 BC Luciferian conquest, the Blue Oxen Apen system was overtaken by the Blue Centaur Fallen Angelic Collective of Omega Centauri, and has been utilized since this time to further the One World Order Dominion agendas of the Centaurians and their frequent allies, the Necromaton Andromi Anunnaki of Alpha and Omega Centauri. Through the final conflict drama of the 2000 through 2017 SAC, the Blue Oxen will also be reclaimed by the Maharaji to once again become the sacred cow it was designed to be. The reason why Emerald Covenant races can succeed in protecting humanity during the final conflict drama of the 2000 through 2017 SAC is due to a specialized pt3 system that allows Earth's planetary shields to connect directly with Earth's counterpart planet in a different time matrix called the transharmonic time cycle. Through this specialized founder's pt3, Earth can enter into what is called a Mehi field, Trion field, or Triveca time continuum, through which the planet will be prevented from being drawn into the Phantom Matrix, and pole shift will be averted during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. In 22,500 BC, just before the failed SAC of 22,326 BC, the Azurite Iani Universal Stargate Security Team of the Inner Earth time cycle visited the remaining Lumerian islands, Mu'a-Rivi, and the Mu'a-Magi human races residing there. With the assistance of the Mu'a, the Azurite Iani Indigo children implanted another pen system, an advanced Lumerian pylon implant network, an L-pen, in an attempt to stabilize Earth's Templar and resurrect the Great White Lion and Golden Eagle A-pens in preparation for the 22,326 BC SAC. The Azurite L-pen was known as the Faces of Man, ancient depictions of which can still now be found in the head rock sculptures of Easter Island, off the coast of Peru, which were created by the Mu'a race descendants after their exile from Kauai, Hawaii. There are 12 heads in the Faces of Man L-pen system, one set of 4 heads on Earth, another set of 4 heads on parallel Earth, and the final set of 4 heads on Inner Earth. Collectively, the 12 Faces of Man are known as the Guardians of the 12 Pillars. Each set of the 4 Lumerian pylon implant faces is a grid that connects directly to the other 2 corresponding sets of 4 faces on parallel and Inner Earth. When the Faces of Man L-pen is activated, 4 massive pillars of inaudible, interdimensional standing sound waves anchor in Earth's planetary shields through the 4 faces template. The 4 sound pillars in each planetary body carry the full frequency spectra of dimensions 3, 6, 9, and 12, a frequency combination known as the Halls of Amareya Passage. The Halls of Amareya Passage frequency bridge connects Earth, its parallel, and Inner Earth directly to the universal pre-matter template divine blueprint of Aramentena Lyra, double by D6 Sirius B Stargate 6, D9 Stargate 9 Merak Andromeda, and the transharmonic time cycle. The Iani intended to activate the Faces of Man L-pen system during the 22,326 BC SAC to place Earth under the full D12 Maharic shield and to seal the Phantom Matrix before the fallen angelics of Atlantis succeeded in drawing Earth into the black hole. In 22,326 BC, in an event called the Iani Massacre, the Thoth Enki Zeta Anunnaki of Nibiru destroyed the Iani civilization in what is now Hawaii. The Iani races would need to wait until the next SAC, the 2000 through 2017 SAC, to complete activation of the Faces of Man L-pen system. The Faces of Man L-pen system was designed in the image of the angelic human race and the Azurite Iani Magi Indigo children races of Inner Earth. The 4 Faces of Man L-pen of Earth emerges from a central point in Earth's geography in the Gulf of Guinea, where the chins of the 4 heads meets a longitude 0 and latitude 0, where the vertical Greenwich meridian intersects the equator. From this center point, each head extends as a pillar, 2 running horizontally east and west, 1 above and 1 below the equator, and 2 running vertically north and south, 1 on each side of the Greenwich meridian. The 4 pillars of the Faces of Man intersect again, where the front tops of their heads connect at a longitude of 180 degrees east and west and a latitude of 0 degrees, near Howland Island in the equatorial center Pacific Ocean. See A-pen diagram, page 527 through 530. Though fallen angelics have made numerous attempts at compromising the Four Faces of Man L-pen system since its installation in 22,500 BC, none have succeeded in cracking its coding. The Four Faces of Man L-pen runs on what is called a Kundurei/Kira-She primal life force currents from dimensions 13, 14, and 15, and the transharmonic trion currents from beyond this time matrix. These powerful interstellar frequencies are far beyond the range and power of those accessible to fallen angelic races. Once brought into critical mass activation through humans and indigos running the Trivecta Rainbow Roundtables, the Four Faces of Man and Guardians of the 12 Pillars L-pen system will rapidly clear and override planetary shield distortions caused by the A-pen systems of the fallen angelics. Activation of the Four Faces of Man will progressively bring the Emerald Covenant Great White Lion and Golden Eagle A-pen systems fully into original working order, allowing Earth's grids to remain balanced as the Phantom Matrix wormholes are sealed during the 2001 through 2004 period of the present SAC. The Great White Lion, Golden Eagle, and the Four Faces of Man are the ancient guardians of the four corners of the Earth. If humanity assists the Emerald Covenant races in awakening the ancient guardians, the L-pen/A-pen systems left behind as our Lumerian/Atlantean legacy, further progression of the UIR One World Order Dominion agenda can be averted. If we do not assist, the Illuminati agenda will continue, leading humanity into global war, physical intruder ET invasion, and pole shift between 2003 and 2008. If we do not think the potential dangers of the fallen angelic/Illuminati One World Order agenda are real, perhaps this point will be driven home if we explore a bit more about how the agendas of the Falcon, the Dove, the Serpent, the Phoenix, and the Dragon have unfolded since 1951. It is the progressive advancement and final amalgamation of these fallen angelic agendas that brought us to the trigger event of September 11th, 2001, World Trade Center/Pentagon terrorist attack, and the grim reality of progressive international war that this trigger event was intended to set in motion. The Falcon, Phoenix Project, and the Andromi-Rigelian Coalition, 1951 to 1983. In 1951, the Alpha Omega Necromaton Andromi Anunnaki accepted deals of collaboration offered by the Jehovian Anunnaki Dove Collective, through which they would combine the stolen White Eagle and the specialized Jehovian Dove A-pen systems. See A-pen diagram page 527 through 530. Together, the White Eagle and the Dove would attempt to open the second ancient Atlantean wormhole, the Phoenix wormhole, in order to claim dominion over the Zeta Rigelian/Draconian Falcon wormhole and Phi X port interface network. The Eagle Dove Anunnaki Collective was unable to successfully open the Phoenix wormhole at Axotonal Line 7/Ley Line 4 until the opportunity presented itself in 1972 as other Anunnaki forces who controlled the ancient Phoenix and Serpent A-pen systems accomplished the feat for them. Presently, due to the 1951 Alpha Omega Necromaton and Jehovian Anunnaki alliances, the Eagle flies with the Dove, and since September 12, 2000, these combined forces have made further deals with the Falcon, Phoenix, Serpent, and Dragon to form the collective anti-Christiac force of the United Intruder Resistance One World Order Dominion campaign. The Jehovian Dove and Necromaton Andrami White Eagle progressively launched sonic scalar pulse transmissions throughout the 1950s in hopes of opening the ancient Phoenix wormhole to defeat the rising Zeta Rigelian/Draconian Falcon. The sonic pulse and ethnic virus testing programs of the Covert Falcon were accelerated in the 1960s, when they and the Draconian Illuminati began using the Falcon network to create targeted climactic and seismic disturbances to further their hidden political positioning agendas in the international arena. The Andrami Necromaton White Eagle and Jehovian Dove forces continued a quiet invasion strategy of building subterranean and marine bases in key Stargate control areas of Earth, and began making more direct contact with key controllers in several Illuminati factions. The various competing Pleiadian and Nibiru Luciferian Anunnaki forces were in a tizzy as they watched their long-cosseted and exquisitely orchestrated Atlantean takeover agenda become progressively hijacked by the Draconian force. In 1972, the Zeta Draconian Falcon Force began to expand the next intended wave of territorial conquest, attempting to use the Phi X network to gain control over the Anunnaki's prized possession, the Great Pyramid of Giza, Egypt. Since Atlantis, Planetary Stargate 4 at Giza has assisted the Anunnaki in controlling the D4 net, as it is the site where Universal Stargate 4, the D4 Astral Solar Gate, connects to Earth's planetary shields. The Luciferian Anunnaki intervened directly in 1972 in a partially successful attempt at preventing the Zeta Draconian Falcon Phi X network from overtaking Anunnaki holdings at Giza. The Pleiadian Samhasi Luciferian Anunnaki made alliances with the Nibiru and Leodedicron Reptilian Anunnaki. Together, they used the portions of the NDC grid, the net, and Nibiru Crystal Temple network that they could collectively access to expedite the agenda they had originally intended for the 2000 commencement of the SAC. The Phoenix Project, which had existed since the beginning as part of the 9560 BC Luciferian Covenant, was actively launched in February 1972. The Pleiadian/Enlil Nibiru Anunnaki force simultaneously transmitted subspace scalar sonic pulses from Density 2 Alcyone and the Nibiru Battlestar Wormwood into the D4 Solar Gate to Giza, Leyline 4, Iran, Stargate 10, and into Earth's NDC grid at Stonehenge, England, Axotonal Line 11, or A11. The specialized A11L4 pulses merged at their intersection point in the Atlas Mountains of West Algeria, then traveled west beneath the Atlantic Ocean to their intended destination, the second of the two capped Atlantean wormholes, referred to since the Atlantean days as the Phoenix Matrix. The Phoenix wormhole, opened by the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki in 1972, is positioned directly at the interface point of Leyline 4, the Giza horizontal, and Axotonal Line 7, vertical, which intersect off the coast of St. Augustine, Florida and the Atlantic, directly south of the Falcon wormhole. The frequency war began in earnest when the Necromaton Andrami White Eagle and Jehovian Anunnaki Dove began aggressive territorial conquest campaigns, gaining partial control of the Phoenix wormhole in an attempt to protect their interests from the advancing Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki competition. As the Pleiadian Nibiru Reptile Anunnaki League advanced their agenda, the Jehovian Dove and Necromaton Andrami White Eagle began more direct contact with their Illuminati sleeper races. Enoch, then heading the Jehovian Dove One World Order agenda, produced his training manual to lead unsuspecting humans and Illuminati sleepers to assist in bringing the Dove pen system into activation. Although Enoch and some of his Jehovian Anunnaki, Sirius A, Arcturus, Trapezium, Orion, petitioned for Emerald Order redemption contracts in 1983, the Jehovian One World Order agenda has been continued by the Jehovian Anunnaki majority and their Illuminati contacts under the name of Enoch, much to Enoch's present disapproval. The White Eagle Necromaton Andromi League began upscaling its harvesting agenda, orchestrating numerous contacts with Illuminati and human individuals to invite them into their Templar Alpha Omega Order Melchizedek priesthood. Ordinans and followers alike received unknowingly astral field tagging, linking their DNA templates to the Necromaton Andromi matrix, through which they could unknowingly pass on the same privilege to others in the form of false Melchizedek ordinations. As the Jehovians, Necromaton Andromis, and Zeta Rigelian/Draconians progressively advanced their agendas through the 1970s into the early 1980s, giving rise to more international political issues of territorial conquest, the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki continued their own conquest efforts. A series of smaller EM scalar pulses were used by the Pleiadian Nibirus between 1972 and 1980 to progressively open the ancient Phoenix pen system, which connects to the Phoenix wormhole. The Phoenix pen is a large pen system running east to west along the L4/L10 Giza-Iran center line. The Here of the Phoenix is Stargate 4 Giza, Egypt. The Eye of the Phoenix is Stargate 10 Abadan, Iran, near the Persian Gulf. The body of the Phoenix extends across the Atlantic and North American continent, and its wings spread eastward to meet its tail in the Pacific Ocean. See pen diagrams page 527 to 530. In 1976, another Nibiru Anunnaki contender, the Thoth Anki Zeta Group, temporarily joined the Pleiadian Samhasi Luciferian and Nibiru Enli Odedicron Reptilian Anunnaki contingent to activate the Serpent pen system. The Thoth group, most frequently affiliated with the Galactic Federation, mixed Anunnaki League and the Necromaton Andromi Anunnaki early alliances following the fall of Atlantis, turned coats for a brief period, just long enough to receive the assistance of the Phoenix group in activating the Thothian Serpent pen system. The Serpent pen system has its head in Central America and Mexico. It coils southward into northwestern South America, back northward, spanning the entire eastern USA, then stretches across the Atlantic Ocean, with its heart at England Stargate 11, its body curving down through the Middle East in Stargate 4 Giza, and its tail extending north through eastern Asia. By 1983, the Thoth group returned to its White Eagle affiliations, once again competing with the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki of the Phoenix Project, while the Galactic Federation focused upon supporting whomever appeared to be leading in the fallen angelic race for the final One World Order dominion. Andromi Rigelian Coalition, The Dragon, Bin Laden, and the War on Terrorism, 1980 through 2001. By the early 1980s, Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki legions had made alliances with various factions of the regained strongholds within several key positions of the Illuminati World Management Team, threatening previous Zeta Draconian Illuminati dominion. In hopes of retaining Zeta Draconian dominance within the covert global interior government sector, Zeta Rigelian races of Rigel Orion petitioned the assistance and collaboration of the Necromaton Andromi races. The Rigelians negotiated between the Draconian sympathetic factions of the White Eagle Necromaton Andromis and the Omnicron Draconian Odedicron Reptilian legions of Orion forming the Andromi-Rigelian Coalition, a friendly enemies deal aimed at disempowering the advancing Phoenix Project Anunnaki Illuminati influence on Earth. Not all Necromaton White Eagle factions agreed to participate in the pro-Draconian agenda Andromi-Rigelian Coalition, due to the favored connections among the Dove Jehovian Anunnaki races. The factions of the White Eagle Necromaton Andromis that favored the Zeta Rigelian / Draconian Falcon agenda entered the Andromi-Rigelian Coalition and began using their access to White Eagle Apen sites to further the Falcon agenda. The White Eagle Necromaton Andromis opposed to the Falcon agenda offered greater support to Jehovian Anunnaki Dove factions, and Ashtar Command's Arcturian Anunnaki lent their assistance to the White Eagle Dove calls. Many Draconian, Reptilian, and non-Rigelian Zeta forces, opposed to or fearful of the Necromaton Andromi force, refused to enter the Andromi-Rigelian Coalition deals, and the Draconian Reptilian Illuminati races began breaking into opposing factions, causing ripples of further instability within the external world political drama. The majority of the Omnicron Draconians of Altanak Orion and a large faction of Odetocron avian reptiles from Alnilam Orion refused the Andromi-Rigelian Coalition White Eagle Falcon deal, and set their sights on activating their ancient Dragon Apen system, which had been implanted in Earth's grid in 75,500 BC. The Dragon Apen has its head in what is now far eastern Siberia and northeastern China and Japan. Its long, thick body extends westward across Asia, the Middle East, Africa, Russia, Europe, crosses the Atlantic Ocean to the central USA, and south into South America. The majority of the Dragon Agenda races also refused to join the UIR deal of September 7 through 12, 2000, choosing instead to fight to the end for the Omnicron Odetocron Draconian One World Order agenda. In our contemporary drama, the Islamic extremist faction called the Taliban of Afghanistan is headed by several well-placed Illuminati that are covertly motivated by the Omnicron Odetocron Dragon Agenda fallen angelics. The terrorist group of Osama bin Laden, on the other hand, works as a double agent on behalf of the UIR Zeta Rigelian Falcons and the Omnicron Odetocron Dragon Force. In the World Trade Center / Pentagon drama of September 11, 2001, the Bin Laden group was covertly motivated by the UIR to assist them in creating the trigger event that is intended to set the wheels of the World War III drama in motion. The UIR also knew that this event of Bin Laden terror would ensure that the rebellious Dragon Agenda Taliban Illuminati would be forced out of power in Afghanistan, making way for the UIR governance. As the UIR intended, the many angelic human and Magi populations of Afghanistan would be conveniently reduced in number through orchestration of this international drama. The Bin Laden terrorist group evolved first under the Falcon agenda in the 1970s, covertly motivated by the Zeta Rigelians with psychotronic scalar pulses to build the movement that was intended to become a Falcon sleeper cell force, once the final conflict World War III drama had begun. Due to the UIR's present acceleration of their One World Order Dominion plan, the Bin Laden group was instead used to set up the UIR World War III drama in motion. The Iyani tell us that there are numerous such Illuminati sleeper cells of various ethnic, cultural, and religious backgrounds in at least 15 different countries. Various fallen angelics began organizing these Illuminati factions in the 1950s and 60s in order to have them in place awaiting their awakening when the final conflict drama began. The contemporary war on terrorism goes much deeper and higher than world political leaders suppose. It is a war that cannot be won until the causal element of the hidden fallen angelic / intruder ET presence is fully identified. The final conquest for Stargate and Templar control site Dominion is on, and the World War III drama is the method by which the fallen angelics of the UIR intend to lay claim to desired territories, while reducing numbers of angelic human and indigo children populations. Areas such as Pakistan, Iraq, and Iran are territories housing key access to sites to the coveted Stargate 10, so these areas, as well as several others, will be preliminary zones of conquest that the UIR will attempt to secure under UIR Illuminati governance. Egypt, home of the One World Order key control site Stargate 4, will experience sporadic areas of rebellion as Dragon Agenda Illuminati races are motivated by the Omicron Draconian forces to resist the national compliance inherent to the UIR objectives. Tibet, home of Stargate 9, is also precariously perched to become the objective of competing Dragon and UIR Dove affections. Jerusalem, Israel, has long been a battleground for control of Primary Planetary Vortex 2, a direct link to Stargate 2, the Grual Holy Grail point of Sarasota, Florida, which is the control gate for Earth's planetary shields. And the USA has been, since formalization of the Luciferian Covenant in 9560 BC Atlantis, the intended arena within which the fallen angelic final conflict drama, Battle of Armageddon, is planned to unfold, making way for the rise of the One World Order. The Emerald Covenant races have repeatedly returned to Earth incarnation in attempts to prevent this fallen angelic devised end-time scenario from occurring. Montauk Project, War in the Heavens, Sonic Pulse, and Unnatural Disasters, 1983. Through the Andromi-Rigelian coalition deals of the early 1980s, Illuminati races originally running the Falcon Agenda under command of the Rigelians and the Zeta Treaties suddenly found their 1930s Zeta Treaties were nullified. The fate of the Draconian Illuminati was placed forcefully and precariously in the hands of the new, fully dictatorial, Necromaton-controlled Andromi-Rigelian coalition. To strengthen the Necromaton's covert access to Earth territories, the 1983 Montauk Project was organized by the Necromaton Andromi White Eagle and Zeta Rigelian Draconian Falcon forces, through cooperating, and now terrified of rebelling, Illuminati factions. Through the Montauk Project, the Phi-X wormhole from 1943 was spliced into, directing a main channel to Necromaton Andromi Alpha Omega Centauri territories and the adjacent Phantom Time Matrix. The Necromaton races now had extensive access to Earth territories, and they began a covert genocide program against Illuminati races that would not join the Andromi-Rigelian coalition. The Illuminati fiasco of the 1930s through 1940s turned into the Illuminati chaos of 1983. In response to the threat of Andromi-Rigelian coalition, the Omicron Draconian forces of Altanak, Orion, sent large fleets into the Density 2 and Density 3 territories surrounding Earth, Tara, Gaia, with the intention of protecting the interest of the original Draconian/Reptilian Dragon One World Order agenda. In response to this advancing Draconian Reptilian presence, various competing Anunnaki legions of Sirius A, Arcturus, Pleiades Alcyone, Nibiru, Andromeda, Orion, the Galactic Federation, and Ashtar Command sent fleets of reinforcements into proximity of Earth's access points. Warring in Density 2 and 3 broke out between competing Anunnaki and Draconian/Reptilian forces in both our Time Matrix and the Phantom Matrix. The war above became the covert war of frequency below, as each group intensified its use of subspace sonic scalar pulse technologies to secure their holdings of various APEN sites. The progressive use of covert sonic pulse technologies which was progressively accelerated by the fallen angelic legions since the 1950s, was directly responsible for a host of regionally cataclysmic natural disasters, particularly those involving earthquakes and hurricane events. See Sonic Pulse on Natural Disasters 1935 through 1992 summary chart on page 522. Guardian Intervention and the Bridge Zone Project 1983 through 1992. Throughout this mess of interstellar chaos at our earthly door, Emerald Covenant Maharaji fleets from Sirius B, Tara, and Gaia, and many interstellar Emerald Covenant nations have tried to sustain a frequency buffer zone around Earth access points. The GA, Iani, and Founders have done their best to prevent this growing intergalactic battle of the angelic and fallen angelic kingdoms from descending into Density 1 Earth territories. The Emerald Covenant Founders races of Lyra Aramentena intervened directly. They became aware that by 2976 Earth would be destroyed before the intervention opportunity of another SAC could occur, if Zeta Rigelian/Draconian occupation of Earth was successful during the 2000 through 2017 period. Between 1983 and 1984, the Founders, GA, Interdimensional Association of Free Worlds, and Emerald Covenant Nations created the Bridge Zone Project Crisis Intervention Plan, see page 142. Through tenets of the Bridge Zone Project Initiative, amnesty contracts were offered to any interstellar races in our time matrix willing to enter the Emerald Covenant Peace Treaty. Redemption contracts were offered to the fallen angelic/ET races from the Phantom Matrix, in which they would receive the extensive assistance needed to become free from the Phantom Matrix time cycles, if they would enter and honor the Emerald Covenant. Many non-Rigelian Zeta races accepted amnesty and redemption contracts, fearful of the building superstellar power final conflict drama. Guardian races were hoping that Anunnaki legions could be persuaded to give up their long-held One World Order Dominion agenda to make a united Emerald Covenant stand against the dominant Draconian/Reptilian Necromaton Andrami/Zeta Rigelian Falcon Force. Smaller factions of some Anunnaki collectives, such as the Jehovian Enoch Collective of Sirius A, Arcturus, and Orion, gave up their previous One World Order Jehovian Anunnaki Dominion agenda in 1983 for Emerald Covenant redemption contracts. Other Anunnaki factions, such as Ashtar Command, the Nibiru Thothanki Collective, the Galactic Federation, the Pleiadian Samhasi Luciferian Collective, the Marduk Draman Collective, and the Alpha Omega Nephilim Anu Melchizedeks and Necromaton Andramis held on to their respective One World Order agendas until their ultimate stronghold was considerably compromised in 1992. The Pleiadian-Syrian Agreements and Hurricane Andrew 1992. Since the implementation of the NDC Grid photosonic installation and the net of 25,500 BC Atlantis, the Anunnaki races have steadily moved their intended Atlantean conspiracy Luciferian Covenant One World Order Dominion agenda forward through remote photosonic control of Earth's planetary Templar complex by the NDC Grid. Throughout the progression of the 1980s Andromi-Rigelian coalition agenda, the Anunnaki races remained confident of their ultimate victory in One World Order dominion within the pending 2000 through 2017 AD SAC final conflict drama. The Anunnaki believed that they would be able to use the net to awaken and manipulate enough of their civilian Illuminati sleeper races and unsuspecting human races within the channeling movement to make a stand against the Illuminati factions that they had lost to the Necromaton-controlled Andromi-Rigelian coalition. The Anunnaki intended to use channelers to teach unsuspecting Illuminati sleepers and human populations how to orchestrate false planetary healing operations, utilizing distorted biotronic scalar pulse and Merkaba mechanic technologies that would be amplified through the NDC grid. Through these distorted biotronic Merkaba technologies, the Anunnaki believed they would be able to reclaim from competing forces Earth's 12 primary Stargate territories and corresponding leyline systems, as each Stargate naturally opened during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. In 1992, Anunnaki legions were confronted with yet another unpleasant surprise, as Andromi Rigelian and collaborating factions of the Omnicron Draconian and Odetocron Reptilian Falcon Force began to utilize the Montauk Phi-X wormhole and Falcon A-Pen system to gain control over the Anunnaki NDC grid and the net by scalar pulse transmissions. Suddenly, the overly confident Anunnaki forces became willing to enter negotiations for Emerald Covenant redemption contracts with Emerald Covenant nations. Because the Anunnakis feared complete loss of their NDC grid/net stronghold on Earth, some of their leading factions reluctantly entered the Emerald Covenant Pleiadian-Sirian agreements in November 1992. In these agreements, the Pleiadian and Nibiru Anunnaki legions and portions of the Galactic Federation and Ashtar Command agreed to put the net/NDC grid installation and their artificial hold on Solar Stargate 4 back under Guardian Azurite Universal Templar Security Team protection. The Andromi Rigelian Coalition had their immediate sights set on conquest of Anunnaki-held Nibiru, a planetary environment more suitable to Necromaton Andromi biological requirements, and a strategic power spot in relation to conquest of Earth and dominion of the Halls of Amenti. The Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki of the Phoenix and Serpent A-Pen systems promised to honor the Emerald Covenant if the founders would assist them in using the net/NDC grid to close by force the Necromaton-controlled Montauk Phi-X/Falcon wormhole. If utilized by Guardian races by Sirius B Stargate 6, the already operational net/NDC grid installation could be reprogrammed to carry and amplify D12 and primal life force trion currents from beyond this time matrix. If returned to the protection of the Emerald Covenant nations, the net/NDC grid of the Earth had the power to temporarily seal or cap the Montauk Phi-X Falcon wormhole, preventing the Andromi Rigelian Falcon Eagle Omnicron Odetocron Draconian Dragon and Jehovian Anunnaki Dove raiding races from further advancing their Earth Nibiru Amenti Dominion agendas. Emerald Covenant races had been trying unsuccessfully to cap the Montauk Phi-X Falcon wormhole since World War II. On August 12, 1992, they had almost succeeded when the Zeta Rigelians, with the assistance of the Necromaton Andromi Montauk Boys, launched a vicious sonic pulse transmission from their Stargate 3 Bermuda base into the Falcon wormhole, further expanding the Falcon and preventing application of the frequency cap. The unstable expansion of the Falcon wormhole caused major deep marine disturbances throughout the Atlantic Ocean, reports of which the Illuminati withheld from public disclosure. On August 24, 1992, the Falcon wormhole amplified the intensity of Hurricane Andrew, creating wind speeds in the range of 250 to 300 miles per hour. Hurricane Andrew changed direction suddenly, heading for the Dade County, Florida area. The Falcon Agenda Illuminati knew of the direction change in time to call for evacuations, but their fallen angelic Necromaton Andromi commandos ordered them to misplace this information and give warning only when evacuation time was spent. The Zeta Rigelians and Necromaton Andromi forces used Hurricane Andrew to secure yet another human and Magi population reduction event. The devastation of Hurricane Andrew was one of the greatest recorded natural disasters in US history. When the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnakis finally decided they wanted to deal and offered to turn over the NDC grid, net, Phoenix and Serpent Apen systems to Emerald Covenant races, the opportunity to safely cap the Falcon wormhole was finally at hand. In November 1992, the Pleiadian-Sirian agreements of the Emerald Covenant Peace Treaty were formalized. Temporary cap on the Montauk Phi X wormhole, 1994 to 1998. When the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements were initiated, both Emerald Covenant and Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki races and the Galactic Federation made subtle and physical contact with selected members of the Illuminati and Interior World government forces, offering them opportunity to defect from the Andromi-Rigelian and Draconian/Reptilian Falcon Eagle Dominion. Through a temporary photosonic interface system created by the Emerald Covenant Maharaji Blue human races of Density 2 Sirius B, portions of the net/NDC grid were able to receive and transmit specific scalar pulses through Earth's Templar that served to jam the frequencies used to sustain the Montauk Phi X wormhole. By 1994, the United Emerald Covenant and Anunnaki Legions successfully created a temporary cap on the Montauk Phi X Apen system and a partial cap of the Falcon wormhole hub. The Montauk Phi X Falcon cap prevented the Necromaton Andromi Zeta Rigelians and the Draconian Reptilian fleets from furthering their intended covert infiltration of Earth's subterranean bases. The Montauk Phi X cap was a temporary solution that depended upon the Anunnakis upholding the Pleiadian-Sirian agreements. In these agreements, the Anunnaki legions had promised to release Earth from Nibiru subjugation, dismantle the net, and return the NDC grid in Solar Stargate 4, which they had hijacked by force during the 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion, back over to the Emerald Covenant Founders' protection by 2000. Had the Anunnaki races upheld the Pleiadian-Sirian agreements, Emerald Covenant races would have used a net/NDC grid installation on Earth to accomplish two vital Bridge Zone Project crisis intervention initiatives. The most pressing intervention needed was that of a rapidly rebalancing Earth's electromagnetic Merkaba fields to prevent pending pole shift from occurring during the 2000 through 2017 SAC, due to the original inorganic photosonic program of the NDC grid. The second intervention was that of using the net/NDC grid network during the SAC to permanently seal the Montauk Phi X Falcon wormhole and the Phoenix wormhole while activating the Face of Man L-Pen system and the Great White Lion, Golden Eagle, and Blue Oxen A-Pens. Success in these objectives would prevent further fallen angelic invasion, setting in motion a free world order of Emerald Covenant interstellar coevolution on Earth. From 1994 through 1998, Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki, Galactic Federation, and Emerald Covenant influence gained dominance within many Illuminati factions. Preparations were being made among cooperating Illuminati alliances to begin non-threatening progressive public release of ET angelic presence confirmation via official global proclamation. As part of the Pleiadian-Sirian agreements, Emerald Covenant races had agreed to wait until humanity had dealt with the initial revelation of the reality and immediacy of visitor contact before releasing the full historical data concerning the Anunnaki infiltration by the Atlantean conspiracy Luciferian Covenant agenda. Without use of the earthly NDC grid installation and natural realignment of Solar Stargate 4, Emerald Covenant races would be unable to prevent pole shift, nor would they be able to seal the Montauk Phi X Falcon wormhole without launching immediate physical on-planet presence of fleets capable of advanced photosonic scalar pulse transmission. If Guardian fleets attempted to deploy direct physical presence on Earth, they would be intercepted by Necromaton Andromi, Rigelian Zeta, Draconian, and Reptilian fleets, setting in motion a literal Star Wars drama within the surrounding D3 Earth territories. Such a Star Wars drama, utilizing the photosonic and photoradionic technologies possessed by all interstellar races, would not only decimate large portions of Earth's populations, but would also guarantee pole shift by further disrupting the imbalances in Earth's grids during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. An easy, peaceful victory on Earth over the pending fallen angelic / Illuminati One World Order final conflict drama depended upon the Anunnaki races honoring their promises of Emerald Covenant support and cooperation with Guardian nations. Promises that were made in the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements. The 1994 capping of the Phi X wormhole gave the Anunnaki races opportunity to once again advance their influence among the Illuminati races of the World Management Team. If they had been honoring their 1992 agreements, this influence would have progressed in representation of the Emerald Covenant. The Anunnaki and Emerald Covenant races continued to initiate a slow but steady wake-up call among their respective civilian sleepers. The Anunnaki released a message among some of their channels that the Zeta races had left Earth and there was nothing now to fear. The originally sinister intentions of the Anunnaki orchestrated aspects of the New Age movement briefly became upgraded to support the Emerald Covenant Peace Treaty and Freedom Teachings, creating a renewed solidarity between once competing ideological factions in the New Age arena. In 1997, Guardian races began the wake-up call to their Emerald Covenant speakers and Indigo children, in preparation for the scheduled release of the Emerald Covenant teachings pertaining to Master Planetary Templar mechanics, which were to be given once consummation of the 2000 through 2017 SAC was confirmed. Plans were made among Anunnaki loyal Illuminati and human members of the World Management Team to begin official disclosure of visitor race presence. Official disclosure was intended to prepare human populations to make a united, peaceful stand in protecting Earth's territories from further advancement of the several competing fallen angelic One World Order invasion agendas, using the natural, spiritual science-based tools of Master Planetary Templar mechanics. Guardian races intended to release the Emerald Covenant Masters Templar mechanics teachings in the public forum, to educate humanity in the methodologies required to orchestrate planetary shields clinics, through which Earth's EM grids could be rapidly healed to prevent pole shift from occurring should the 2000 through 2017 SAC commence as anticipated. If the 2000 through 2017 SAC commenced, Guardian races intended rapid dispensation of information pertaining to humanity's invitation into the Lyran-Sirian Founders' Emerald Covenant Coevolution Peace Treaty, and the awakening and training of the Amenti Planetary Templar Security Team was to immediately commence. The Amenti Security Team was intended to be trained to assist Guardian nations in using the NDC grid installation to permanently sever the link between Earth and the Montauk Phi X Falcon and Phoenix wormhole, preventing further fallen angelic infiltration. Once the Montauk Phi X Falcon and Phoenix wormholes were permanently shut, fallen angelic races would be unable to send in larger fleets to intercept and initiate Star Wars with Guardian fleets as they made their inevitable first contact mission. As 1998 approached, all appeared to be going relatively well within the delicate political balances of the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements. Anunnaki defection, Falcon uncapped, Indigo hunting, and Edict of War, 1998 through 2001. When it became clear in June 1998 that the SAC would commence in 2000, the Pleiadian Samhasi Luciferian, Nibiru Enlil Dedicron, Thoth Anki Zephilium, and Galactic Federation Anunnaki collectives immediately defected from the Pleiadian-Sirian agreements, seizing this opportunity to continue activation of the Phoenix and Serpent APEN systems for Earth conquest. They made deals with the Jehovian Dove and Necromaton Andromi White Eagle to interface their net/NDC grid and APEN systems with the Zeta Rigelian/Andrami Montauk Phi X facility, in order to undo the access to Earth's Templar that Emerald Covenant nations had recently gained. They rapidly began to set the stage for lowering the net into the 3D frequency bands by interface with the earthly electrical grid technologies to create the 2004 frequency fence mass mind control network. The Alpha Omega Nephilim Anu Melchizedeks began an aggressive, sweetly rendered indigo child hunting campaign within the New Age movement, hoping to locate as many indigo people, especially Type 3 human Anunnaki hybrids, for astral tagging and DNA bonding biofield possession. Great efforts were applied to directing the channeling movement by the Net/Phi X transmitting station, through which a progressively growing number of infiltrated Illuminati and human greeting teams were assembled among Earth populations. As the Anunnaki greeting teams advanced in the New Age movement, many Anunnaki legions that had remained loyal to the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements finally defected under growing pressure from the Galactic Federation and Nibiru Thoth-Enki Anunnaki collectives. Numerous popular energy/spiritual healing systems were infiltrated and progressively used to orchestrate astral tagging in New Age populations. Meanwhile, many unawakened indigo children and humans became infiltrated with Anunnaki implantation, possession, and pseudo-spiritual indoctrination, and the Michael Matrix, Zeta Rigelian, and Draco stepped up in their own interest in the body-snatching game. This caused a progression of disputes among Anunnaki factions and between Anunnaki and Draconian agenda forces. Between 1998 through 1999, the Zeta Rigelian and Necromaton Andrami Falcon White Eagle Force, with the assistance of their Montauk Boys Illuminati, successfully removed the partial cap on the Falcon wormhole and partially ripped through the Montauk Phi X wormhole cap. Uncapping the Falcon allowed them to reactivate portions of their global Montauk Phi X Falcon White Eagle APEN system, through which psychotronic and subspace sonic scalar pulse transmission capacity was restored. Since this 1998 through 1999 fiasco began, Emerald Covenant nations have used their once again limited access to net transmission to poke holes in the net, by which their indigo children Type 1 and 2 could receive a rapid emergency wake-up call. Expedited Emerald Covenant CDT plate translations began in late 1999, after the original May 1999 simultaneous publication of the Voyagers 1 and 2. Throughout 1999 through 2000, Emerald Covenant races have continued negotiations and attempts to resurrect the Pleiadian-Sirian agreements with Anunnaki races, temporarily securing the July 5, 2000 Treaty of Altair with the Anunnaki and several renegade races due to the continuing disputes between the Anunnaki and Draconian agenda factions. Between September 7 through 12, 2000, the Andrami Necromaton settled several pending Anunnaki/Draconian disputes over intended distribution of captured Inner Earth territories. The UIR was formed, and their war edict was issued on September 12, 2000. Since September 12, 2000, Emerald Covenant nations and awakening indigo children and humans who have not yet succumbed to fallen angelic astral tagging, etc., have been working with progressively more advanced Masters planetary Templar mechanics to secure Earth's Templar under a critical mass 12 code pulse before the 2003 deadline. The Wall in Time and Atlantean Secrets of the Phoenix and the Falcon. Dimensional Blend Experiment, Wall in Time, and the Illuminati Master Plan 2003. The Contemporary United Intruder Resistance UIR Illuminati One World Order Master Plan is an amalgamation of key components of the previously disclosed competing Fallen Angelic / Intruder ET One World Order agendas. The UIR has adopted the long planned 2003 Dimensional Blend Experiment and 2004 frequency fence plan, originally of the Zeta Rigelian agenda. The Zeta Rigelians originally got their idea for the frequency fence from the Anunnaki net plan, in which the Anunnaki had long planned to lower the net into D3 to create a frequency fence during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. The Nibiru Council mandate of human genocide has been adopted, and its orchestration is intended to occur through the instigation of war among human nations agenda that has been key to most One World Order creeds since their inception. Advancement of the UIR Illuminati One World Order Master Plan depends upon their preventing Earth's Templar from reaching its critical mass 12-code pulse. If the Guardian agenda of activating the four faces of man Elpin system to create the Trion-Mayhe field before 2003 is successful, the 12-code pulse will reach critical mass in Earth's planetary shields, blocking the dimensional blend experiment and frequency fence. The DNA templates of indigo children and humans are now beginning mass activation, despite the fallen angelic astral tagging interference. The biology of these races will automatically and progressively run higher dimensional frequencies into Earth's grids. A critical mass of indigo children types 1 and 2 have now cleared sufficient amounts of NDC grid distortions from their DNA templates and set sufficient amounts of the 12-code pulse in Earth's Templar. These events will begin triggering spontaneous DNA clearing and activation in mass human/indigo populations. If these populations continue clear DNA template activation, they will unknowingly transmit a critical mass 12-code pulse into the planetary shields by 2003, preventing fulfillment of the Illuminati dimensional blend experiment. The 2003 dimensional blend experiment was intended to directly link Earth's planetary shields into the planetary shields of a counterpart of Earth, called Phantom Earth, that was drawn into the Phantom Matrix black hole subtime distortion cycle during the Electric Wars, which ended human seeding 1 on Earth 5.5 million years ago. Since the Electric Wars, there has been a wall in time, a frequency cap between Earth's planetary shields and the chaotic planetary shields of Phantom Earth and the black hole Phantom Matrix. This cap was kept in place by the Emerald Covenant founders in hopes that eventually our Earth would evolve to a sufficient frequency accretion level through which the wall in time could be uncapped, without our Earth and its life field potentially being rapidly drawn into the Phantom Matrix. This cap allows the races in Phantom Earth an opportunity to have DNA bioregenesis and the Phantom Earth to receive planetary shields repair so people and planet could be retrieved from the perpetual chaotic time loop of the Phantom Matrix to restore natural evolution. Since the end of the human seeding 1, Earth has been a literal battleground between the Emerald Covenant founders' races and the fallen angelic/intruder ET races of the Phantom Matrix. Each group has fought to attain a critical mass of frequency in the planetary shields of Earth and its Phantom. If Phantom Earth accretes greater frequency holding than our Earth, its people, and the halls of Amenti in the inner Earth time cycle will be sucked into the Phantom Matrix black hole. If this occurs, 11 dimensions of our 15-dimensional time matrix will become fully trapped within the Phantom Matrix subtime distortion cycle, cut off from interaction with the founders of D12 and up, under fallen angelic race dominion, completely incapable of natural ascension out of density. Such an event would provide sufficient energy fuel to feed and artificially sustain the dying Phantom Matrix for many eons to come. Since the 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion, the Anunnaki races of the Phantom Matrix have been progressively draining frequency from our Earth and transmitting it into the Phantom Earth shields by the relay station of the net, NDC grid, the reverse orbit planet Nibiru, and the artificial Nibiru battlestar Wormwood. In the SAC of 22,326 BC, the Anunnaki almost succeeded in fulfilling the dimensional blend experiment, through which the cap on the wall in time would have been shattered, and our Earth and the halls of Amenti stargates would have become fully trapped in the Phantom Matrix. The Iani founders' races stopped the 22,326 BC SAC just in time to prevent this travesty from occurring. When the Zetas uncapped the Falcon wormhole in the early 1900s and launched the 1943 Philadelphia experiment, the first full link between the planetary shields of Zeta-controlled Phantom Earth and our Earth was made in our contemporary times. A hole was punched in the wall in time by uncapping the Falcon wormhole and creating the Phi-X Wormhole Port Interface Network, PIN, Atlantean Pylon Implant Network, APIN system. Our contemporary problems mounted when the Pleiadian Nibiru uncapped the neighboring Phoenix wormhole, and they escalated again when the hole in the time wall was further expanded through the Falcon wormhole during the 1983 Montauk project. If the contemporary UIR succeeds in orchestrating the 2003 dimensional blend experiment, Earth will fulfill the Jehovian contrived biblical revelations prophecies, experience pole shift, and be drawn into the pit of the Phantom Matrix black hole. The potentiality of Earth entering the Phantom Matrix is both spiritually and scientifically devastating. Regardless of whether these events are interpreted in terms of physics or spirituality, they are real on both counts. Originally, Emerald Covenant races, humans and indigo children entered repeated Earth incarnations on rescue missions in attempts to save the mentally and biologically mutated races of the Phantom Matrix from their return to undifferentiated units of space dust at the eventual, inevitable implosion of the Phantom Matrix. Now, due to the anti-Christiac applications of the NET/NDC Grid/Montauk Phi-X Phoenix project and fallen angelic APIN technologies, the cap on the wall in time must be permanently closed. If the cap on the time wall is not closed, Earth, Inner Earth, the halls of Amenti, and the many universes within the lower 11 dimensions of our 15-dimensional time matrix will implode during and shortly after the 2000 through 2017 SAC. The imploded systems would then chaotically reorganize their matter pattern within the time loop of the Phantom Matrix black hole. The founders' races must do everything in their power to prevent this event from occurring, or other neighboring time matrix systems will be unfairly placed in similarly grave jeopardy. The present final conflict drama on Earth will be the deciding factor of destiny for many civilizations within our time matrix, as well as for Earth and the human race. If the Emerald Covenant Masters Planetary Stewardship Initiative and Bridge Zone Project are successful, only a portion of Earth's matter base and consciousness fields will be drawn into the Phantom Matrix time track during the 3-day particle conversion period of our present SAC. The rest of Earth's planetary shields and life forms with sufficient DNA template activation will experience a progression of linear time events that will lead to a future in which Earth and her peoples discover the reality of the inner Earth time cycle. In this future, Earth becomes a free, ascended planet within the interdimensional association of free worlds and great universal Emerald Covenant communities, the heavenly Earth so often promised but never deliverable by many of the oblivious religious dogmas. If the GA Bridge Zone project is not successful, and the UIR's 2003 dimensional blend experiment is not prevented by 12-code pulse recoding of the 24 Nibiru Crystal Temple networks and setting of the Trion Mehi fields, the Guardians cannot prevent Earth from joining its phantom shadow. This is not a decision of Guardian preference, but merely an unavoidable condition of the natural laws of creation physics that govern the manifestation processes of matter and consciousness. Presently, great progress has been made in the Emerald Covenant freedom agenda. The DNA templates of indigos and humans are now slowly, but definitely, clearing and activating. Progressive 12-code human DNA template activation will culminate in Earth's 12-code pulse critical mass recoding by 2003. If a critical number of Masters Planetary Templar Mechanics Rainbow Roundtables, RRTs, are conducted by Earth populations. The Emerald Covenant RRTs are the advanced biotronic technologies of the Christos Founders races. RRTs are the only technologies by which the four faces of man, Great White Lion, and Golden Eagle pen systems can be rapidly activated to anchor the needed Trion-Mayhe fields in Earth's planetary shields. The World Trade Center / Pentagon disaster and the secrets of the Phoenix and Falcon. Phoenix Matrix, the 5.5 million year old wall in time, the Atlantean conspiracy and Luciferian covenant, the Falcon and Phoenix wormholes, the 1943 through 1983 Montauk / Phi-X port interface network, Atlantean pylon implant networks, the 2003 dimensional blend experiment, the NET Nibiru electrostatic transduction field, the Nibiru crystal temple network, UIR Illuminati One World Order master plans, the September 12, 2000 UIR Edict of War, IRTs, remote interactive teams, and astral tagging, the UFO and New Age movements, fallen angelic conquest for dominion of the halls of Amenti stargates. So what do all of these seemingly far-out sci-fi subjects have to do with the very real 9/11/2001 World Trade Center / Pentagon disaster? The contemporary concern over the threat of international terrorism and the war on terrorism. Absolutely everything. I personally did not fully understand the connections between the big picture drama and our present global terrorist issue until the GA/IANI filled in the missing pieces as I began to prepare this final update for Voyagers 2, the second edition. The well-hidden connections between these ancient and contemporary realities is not remote or vague. It is direct and scathing. This connection becomes much more obvious when we understand the secrets of the Phoenix and the Falcon and their relationship to ancient Atlantis. The whole story of the Phoenix and the Falcon could fill several books. I will simply summarize here the most immediately pertinent aspects of this historical saga. Previous to the 9558 BC cataclysm of Atlantis, life was quite different than it is now on planet Earth. In 28,000 BC, a major cataclysm ripped apart the large Atlantic continent upon which Atlantis stood, reducing it to several smaller Atlantean island nations. The three primary Atlantean nations were Alta Lohas and what had been the northeast of the Atlantic continent. Remains of it are now England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. Alta Brua is the southwest, now southern Florida, Cuba, Bahamas, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic, and Alta Nohasa in the central region, now the Bermuda Islands. The human Atlantean nation became progressively overrun with a race called the Anu Melchizedek Leviathans. The many competing Anunnaki, Draconian and reptilian family lines of the Anu Melchizedek Leviathan races were a product of progressive fallen angelic raiding of an Emerald Covenant hybridization program that began in 155,000 BC. The Founders' Emerald Covenant hybridization program was intended to assist the Anunnaki and Draconian / reptilian races that had joined the Emerald Covenant to regenerate their DNA templates to reclaim the potentialities of ascension. Genetic engineering was used to combine portions of the angelic human DNA template with that of the composite Anunnaki Draconian reptilian genetic strain, using the Anunnaki slave primate Lulcus DNA, upgrading the Neanderthal first to the Luari, then to the E-Lully Levi, E-Lully Judah, and E-Lovely Nephi. After thousands of years of evolution on Earth and 5 genetic upgrades, the Eulali Levi Cro-Magnon received its final upgrade to the Homo sapien 1 Anu Melchizedek. The Anu Melchizedek race, housing incarnations of non-human fallen angelic souls on Emerald Covenant redemption contracts, resembled the angelic human 12-tribe races because 5 of 12 human DNA strand templates were genetically engineered into bonding with this hybrid DNA. From the Eulali Levi stage, the hybrid races could, but were not intended to, naturally procreate with the human race, due to the compatibility of the lower DNA strand templates between hybrids and humans. This made the hybrid races, especially the most evolved Anu Melchizedeks, a prime target for fallen angelic races that desired to incarnate their presence on Earth in quest for Halls of Amenti dominion. By the later Atlantean period of 10,500 BC, the number of fallen angelic Anu Melchizedek Leviathan of Eulali Levi hybrid family lines, born of fallen angelic rating of the hybridization program, exceeded those of the Emerald Covenant human and Magi Indigo races. Throughout much of the pre-ancient history, Earth's Stargate system remained open, and interstellar commerce was commonplace. In later Atlantis, this circumstance led to invasion, formation of the competing Leviathan-Atlantean conspiracy One World Order Dominion agendas, and in 9560 BC, formalization of the Anunnaki-Leviathan-Luciferian Covenant One World Order Anunnaki Master Plan for final capture of Earth and the Halls of Amenti Stargates. Human populations of Atlantis were progressively driven into exile in other regions of the globe, as the competing Leviathan races, on behalf of their fallen angelic/intruder ET kin, battled for conquest of the Atlantic continent stargates. The Omicron Draconian, Odedicron, and Zephilium Zeta reptile races gained dominance in the Atlantean power struggle, and several competing Anunnaki forces motivated their Leviathan races to orchestrate a final victory over the Draconian/reptilian and angelic human races. This motivation was formalized in the official agreement of the Luciferian Covenant One World Order Master Plan, what the Anunnakis referred to as the Phoenix Project, the name of the Anunnaki Dominion Project from the 10,500 BC Luciferian conquest. In this original Phoenix Project, Anunnaki fallen angelic races of the United Federation of Planets in the Phantom Matrix motivated their Leviathan legions on Earth to attempt to gain dominion over Earth by opening the wall in time that existed between Earth and Phantom Earth in the Phantom Matrix. The wall in time is an artificial frequency barrier that was placed within the planetary shield scalar templates of Earth and Phantom Earth, the portion of Earth's shields that had been drawn into the black hole subtime distortion cycle of the Phantom Matrix during the Electric Wars 5.5 million years ago. See page 18. The frequency barrier wall protected Earth's shields or scalar templates, allowing Earth to continue its natural evolution within our organic time matrix, without threat of Earth, Halls of Amenti Stargate control, and the rest of our time matrix being drawn into the Phantom Matrix. The Emerald Covenant founders had erected the wall 5.5 million years ago to protect this time matrix from being swallowed by the Phantom Matrix black hole. In 10,500 BC Atlantis, the Anunnaki Leviathans created a wormhole frequency bridge between Nohasa Atlantis of Earth and the Phantom Matrix planets of Nibiru and Tiamat. This Atlantean hole in the wall in time was called the Phoenix Wormhole or Phoenix Matrix. Its entry point on Earth was near Nohasa Atlantis Stargate 3, an Atlantean territory called Phoenicia, where Earth's planetary ley line 4 through 10 horizontal cross through planetary axotonal line 7 vertical. The Phoenix Matrix was anchored into Earth's shields, the Golden Eagle A-pin system, the net, and the NDC grid through Stargate 4 Leyline 4 at Giza, Egypt, and through a secondary Nibiru Crystal Temple network site called Q-Site 4 in central Mexico. Through the A7/L4 Phoenix wormhole, the Anunnaki were able to electrically interface Earth's planetary shields with those of Nibiru and Tiamat via the NDC grid and net from 25,500 BC. The Anunnaki used the Phoenix Matrix in their long-term Luciferian rebellion master plan of drawing Earth and the halls of Amenti stargates into the Phantom Matrix by merging Earth's planetary shields with those of Phantom Nibiru and Tiamat, which linked to Phantom Sirius A and Trapezium Theta Orion. This contrived anomaly of planetary physics would cause part of Earth's body to burn up, while the portions that survived black hole transition would emerge in Density 2 as an uninhabitable moon to Nibiru. The Phoenix would rise from the ashes to be born with a new life, under Anunnaki exploitation control, and the halls of Amenti stargates would fall under totalitarian United Federation of Planets Phantom Matrix dominion. During the 10,500 BC Luciferian conquest, the Draconian/Reptilian/Zeta Leviathan races discovered and copied the Anunnaki wormhole technology under motivation of the Zeta Dracos, Omnicron Draconian, and Odetocron Reptile avian races that ruled Phantom Earth. The Draconian Agenda races created another wormhole near the first, on Axitonal Line 7, ley lines 3 through 9. Its anchoring position in Earth's shields was located in the Draconian-conquered Nibiru Crystal Temple network at Stargate 7, now Lake Titicaca, Peru. In Atlantis, the A7/L3 wormhole was known as the Falcon Matrix, the draconian bird of prey that would defeat and consume the Phoenix wormhole by forcing Earth's planetary shields into merger with those of Phantom Earth. The Draconian Agenda races desired to link Earth, once merged with the Phantom Earth, to their intergalactic holdings of Alpha Draconis and Draco, and Altanak, Alnilam, Bellatrix, Rigel, and Zeta. When the Falcon Matrix wormhole in the Wall in Time was in place, the Andromi Necromaton and Centaur hybrid fallen angelic races of Phantom Alpha Centauri and Omega Centauri and Andromeda raided and began using the Falcon Matrix wormhole to raid Atlantis of Earth, creating a master hybrid dominion race now called the Men in Black, through raiding the Anu Melchizedek Leviathan genetic lines. Fallen angelic/intruder ET races of all kinds emerged from the Phantom Matrix pit to initiate conquest of Earth. The Necromaton Andromi Alpha Omega Anunnaki races, already in control of the Golden Eagle A-Pen system since the 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion, attempted to merge the Phoenix and Falcon wormholes, the Golden Eagle A-Pen, and NDC grid together, to secure final territorial dominion of Earth. Emerald Covenant founders and Sirius B Maharaji fleets intervened directly in Atlantis, squelching the Luciferian conquest and driving fallen angelic invasion forces back into the Phantom Matrix, some escaping into exile on other planets in our time matrix. The founders capped the Phoenix and Falcon Matrix frequency bridges to Phantom Matrix, patching the holes in the Wall in Time. Without planetary access to D12 frequency, the founders could not create a permanent wormhole cap or activate the Four Faces of Man L-Pen to restore the Golden Eagle and Great White Lion A-Pen systems. In 9560 BC, the Anunnaki fallen angelic races that had escaped to Density 2 Alcyone and Tara in our time matrix motivated their Anu Melchizedek Leviathan force of Brua Atlantis to again open the Phantom Matrix wormhole. In 9558 BC, this was done as part of the Luciferian Covenant master plan to fully draw Earth, Inner Earth, and the halls of Amenti into the Phantom Matrix black hole subtime distortion cycle during the next natural stellar activation cycle, which is the 2000 through 2017 SAC. This plan was also intended to get rid of the competition put forth by angelic human races and other members of the Leviathan Force who were affiliated with the competing fallen angelic collectives. The Thoth Enki Zephilium Nibiru and Samhasi Luciferian Pleiadian Anunnaki races motivated their Leviathan hybrids to temporarily blow a hole in the cap on the Phoenix Matrix wormhole, using the Ark of the Covenant portal bridge at Stargate 4 Giza. The Phoenix Matrix was temporarily opened just enough for the immediate central Atlantean territories of Nohasa and select portions of Lohas and Bruaa to experience the regional holocaust of being sucked into the Phantom Matrix. Forcing the fall of Atlantis was only the first step in the Anunnaki One World Order Dominion agenda, the climax of which was scheduled for the SAC of 2000 through 2017. When the Phoenix Matrix was opened, Anunnaki forces from Phantom Nibiru forced additional photosonic scalar pulses through the NDC grid and Nibiru crystal temple networks of Earth, creating additional planetary shields distortions and blockages within Earth's Templar. The photosonic transmissions pumped through Earth's Templar from Nibiru and the Phantom Matrix instantaneously reduced to dust any buildings, structures, or Atlantean remains on surface Earth that were not placed under selective Anunnaki force field protection. The photosonic scalar pulses and resulting planetary grid distortions cause further mutation in the DNA template of Earth's biological forms, again reduced the lifespan of all creatures, and conveniently caused the memory files stored within the human and Leviathan DNA template to be further unplugged. The Anunnaki could not destroy human and indigo child races if their master plan was to succeed, as these races were needed to run their DNA template Amenti security codes into Earth's planetary shields during the SAC, or Earth's stargates and portals would not open. The Luciferian Covenant agenda included a massive planetary house cleaning, editing, and rewriting of any previous records or evidence pertaining to advanced Atlantean human civilization. The agenda intended progressive claiming of Earth's 12 primary Stargate territories and subjugation of human and indigo races by the Anunnaki Leviathan Force in time for the 2000 through 2017 SAC deadline. The real founding of America, spiking out the territory. The North American continent, known then as Alta Amikasan or Amika-Ra, which has become inhabitable following the induced ice age of 21,900 BC. Lohas Celtic Druidic freeze-out territorial conquest was intended to become the new Jerusalem of the Jehovian, Enochian, Anunnaki Leviathan, and the new Emi-Rika of the Nibiru Thothian Anunnaki Leviathan. The Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki's 9558 BC opening of the Phoenix Matrix was intended to create climactic instabilities and a quick freeze within select northern and southern regions. The Pleiadian Nibiru planned to clear out the real estate and literally put it on ice to prevent the Emerald Covenant races from reinstating human and indigo guardians there after the orchestrated flood. The Anunnaki of the Luciferian Covenant planned to have their frozen assets thawed out and populated by their Leviathan race Illuminati Sleepers Powers elite, and plenty of time for dominion during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Prior to the staging of the fall of Atlantis, members of the Thothian Leviathan of Bruaa were taken to every continent of Earth, including North America, where they created a complex system of what are called Atlantean spikes in Earth's planetary shields. The spikes, which have been used in various global areas since implementation of the NDC grid at Stonehenge, are seed implants made of various types of crystalline minerals and metals, which are inserted deep into Earth's mantle and crust by photosonic scalar pulse. When activated, the spikes become local and regional transmission stations, originally receiving frequency broadcasts from the NDC grid. Grid spiking is one type of apen system technology, which is favored by the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki. The Phoenix Apen System spiking campaign of 9560 to 9558 BC Brua Atlantis connected specific areas of Earth's planetary shields directly to coordinate points in the geography of Tiamat and the Phantom Matrix, via the Phoenix wormhole. When activated just before and during the 2000 through 2017 SAC, as intended by the Anunnaki, the spikes would open a series of mini wormholes directly to the Phoenix Matrix wormhole, Nibiru, and Tiamat, creating a powerful standing columnar wave pillars of inaudible sound. The sonic pillars would anchor Earth to the planetary shields of Phantom Nibiru and Tiamat. Though the spike network of the Phantom Apen and the NDC Grid/Nibiru Crystal Temple Network Frequency Fence program, which had been operating in certain regions of Atlantis at partial capacity since 25,500 BC, would be amplified and strengthened. After the intended flood, the Phoenix Apen Spike Matrix would allow the NET, the Nibiru Electrostatic Transduction Field, to create a global perceptual buffer blanket that would prevent species on Earth from perceiving the D4 astral field and would block Emerald Covenant nations from direct physical and communicative interference. During the 2000 through 2017 SAC, the Phoenix Spike Matrix was intended to progressively activate by photosonic scalar pulses sent through the Phoenix wormhole. The net frequency fence would descend into 3D frequency bands, putting all races under covert Anunnaki mind control. Under Anunnaki mind control, human and indigo races would mindlessly follow Anunnaki instructions on running the DNA template security codes to open Earth's shields, and the final physical Anunnaki invasion of Earth would take place without human and indigo resistance. Once physically on planet, the Luciferian Anunnaki intended to complete the final installation of the 24 scalar pulse generator amplification plants that they would need to blast through the cloaking fields on the inner Earth portals. As the Phoenix Apen Spike Matrix moved into full activation while Earth's stargates progressed in their opening cycle, the Anunnaki would invade inner Earth and connect the halls of Amenti Stargate Control Temples, 12 crystal pylon temples of inner Earth, to the Phoenix Apen Spike Matrix. Earth, inner Earth, and the halls of Amenti Stargates would be rapidly drawn into the Phantom Matrix black hole, in a position between Tiamat and Nibiru. In this event, all of Earth's life field would experience biological death, but the planetary and personal consciousness of Earth's life forms would reassemble along the chaotically grotesque template arrangement of the Phantom Matrix. In the Phantom Matrix, the consciousness would become trapped in a distorted image of its original biological or matter form. The distorted body thought form could neither naturally ascend nor die in the usual manner, but would rather progressively become more distorted, the consciousness digressing into perceptual chaos until eventually the thought form body would implode in upon itself, fragmenting the identity into undifferentiated units of consciousness, space dust. Survival of sentience in the Phantom Matrix is dependent upon devising ways to literally feed off life force energies from other forms in the Phantom Matrix, or from living beings in living time matrix systems. This is how the fallen angelic races sustain themselves, and is precisely why they have tried for 250 billion years Earth time to conquer our living time matrix and pull it into their system. Such a feat would provide them with a massive food supply through which to expand and sustain their continually contracting thought form hologram reality field. If the Anunnaki's Phoenix Matrix master plan succeeded, the halls of Amenti Stargates would create an open wormhole interface into other living time matrices, and the life forms of Earth would become entrapped in deteriorating thought form bodies that would become the slave demon force of the fallen angelic collectives. This was the intention of the Luciferian Anunnaki when they devised the Atlantean flood drama. This is the destiny of sorrow to which they have long desired to condemn our race. Joining the fallen angelics in their finite phantom matrix holographic prison is the false eternal life they have been deviously promising human and Illuminati Leviathan races since the fall of Atlantis. Real eternal life is achieved through genuine ascension and mastery of consciousness within the living time matrix. Phantom matrix life forms are not truly alive in biological or spiritual terms. They are in truth living dead races, finite consciousness thought form identities trapped within a progressively fragmenting and deteriorating subtime universe, who can take on biological life only through using life forms of consciousness as a host. Human and indigo races were sent into this time matrix as a guardian, protector, and healer force, intended to protect the living time matrix from the phantom matrix system and to assist, if and when possible, in the reclamation and redemption of the fallen races and universal systems. Presently we are in the beginning of the end times that the fallen angelics have so often prophesied to us. The Founders' Emerald Covenant Masters' planetary Templar mechanics is the only means by which we can get ourselves out of this Atlantean-created mess. Fortunately for us all, the Luciferian Covenant plan was not as successful as the Anunnaki anticipated. If it had been, we would not presently have access to any of the Founders' education. The Phoenix Matrix cap was opened in New Hassa Atlantis by the photosonic scalar pulse that was bounced from Brua Atlantis, the Gruul central control for Earth's planetary shields, through Leyline 4 through 10 to Stargate 4 in Giza, Egypt, where the Ark of the Covenant portal bridge to Andromeda was stationed. See the Ark of the Covenant on page 51. The Luciferian Anunnaki backed Leviathan race's Thoth-line aquatic ape Zeta Nibiru hybrids of Brua, had tricked the Jehovian Anunnaki-backed Leviathan races, Enoch-line bipedal dolphin people hybrids of Sirius A and Arcturus, of Nohasa, into participating in the 9558 BC Atlantean dimensional blend experiment. Both the Thothian and Enochian Anunnaki factions were official members of the Luciferian Covenant One World Order Master Plan, since their respective 22,326 BC and 10,500 BC defections from the Emerald Covenant Coevolution Peace Treaty. The cover story used by the Thothian Leviathan was that, in combining the powers of Nohasa Stargate 3 and Brua Stargate 2 together, the usually competing Anunnaki races could combine their technological powers to break through the protective Emerald Covenant cloaking shield on the Andromeda Ark portal bridge at Giza. Once the Ark seal was released, they could stage a joint conquest of Inner Earth and claim the halls of Amenti Stargate's control temples. The Thothian races really intended to claim Stargate 3 control for themselves and destroy the Enochian competition. When the Leviathan races of Brua and Nohasa launched a photosonic scalar pulse, the Brua pulse was purposely sent with an under-amplified electrical charge. The combined sonic pulse bounced off the Ark seal at Giza rather than penetrating it, returned to Brua by Leyline 4, blowing a hole in the Phoenix Matrix cap as intended. Then the Stargate 2 main power generator crystal temple was used by the Thothian Leviathan to redirect the pulse through Axotonal Line 3 that ran vertically through Nohasa. The pulse refracted an unsuspecting back pulse to Stargate 2 Brua, reducing the temples to dust. The central Atlantean islands of Nohasa were reduced to what remains as the Bermuda Islands. The land bridge that linked Brua and the North American continent to the Atlantean landmass that held the Phoenix Matrix was also destroyed. Lohas in the north, home of Stargate 11, suffered the least, while regions in the extreme north and south, once habitable lands, experienced flooding and quick freeze. What the Thothian Leviathans had not planned on was that members of competing Leviathan races would survive, which they did through temporary evacuation by their respective fallen angelic kin. When the sonic pulse was sent into Axotonal Line 3 at Nohasa, it poked another hole in the cap in the wall in time. Inadvertently, the Anunnaki had created a tear in the frequency cap on the Draconian Fallen Angelic controlled Falcon Matrix A7/L3-9 wormhole that led to Phantom Earth. When the silent photosonic pulses hit, portions of the islands of Atlantis began to sink beneath the sea. The matter of which these geographical regions were composed, and the lifeforms living upon them, literally first liquefied into a semi-plasmic hydrostanding wave state, then internally combusted into a massive flash of photoradionic light, and sank into the black hole pit of the Phantom Matrix. The planetary shield's distortions resulting from the fall of Atlantis created several frequency rips in the Anunnaki-controlled net, which permitted Emerald Covenant Iani races of Inner Earth and Sirius B a limited amount of time to directly intervene before cataclysmic Earth changes ensued. The Iani temporarily opened some of the surface Earth portals to Inner Earth, and used the crystal pylon temples of the Halls of Amenti to stabilize Earth's grids. The Anunnaki intended cataclysm did not proceed as fully as the Luciferians had planned. Stabilizing Earth's planetary shields allowed the Guardians a limited period of time in which Human 12 Tribe, Indigo, and Emerald Covenant Anu Melchizedek hybrids were temporarily evacuated to the Inner Earth. Draconian and Anunnaki agenda fallen angelics from Phantom Earth temporarily evacuated their respective hybrid races by spacecraft. Once the dust had settled and the waters had calmed, all races were returned to Earth by their respective resettlement teams, and the battle for critical mass dominion of Earth's Templar began between the Human and Indigo planetary guardians and the competing families of the Leviathan Force Illuminati hybrid human races. Emerald Covenant races were unable to fully repair the holes in the wall in time, but the Anunnaki Net and Phoenix Wormhole A-Pen Spiking Matrix and the Draconian Falcon Wormhole were destabilized during this fiasco, allowing only limited interface between Earth and the Phantom Matrix. Emerald Covenant races could not attempt to dismantle the Anunnaki Net at this time, as it served as a buffer for Earth, protecting it from erratic frequencies that would emerge from the Ark of the Covenant Andromeda portal without the net protection. Throughout our known recorded history, the Leviathan races grew in number, strength, and territorial power under remote fallen angelic guardianship. Meanwhile, amnesiac human and indigo races did their best to survive on Earth, and Emerald Covenant races did their best to assist them by their limited communicative access through the net. The 2000 through 2017 SAC is the time when the whole mess will inevitably come to a head. Our Hidden History of Sorrow, 9558 BC to present. Competing forces from the Phantom Matrix used their limited access to the Phoenix and Falcon wormholes to misguide their amnesiac Leviathan Illuminati hybrid races with falsified historical and religious dogmas, and secret mystical metaphysical societies promoting vengeful creator god propaganda. These falsified control dogmas, upon which recently ancient and contemporary civilizations were built and are still covertly controlled, were drawn from the once valid Law of One Freedom Love spiritual science texts of the angelic human CDT plate teachings. The Emerald Covenant CDT plate teachings had been the common property of the early Atlantis and Lemuria, Mu'a, and all human seedings that came before. They were the original founders' records and the basis for the 12 primary spiritual union ascension teachings of the human 12 tribe races. The original spiritual union teachings all agreed with each other, each representing the historical, spiritual, and sacred science Emerald Covenant Sacred Freedom teachings as held in the 12 CDT plates. Each of the 12 human tribes had been entrusted as guardians of the knowledge contained in the CDT plates that corresponded to the tribe's planetary Stargate assignment. The amnesiac Leviathan races, driven and covertly manipulated into Stargate territory conquest, progressively waged war and claimed dominion over amnesiac human nations, forcibly indoctrinating human 12 tribes into docile compliance to competing, twisted, fallen angelic false historical, religious, and later scientific creeds. The Indigo Child Magi Grail lines have been the keepers of the Sacred Founders Emerald Covenant CDT plate knowledge throughout our troubled and progressively violent history. All through this history of sorrow, competing legions of Leviathan Illuminati families were motivated by their fallen angelic taskmasters to attain possession of specific geographical regions and sites corresponding to the APEN systems. Only one or two key controllers in each of the many Illuminati groups learned that these areas held the Anunnaki Phoenix spiking matrix. Even the Illuminati key controllers were deceived, for they were not told these sites were Anunnaki intended takeover points. They were told the lie that these sites were sacred and belonged to their creator gods and angels. Since the 9558 BC fall of Atlantis, churches, synagogues, places of worship, economic, governmental, and public social areas were repeatedly built over and around areas through which the Phoenix spiking matrix would be run come the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Many of the Phoenix Matrix territories were overtaken by competing draconian agenda Leviathan Illuminati forces, who would usually destroy the buildings of their competitors and erect their own edifices to their fallen angelic effigies. At various times, the Anunnaki fallen angelics of Nibiru, Tiamat, and Alcyone would use their Phantom Matrix, NDC Grid, and Net to cap the Falcon Matrix wormhole of their draconian competitors. The draconian Illuminati would then quest for the territories of the Nibiru Crystal Temple network, successfully gain governing control over some of the 24 primary sites, and use them to siphon energy from the NDC Grid in order to blow the cap off the Falcon wormhole. Anunnaki and Draconian Illuminati factions continually warred over possession of these sleeping Phoenix spike sites and Nibiru Crystal Temple networks, all attempting to position themselves appropriately in preparation for the big party that the fallen angelics knew was scheduled to come during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Our beloved America, as well as Europe, and literally all countries on the planet, have been carefully cultivated through the Illuminati Leviathan Force family lines to reach their present state of civilization. America was not discovered, it was seized by competing factions of Freemason Pleiadian Nibiru Knights Templar Anunnaki and Draconian Nephidim Leviathan Illuminati races, like many other nations have been. When America was discovered, it was time to prepare for the big party and Sleeper's awakening. Here we are today, still amnesiac, still asleep, as our Atlantean phantoms emerge with us from the forced slumber of our ancient Atlantean nightmare. In the 1920s through 1930s, the Zeta races of Phantom Earth and neighboring Phantom Galactic systems broke through the latest Anunnaki cap on the Falcon Matrix wormhole. The Zeta conned amnesiac Anunnaki and Draconian Illuminati races into Zeta treaty deals. In 1943, the Zeta tricked the Illuminati into using their covert control over unsuspecting human governments to orchestrate the 1943 Philadelphia experiment, which the Zeta knew would activate the Phi X Falcon wormhole APEN system. In 1972, the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki opened the Phoenix wormhole and began activating its APEN system. In 1983, The Zeta further motivated a now frightened and subservient Illuminati force into the Montauk Project, through which the Phi X/Falcon Matrix wormhole was further plugged into the Necromaton Andromi-controlled planetary shields of Alpha and Omega Centauri. Through the recent history earlier described in this writing, we have now emerged into the mass drama of the forming of the UIR and their September 12, 2000 Edict of War. What does this mean to our world? It means that the primary, once opposing forces of the Anunnaki and Draconian Agenda legions have joined with the Andromi Necromaton force. They intend to combine their collective, hidden, technological power of the Montauk Phi X Falcon and Phoenix wormholes and the Apen systems to ensure that Earth and its peoples have a nice trip into the Phantom Matrix black hole sub-time distortion cycle during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. The unspoken motto of the UIR might be something like, "Have a nice trip. Join us in the fall." And I'm not talking about autumn. Spiritual manipulation. The reality of our present drama means that there are hordes of amnesiac Illuminati sleepers, human greeting teams, and just everyday people that are presently the unsuspecting victims of astral tagging, targeted psychotronic mind control, or DNA bond possession. There are mostly good-hearted, intelligent people who think they are honoring their God, angel, ET, government, or science. They are being blindly guided through their chosen pet-controlled dogma, traditional or contemporary religious or scientific, into unknowingly playing a previously assigned role in the advancement of the UIR Fallen Angelics Illuminati One World Order master plan. The really sad part is that our race has been, step by step, forced, seduced, deceived, tricked, and cajoled into playing these unholy roles. Even the Illuminati races, whom anybody in the know likes to blame, are being victimized and denied the right of true data assessment and free will choice. The Illuminati races within the infrastructure of the covertly metaphysically motivated Illuminati world management team, who serve as fallen angelic puppets, are being played on and manipulated by fear for personal survival and a desire for acquisition of power to prevent pain and create personal pleasure. These are the same motivations behind the actions of the spiritual peoples of traditional and New Age affiliation, who think worshipping an ancient book or surrendering personal power to external God, ET, angel, or channel is the ultimate expression of spiritual development and will make everything alright. Fear, the pleasure-pain principle, and disinformation are the common control elements by which Illuminati and humans become easily misled into surrendering their power to something outside of themselves. Once this outside source has your power, compliance with the approval of that source becomes, implicitly, the only way to feel empowered. The Anunnaki-dominated New Age pseudo-ascension spiritual movement, most of it inspired by the Templar Melchizedek false ascension teachings of the Anunnaki's Thoth, pre-Emerald Covenant Enoch, Archangel Michael and friends, Jehovah and Maitreya, Lord Melchizedek and spiritual hierarchy, the Urantia, etc., inherently promotes a fear-based paradigm of light, love, and pretend away the darkness dogma. These groups prey on the spiritual longings of Christians and Hebrew peoples, borrowing the false crucifixion of Christ story from Anunnaki and Draconian edited and embellished, see Council of Nicaea on page 315, traditional texts. The fact that the false crucifixion story has been so predominant in the founding of so many cultures for the last 2,000 years gives one some idea of just how successful the Anunnaki have been in using the net, NDC grid, and their manipulated Illuminati hybrid Leviathan races to ensnare our minds. Since the 9558 BC Atlantean flood was staged, such spiritual rape by religious-controlled dogma deception has been propagated in every culture by various competing fallen angelic/intruder ET forces via channeling to and manipulation of their amnesiac Illuminati races. Perversion of the once sacred Emerald Covenant spiritual science Mahabharata Templar teachings that formed the 12 global freedom religions that were humanity's heritage from the ancient days until Atlantis has been done as a strategically planned and progressively implemented element of the Atlantean conspiracy agenda. It truly amazes me how many people are so attached to the Anunnaki implanted falsehood that Christ was crucified. You would think people who cherish all Yeshua was and stood for would be delighted and joyful to discover that he ascended by the Ark of the Covenant portal passage without a nail hole in sight. Most people who succumb to these mind control games are literally terrified to face the facts of our present reality that they have been led to believe exist, and so afraid to face reality that they must defend at all costs the illusion of 3D safety. Denial is one of the greatest forms of fear, and it usually requires that the fear itself be denied. Breeding a final conflict army and planetary shields reversal. The Twist the True Teachings game was implemented by competing fallen angelic legions for very specific reasons. Long-term population control was one objective. Getting rid of the competition in the name of defending your god is a tactic that has been and still is being used by competing fallen angelic legions to turn factions of Illuminati and human populations against each other. This has been done throughout recorded history by competing fallen angelic factions to secure Stargate and Apen site territories and to ensure that critical mass dominance of their chosen Leviathan race would be secured and ready for the scheduled 2000 through 2017 invasion party. This is the same reason we have been told by both Anunnaki and Draconian pseudo-gods to go forth and multiply, in conjunction with the falsehood that birth control is a sin. Along with this ploy went the editing of the sacred teachings that explained how birth control is naturally achieved. And the Anunnaki failed to mention, in their false "we are your creator God's" propaganda, that they intentionally cause DNA mutations that increase female ovulation in human females from the previous natural once every 3 years cycle to its presently monthly cycle. Why? So we'd all be good little breeders to make sure they had the needed head count on planet when the 2000 through 2017 SAC came. Once upon a time, when Earth was not being remotely run by mentally ill fallen angelic invaders, humanity knew how important it was to keep a natural balance between and among species numbers. These balances were always respected. All species knew instinctively when enough was enough, and their bodies naturally complied by not permitting conception to occur. Human races had the ability to consciously choose whether or not to conceive once every 3 years, and parents knew who the incarnating soul would be and held memories of other lifetime relationships with the soul. Our races had been deceived into utterly destroying the once natural balances of life on our planet in order to raise an amnesiac, easy to covertly direct, fallen angelic inside invader force. If there are enough human bodies on Earth carrying the natural planetary Templar DNA security codes, and the DNA template can be altered to run the security code frequencies into the planetary shields in reverse sequence during the SAC, Earth's planetary shields will fully reverse their natural spin and polarity. Full reversal of Earth's planetary shields will permit Earth's shields to merge with those of a planet in the Phantom Matrix. Overbreeding has produced a massive population. The checkerboard DNA mutation has reversed the human DNA template security codes and personal Merkaba fields, which gives planetary shields access, and we have been denied all memory and knowledge. Most of us don't even know that Earth's Templar, Stargates, and planetary shields exist. Sounds like the perfect setup, doesn't it? But the positioning of our race to fulfill the fallen angelic/intruder ET Halls of Amenti hijack master plan doesn't stop here. Fortunately, the solutions to our rather massive contemporary problems are not nearly as complex as the problems themselves. RRT Biotronic Technologies and Masters Planetary Templar Mechanics are the tools through which we can set ourselves and planet Earth free. Thank you for listening and exploring the Voyagers content with me. I hope you found this information as intriguing and thought-provoking as I did. If you enjoyed this content, please give this video a like and subscribe to be notified when the next part of this series is released. Until then, keep questioning, keep exploring, and I will see you in the next part of this series. Bye-bye. Harps, trumpets, horsemen, and heaven. What really happened on 9/11/2001? Harps, DNA, and the Mass Awakening. Like the sadly manipulated spiritual movements of humanity's last 10,000 years, the science technology movement, unfortunately, is the only one which appears to offer something more empowering. Such beauty is only skin deep when it comes to both the spiritual and scientific perspectives through which we attempt to comprehend the meaning and purposes of our lives. This was not always the case. In fact, our present condition of innocence about what makes the universe go round is a rather recent evolutionary detour taken in 9558 BC, when we lost our way and our memory as we emerged from the ruins of Atlantis. Presently, people who are learned in the scientific traditions most often succumb to the draconian-inspired ego trip propaganda of scientific expertise, whereby most of humanity's best rational minds believe that they know that ET, angels, souls, and God do not really exist. Psychology has done its part as well in feeding the covert fallen angelic one world order dominion agenda, by unknowingly promoting utterly false interpretations of the workings of the human mind. People who begin to get a glimpse above the Anunnaki net into the higher dimensional frequencies, or report alien abductions, or begin to remember other lives, or think that mass conspiracies might exist, are conveniently labeled as mentally disturbed. Classic psychiatric responses to the above noted perceptions include psychics are charlatans, there's no such thing as ESP, sleep disorders cause abduction hallucinations, and the illusion of out-of-body travel. Multiple personality syndrome creates false memories of reincarnation, and finally, conspiracy theorists are paranoids or have superior complexes. Oh please. One of the most valuable contributions our fallen angelic-inspired scientific establishment has contributed to the silent invasion agenda, with the assistance of the Illuminati-manipulated US government, is creation of the infamous High-Frequency Active Oral Research Program, or HARP. You know the one that angels don't play. Both scientists and outer external government authorities have created the HARP installation with no knowledge whatsoever that it is anything but a potentially useful, though possibly risky, technology. Even the few elite in the know, members of the Illuminati World Management Team, don't know the real ET intended application of the HARP installation and its other hidden sisters. The elite key controllers within Illuminati establishments do know it is intended to assist the visitors in creating mass frequency fences, They have been told the frequency fence is needed to prevent mass panic when the ETs make their public debut. The HARP installation is a high-frequency radio transmitter complex positioned in Gakona, South Central Alaska, 160 miles northeast of Anchorage. It is operated, unknowingly on behalf of guess who, by the US Navy and Air Force, and Phillips Laboratories. The US military intends to use HARP to focus a billion-watt pulse radio beam into Earth's outer atmosphere. Transmission of this beam will supposedly form ultra-low frequency waves and bounce them back to Earth. The ultra-ULF waves are intended to improve submarine communications, not to mention ET underwater base communications, and will allow detection of subterranean phenomena such as oil reserves and underground missile silos. Much public controversy has emerged around the potential dangers in using the HARP network, due to the claims of some researchers that it will blow 30-mile holes in Earth's upper atmosphere and might possibly disrupt the subtle magnetic energies of Earth and biological life forms. Oh brother, here we go. Under natural environmental conditions, dormant portions of the DNA templates of biological life forms spontaneously and progressively activate in reaction to the frequencies of the stellar wave infusions that occur during SACs. This natural DNA function allows the physical, emotional, and mental body structures to create temporary adaptability to the increased ultra-high frequency of SACs, preventing illness and premature death. The DNA template responds to the planetary electrical and magnetic fields, and certain kinds of disruptions in the magnetic balances of Earth's outer atmosphere block the natural DNA activation process. Temporary scalar pulse disruption of Earth's outer atmosphere is precisely the method used by the Galactic Federation in 3470 BC on behalf of the Nibiru Council to further erase our then resurfacing Atlantean race memory and to further scramble our DNA templates and language patterns. Presently, due to the efforts of the Emerald Covenant races and Indigo Children of Earth, who have been consciously working with the biospiritual tools to heal and activate their DNA templates, spontaneous, natural, critical mass DNA activation has now been triggered within the human and indigo masses. It is for this precise reason that the United Intruder Resistance, the UIR, has accelerated the schedule of its Illuminati One World Order master plan from the intended 2002 through 2003 to August 12, 2001, which is when the big game really began. Conveniently, the HARP will be very handy in locating underground bases, parked spaceships, Nibiru Crystal Temple network sites, and APEN systems as well. Human DNA is designed to enter this natural spontaneous mass activation cycle during SACs in response to the increasing frequencies within Earth's planetary shields. Human DNA progressively activates the 12th sub-frequency band in each of the 12 human DNA strand templates, creating a progressive, natural Maharic seal and resulting biological immunity to the SAC. To the great dismay of the UIR, the mass awakening has now begun, which means that even unaware humans all over the planet will now progressively and unknowingly begin running D12 frequency into Earth's planetary shields. After thousands of years of forced DNA template repression, the bioelectric conductor of human biology is finally awakening to do what it was designed to do: transmit 12-code pulses into Earth's planetary shields by the DNA template /Merkaba/Kundalini Maharata current connection. This is divine biotronic technology at its best. Through the bioelectric conductor of the human body, Earth's natural D12 planetary Maharic seal Templar protection field will be progressively triggered into activation. As the human DNA template awakens, The ancient Emerald Covenant Four Faces of Man, Great White Lion, and Golden Eagle Apen systems, see page 527, will synchronistically come to life, ushering Earth into the protective blanket of the Tryon Mayhe field, see page 515. Fallen angelic races of the Phantom Matrix cannot utilize full spectrum D12 frequency or higher. Their biology and technologies are limited to the D10 to D15.5 transmission/reception capacity. The D12 hydroplasmic Christos Maharata frequency and Trion field primal creation currents will naturally override any phantom matrix distortion within Earth's planetary shields and biological DNA if D12 frequency reaches a critical mass charge in Earth's Templar. Currently, the UIR has realized that it's now in a race for time. Their originally intended 2003 through 2004 dimensional blend experiment, see page 386, and frequency fence will not occur if D12 frequency reaches critical mass in Earth's planetary shields before 2003. Critical mass 12 code pulse will be achieved in 2002 if people continue to assist Emerald Covenant races and Rainbow Roundtables, RRTs, to activate the Four Faces of Man Elpin and build the Trion/Mayhe field, and if the mass human DNA awakening continues. The checkerboard matrix DNA mutation that reversed the security code sequences in human DNA in Merkaba field was carefully orchestrated by the Anunnaki invasion force since 25,500 BC, and is painstakingly nurtured since the 9558 BC fall of Atlantis. Due to the efforts of the Indigo Children in working directly with Emerald Covenant nations in DNA bioregenesis, Maharata Merkaba, and RRT technologies to clear checkerboard DNA reversal distortions, the organic sequencing of frequencies is now activating in the mass DNA template, clearing ancient distortions as it goes. The entire, long-suffered fallen angelic One World Order Amenti Dominion Master Plan will be shut down completely if Earth reaches 12 code pulse critical mass before 2003. Suddenly their plan has begun to turn in on them. All of those multitudes of excess human bodies that fallen angelics have so carefully cultivated to become their reverse security code amnesiac inside invasion force in the final conflict drama are now spontaneously healing. If the fallen angelics don't do something to prevent further human DNA activation, their human amnesiac force will become the awakened human victory force, the very force by which the fallen angelics' diabolical agenda is defeated. The UIR fallen angelics are now scrambling to motivate their Illuminati sleeper puppets of the world management team to force through immediately their One World Order master plan. As they have always known, it must be done carefully and in stages, or else public suspicion and mass chaotic rebellion might occur. The UIR Illuminati have started their One World Order master plan off with a bang, actually more like a boom, 3 big ones and 1 small one to be precise. On Monday, September 3rd, 2001, the last day of our Labor Day workshop, the CIA/IANI informed us that the UIR had begun a certain type of phantom pulse transmission through the Montauk Phi-X Falcon Apen system, which interlates the UIR beam ships by the Earthly Harp network. The IANI explained that the UIR had begun linking their D4 cloaked beamship crafts into the hidden Harp installations, see page 257, to begin frequency fence transmission now, rather than waiting until their originally scheduled target date of 2004. These transmissions are intended to rapidly lower the net frequency fence into the 3D frequency bands to prevent continuation of the spontaneous mass human DNA template awakening that is now occurring. The Guardian Alliance have since explained that the HARP facility in Alaska is the least powerful of all, and was not the facility from which the August 12, 2001 pulses were launched. The Alaskan HARP was created as a decoy. There are 12 other similar facilities on Phantom Earth that interface with our Earth by the Falcon A-Pen system and the draconian controlled sites of the Nibiru Crystal Temple network. The Phantom Earth Harps, originally Zeta Rigelian technologies, are the intended primary transmission stations in the One World Order agenda. Unfortunately, angels do play these harps, fallen angels, and they play trumpets too. The intruder ET technology codenamed the Trumpet has been used on Earth by the Jehovian Anunnaki and Necromaton Andromi fallen angelics, primarily during various time periods when our ancient intruders desired to keep the earthly populace in line. Classic biblical references pertaining to the use of the trumpet technology can be found in the stories of the walls of Jericho tumbling down, and likewise the Tower of Babel, and in the fall of Sodom and Gomorrah. The Bible, which derived from the Jehovian embellishments of edited Emerald Covenant Essene CDT plate translations, presents colorful and coded stories of intruder ET/fallen angelic technological dominion of earthly races presented under the guise of the wrath of God. Decoding the truths hidden within the drama of the biblical revelation story will assist us in comprehending the position Earth is presently in regarding the advancement of the fallen angelic One World Order Dominion agenda, and the advanced technologies they have at their disposal. Full translation of the Revelation story is extremely pertinent to our times, but this subject is beyond the scope of this book. Further materials concerning the revelations of Revelation will soon be available in other texts. For the purposes of this writing, I will simply address the subject of the trumpets, which feature prominently in chapters 8 through 11 of the Book of Revelations. Just as fallen angels are skilled harp players, they are equally as talented in the diabolical arts of trumpeteering. It is within the silent symphony of the fallen angelic brass section that the hidden reality of the September 11th, 2001 World Trade Center / Pentagon terrorist attack disaster can be found. The trumpets, towers, and terrorists. The hidden realities of the World Trade Center / Pentagon disaster. The trumpet technology, in which the Jehovian Anunnaki and Necromaton Andromi fallen angelic races specialize, is a physical technology that utilizes a mechanical frequency generation apparatus to create and project very specific sound structures to desired long-range targets. The sound structures are specifically formed subspace wave fields composed of micro-subatomic units called muons. Muon units are a natural part of manifest matter, composed of groups of the smaller particae, particle, and particum units, see page 453, that form the blueprint of matter. Muons represent the stage of transition between the scalar standing wave particae grid template and the manifest quarks, mesons, muons, and subatomic particles that group to form the atoms, molecules, and matter structures that our contemporary scientists presently recognize. The trumpet technology utilizes specifically calibrated electromagnetic wave fields combined at precise angles of interface, which, when sparked with a specific type of electrical charge, creates a subspace sonic beam that is literally shaped like a trumpet. The trumpet subspace muon field waveform has a large tube-like extension emerging from its point of projection to its target. At the target site, the trumpet wave field expands outward into an inverted cone, like the head of a trumpet instrument. The muon vibration rhythm of the trumpet wave field can be precisely calibrated to match the scalar template of any matter form. Once the form lock is established, the vibration rhythm of the trumpet wave field is progressively accelerated, which causes the template of the matter form to which it is bonded to instantaneously shatter. When the scalar template of a waveform shatters, the physical matter structure literally demanifests into vapor, leaving only a trace of residual ash behind. The trumpet technology can be used with loving intention in a variety of ways, but in the hands of the fallen angelic races, the trumpet is a weapon of mass destruction. Strong trumpet pulses are more difficult to direct with pinpoint accuracy over long distances. Matter surrounding the trumpet pulse target can be structurally affected in long-range amplified trumpet pulse projection. The Jehovian Anunnaki and Necromaton Andromi races of the UIR knew this on August 12, 2001, as they strategized their plan to fully reopen and activate the Montauk Phi-X Falcon Matrix A-pin system, and connect it to the grid spikes of the Phoenix A-pin system. The trumpets stationed on Alpha Centauri and Arcturus in the Phantom Matrix would have to be used by Phoenix wormhole transmission if the UIR was to fulfill its mission of activating and connecting 3 of the primary Phoenix spikes to the Montauk Phi-X port interface network and Falcon wormhole. The site of the World Trade Center Twin Towers buildings in New York City is one of numerous Phoenix spike sites in New York City that connect directly to the Phoenix wormhole by the Manhattan Vortex and Montauk Phi-X Falcon A-pin. The area of the Pentagon that was damaged in the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks was built over another primary Phoenix spike site, as are numerous other buildings and the White House in the Washington, D.C. area. The third Phoenix spike site the UIR had hoped to put online with the Falcon is located in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The UIR mobilized the Bin Laden sleepers groups to orchestrate the terrorist attacks in NYC and DC in order to produce a cover to hide the potential effects of the trumpet pulse that was set to be sent to the Phoenix sites at these locations. If the World Trade Center towers just happened to fall down, and if part of the Pentagon just happened to collapse around the same time, somebody would definitely take notice. The terrorist attacks were staged by the Bin Laden and related UIR Illuminati sleeper factions to create a public smokescreen should the trumpet pulses cause collapse of the buildings atop the Phoenix spikes. This is the reality of what took place on September 11, 2001. As the UIR began their aggressive campaign to accelerate their One World Order Dominion agenda. In orchestration of the 9/11/2001 event, first a subspace sonic amplification pulse was rendered on August 12, 2001. This slower moving ultra-low frequency scalar pulse was simultaneously launched from 2 locations during the yearly planetary magnetic peak cycle that climaxes on August 12th. The first sonic pulse was sent from an area in central Mexico called Q-Site 4, an Anunnaki serpent base, which is Thoth Anki Zeta Nibiru Anunnaki, via the Chihuahua, Mexico Nibiru Crystal Temple Network. The pulse was sent north, then east along horizontal ley line 2, and passed through the Stargate 2 Grual Point at Sarasota, Florida on September 3, 2001. The Mexico pulse intercepted the second pulse off the coast of St. Augustine, Florida, at vertical axotonal line 7, the Falcon wormhole, on September 7th. The second sonic slow pulse, transmitted on August 12th, was released northward from the Zeta/Necromaton Andromi Falcon base beneath Lake Titicaca, Peru, on axotonal line 7. The 2 ultra-low frequency sonic pulses interface at the Falcon wormhole on A7/L4, and were then further amplified and transmitted by Leyline 3 to the Stargate 3 Falcon base in the Bermuda Islands. The amplification pulse was held at Stargate 3 Bermuda until September 11, 2001. On September 11th, the Dove Group, which are the Jehovian Anunnaki, using the Phoenix wormhole at A7/L4, and the White Eagle Group, which are the Necromaton Andromi Alpha Omega, using the Falcon wormhole, simultaneously transmitted 2 massive subspace trumpet pulses. The trumpet pulses were projected from the Falcon/Phoenix wormholes through ley line 7 to the Bermuda base. At the Bermuda base, the trumpet pulses were then combined into one, accelerated by the stored amplified pulse and directed from the Bermuda base through the Montauk Phi-X port interface network and into the subterranean World Trade Center New York City Phoenix Spike location. Moments later, the first plane struck the first World Trade Center tower, as the UIR had previously arranged and delicately coordinated. Another trumpet pulse was released for World Trade Center Tower 2 and another for the Pentagon, using the same procedure. The Iani explained that the Philadelphia, PA Phoenix Spike site was also intended as the UIR target on September 11th, but the cover, the fourth plane, never made it to the intended destination, and so the fourth trumpet didn't sound. Other primary Phoenix Spike sites on the UIR first wave activation list included Atlanta, Georgia, Las Vegas, Nevada, Spokane, Washington, St. Louis, Missouri, Denver, Boulder, Colorado, Miami, Florida, London, England, Iraq, and Palestine. There are 3 waves of such Phoenix Spike site activations planned by the UIR. Localized unnatural disasters, as well as official war strikes and terrorist activity, will be tactics used to cover the covert activities of the Trumpet Pulse Phoenix Spike site activations. The Iani did not become aware of the UIR's Phoenix Spike site activation initiative until the morning of September 11th, although they were aware that sonic pulses had been issued on August 12th. During our Labor Day workshop on September 3rd, the Iani had warned us that the UIR had taken aggressive steps to fully reactivate the Montauk Phi-X facility and that the UIR One World Order agenda was now advancing. The Iani discovered the UIR Trumpet Pulse initiative just after the first plane was in the air. The Iani had stated that at this time, they made contact with 9 other GA contactees in 3 countries outside of the USA, motivating these individuals, unknown to me, to place 9 separate telephone calls to various governmental agencies in the USA, warning of the pending attack. Each call was dismissed as a hoax at the receiving end, and the Iani could do nothing to prevent fulfillment of the UIR's Bin Laden/Trumpet Pulse initiative. The UIR One World Order Master Plan Agenda. Although the hidden reality of activating Phoenix Spike sites via the Trumpet Pulses was a primary Illuminati objective behind the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attack, there were also other UIR objectives served through staging of this event. The intended plan for advancement of the UIR One World Order agenda has always included creation of specific effects within the world political arena that are intended to serve the fallen angelic invasion schedule. Polarization of the global political arena is one effect that will serve to expedite war among human nations and will set up the good guy nations versus the bad guy nations population division that the fallen angelics need in order to implement their physical contact phase of invasion. Take notice that in the new war on terrorism, US political leaders are priming the international public for total polarity of national affiliation. Since the 9/11 disaster, it has been repeatedly propagandized that nations who will not support the US-initiated anti-terrorism coalition are thus supporting terrorism. If you are not with us, you are against us. This stance has, in one utterly smooth and superficially justifiable motion, forced all world nations to either side with the anti-terrorism coalition or become a target of suspicion, potentially suffering economic sanctions or military reprisals from nations of the anti-terrorism coalition. Though the need for international unity in standing up against terrorism is needed, we all wish such unity for a common cause would be entered honestly, without the condition of utter duress that world governments are presently facing in regard to their stance on the anti-terrorism coalition. I have observed in utter amazement how swiftly the planet has been utterly polarized around this issue. On the surface, it is understandable that the event of terrorism would be officially designated as an internationally unacceptable action that calls for retribution. But when one is aware of the hidden element of the fallen angelic / intruder ET / Illuminati silent invasion, it becomes apparent that the mass surface events have much more meaning than meets the eye. Since 1998, the Iani have gently warned those who cared to listen that the UIR was involved in instigating global war among human nations in order to reduce human populations and to covertly position world government organizations for later intended physical ET invasion. As humanity progressively gets caught up in the war drama, which at this point we have little choice about, the UIR silent invasion moves nicely along, undetected, right under our noses. The New Age and UFO movement people, who have been misled into believing that they are immune to being affected by national and international war issues because their ET angels will save them, are in for a rude awakening. Eventually, they will discover that bombs and bullets can disrupt their positive thought-constructed lives just as much as anyone else's. The big awakening will come when they realize that it is some of their beloved ET angels that have planned and orchestrated these conditions of human war all along in order to advance a one world order invasion / dominion agenda. A progression to mass war among human nations will first of all allow Illuminati races to reduce the numbers of 12-strand DNA activating human populations, and secondly, it will prepare the global political arena for the fallen angelic's intended staged first contact event. The human greeting teams, which are presently being set up by the fallen angelics via their channel contacts in the New Age and UFO movements, are a key element to the One World Order plan. Through these unsuspecting human groups, seemingly friendly ET angels will be able to get their physical presence fully and covertly on planet, undetected by mass populations and government officials, so that direct infiltration of world governments and Illuminati factions can begin. The fallen angelics hope to create an atmosphere of human fear, suffering, and population reduction over a period of a few years, while advancing private contact with their human and Illuminati chosen ones. The UIR knows that progressive environmental and climatic emergencies will arise due to the escalating electromagnetic imbalances in the planetary grids, brought on by the Illuminati frequency fence. Environmental atrocities, coupled with the progression of human war, will methodically reduce human populations while moving the survivors into a progressively greater sense of desperation, yielding intensified prayers for redemption and adherence to the promises of salvation offered by religious dogmas. After a certain point of cultivated global crisis is reached, and general martial law governance affects all nations due to the progression of the war drama, selected members of the global political and religious Illuminati will prepare the public for contact with friendly ETs by mass media official disclosure. Once first contact is made, tentatively scheduled for 2005 after a series of great storms emerged from an erratic progression of Stargate openings in the SAC, the UIR intends to save us from ourselves. They intended to present themselves to us as the great saviors from above, who have come to answer our prayers. If the One World Order plan proceeds, fallen angelic groups such as the Galactic Federation will openly emerge to politically back the global government good guys that appear to be those fighting for freedom against countries that appear to represent the bad guy end of the good versus evil stage polarity drama. World religions of the positive polarity group will have been nurtured to a point of unity through tolerance by the time first contact is staged. Our newly introduced friendly spacekin endorsed by the Illuminati-controlled governments of the UIR and World Management Team, will then further global religious unity through demonstration of the contrived religious dogma that becomes the basis for a new global political order. Human-looking ET representatives of the United Federation of Planets intend to show false historical and genetic evidence that the Anunnaki groups are the creators of human life and that they have returned to lead us to an enlightened future. Miracle cures will be offered for healing and environmental cleanup, and new global governmental structures will be imposed as a condition of the Good Guy Group being accepted as the official world government, so Earth may be entered as a sovereign global state in the United Federation of Planets. The United Nations will be upgraded to the UPF, the United Planetary Federation, and we will find ourselves as lowly subjects upon a planet ruled by the fallen angelic Anu Elohim and Anunnaki of Nibiru, Tiamat, Sirius A, Arcturus, and Trapezium Orion. The Anunnaki will introduce the Draconian, Reptilian, and Necromaton Andromi races as our joint allies, and global territories will be divided among various ET factions, with human and Illuminati puppet governments appointed by the UIR orchestrating international political, economic, religious, and social affairs from behind the scenes. ETs will then walk openly among us, and undesirable populations that refuse to buy into the propaganda promoted through official religious, political, and governmental channels will be quietly disposed of. The UIR agenda requires that human populations be seduced into the necessary state of willing compliance by 2006 through 2007. Uncontested visible physical ET presence on Earth is intended to be achieved through amalgamation of the contactees of the New Age and UFO movements with the powers of Illuminati-controlled traditional official government and religious organizations, and quiet eradication of opposing forces. Once this is achieved, the UIR intends to complete physical building of the photosonic transmission plants that they need to break through the cloaking shields on the inner Earth portals. By 2008, planetary pole shift will begin, and our ET brethren will abandon us to the unnatural disaster and calamity while they stage their intended physical invasion of inner Earth and the halls of Amenti stargates. This is the UIR One World Order Master Plan, which can still be prevented through activation of the Emerald Covenant Founders' Four Faces of Man L-Pen system, see page 526, and the Trion Mahi Field, see page 517. When the Iani roughly explained this UIR One World Order Master Plan to me throughout 1999, I couldn't imagine how such utter domination of world governments could take place so quickly within the real world. How could the many nations of Earth be rapidly banded into us versus them global polarity? How could the masses be moved into receptivity to a unified religion that would leave us all gullibly vulnerable to the ET as saviors drama? How could religious freedom in the US be hijacked into governmentally endorsed set of alternative doctrines, with which non-compliance would become a criminal act? My personal difficulty in believing that an ET silent invasion could be set in mass motion rapidly enough for the UIR's 2008 deadline rapidly turned to a sense of horrified awe as I observed the post 9/11/2001 political machine grind into motion. Suddenly we are right smack in the middle of the polarization of international consciousness, with good guys uniting to fight terrorists and bad guys assisting terrorists. Suddenly everyone is getting in touch with traditional gods, driven by the mourning and fear generated by the World Trade Center/Pentagon terrorist attack event. And suddenly, the message of brotherly interfaith tolerance is being promoted within the political arena, bringing the once adversarial world superpower religions of Christianity and Islam together under the common banner of anti-terrorism, while Islamic extremists use their religion as an excuse for destruction of others different than themselves. Although there are definite advantages to such unification of nations that will foster a much-needed advancement of human rights advocacy, this interfaith unity promoted under the banner of political government also threatens to more fully reunite the powers of church and state. If things proceed as the UIR plans, the state, or political government, even in the USA, where religious freedom is supposed to be constitutionally protected, will again be empowered as the arbitrator of personal spiritual belief systems. At this point, all the US government needs to do is to put out propaganda that any spiritual organization they covertly disapprove of is suspected of terrorist activity, and the public will be blindly supportive of whatever action the government deems necessary to dispose of the threat. The massacre of the Branch Davidians at Waco, Texas, is an example of how such scenarios of governmental religious repression could easily be orchestrated without causing American public uproar. In the USA, we have come to take certain freedoms of speech, religious belief, travel mobility, and unencumbered passage as constitutionally protected rights. As I observed the US political reaction to the 9/11 disaster, I realized just how fragile our American illusion of freedom really is. Suddenly, people are frightened of a perceived outside threat, so they will willingly accept military presence at airports and support increased governmental covert surveillance of civilian populations as needed safety precautions. All that is required to push the envelope just a few steps further is another atrocity like the 9/11 disaster, and the American public will accept, with little if any opposition, the need for government imposition of general martial law. The present military campaign of bombing in Afghanistan extends into Iraq and other areas, as the UIR plans. Then the US president will be rightfully empowered and apparently forced into activation of the US War Powers Act and FEMA. Once the War Powers Act becomes reality in the USA, the rights of the people, as once protected by the American Constitution, will be effectively suspended. By the time this book reaches publication, the War Powers Act may have already become an American reality. Meanwhile, as the international community becomes progressively more distracted by the growing D3 war drama, the UIR fallen angelics and their Illuminati races covertly advance their physical ET contact/invasion drama. Unfortunately, there is a pending crisis of even greater concern brewing beneath the external and covert Illuminati dramas. Earth is presently fully ensconced within the very tangible realities of physics characteristic to a stellar activation cycle. Earth's stargates are now fully opening for the first time in 210,216 years, and Earth's planetary shield scalar template is in terrible disarray of electromagnetic imbalance due to past and present abuse by the fallen angelic and amnesiac human nations. Planets physically pole shift if they cannot hold the progressive infusion of frequencies that naturally emerge through the planetary Templar during the SACs. Masters' planetary Templar mechanics are the only tools through which such core challenges of planetary physics can be overcome. We need to start paying active attention to this greater reality if we hope to pass through the 2000 through 2017 SAC with any degree of safety. Decoding Revelations, the One World Order Schedule. Since the Jehovian Anunnaki Fallen Angelics edited and partially rewrote the original Essene Emerald Covenant CDT plate translations that were supposed to be the foundations for the Holy Bible, we have been progressively set up to assist the Jehovian invasion team to fulfill their One World Order vision. The Jehovian One World Order agenda of the Dove Apen System Group, as of September 12, 2000, has been formally incorporated into the general One World Order invasion plan of the UIR. The reality of planetary physics we presently face can best be illustrated by decoding portions of the biblical Revelation story that directly apply to our contemporary circumstance. We will receive greater benefit from the Revelation story if we can begin to understand the truths and contrived agendas hidden within the Jehovian written intended dominion schedule. The most important aspects of the book of Revelations have to do with the stories of the 7 seals, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the 7 angels with their 7 trumpets, the 24 elders before the golden altar and Jehovian throne, and the 4 beasts before the altar and throne. Interestingly, in recent modern translations of biblical revelations, the mentioning of the 4 beasts before the throne of Jehovah has been lifted in status from its earlier beastly translation to become the 4 living creatures before the throne. Yet another subtle little sleight of word translation to further distance us from awareness of the true hidden translation of this text. We have discussed the ancient microchip-like technologies of the pt3 systems left in Earth's planetary shields from the Atlantean period. See page 367. The pt3 grid networks were designed by their various creators in the shapes of animals or birds, when viewed from space with photoradionic scanning equipment. In the story of the Jehovian Revelation, St. John the Divine reported witnessing the 4 beasts before the throne. The first was like a lion, the second was like an ox, the third had a face like a man, and the fourth was of a flying eagle. It is no coincidence that the 4 most powerful pen systems on Earth are those created by the Emerald Covenant founders' races. The Great White Lion Elohi Apen, the Blue Oxen Maharaji Apen, the 4 Faces of Man Iani Elpen, and the Golden Eagle Seraphe Apen. The Jehovian vision given to St. John was a cleverly disguised, almost literal symbolic depiction of the Jehovian Anunnaki and Anu Elohim intention of securing the founders' pen systems under dominion of the throne of Jehovah. This interpretation of the 4 beasts in Revelation is not guesswork or presumption. It is the truth of Revelations decoded, as contained within the founders' CDT plate records. In truth, the Jehovian Revelation story is a step-by-step illustration of the Jehovian Anunnaki's intended invasion schedule. The reason that it is pertinent to briefly explore the Revelation schedule has to do directly with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse element, the horsemen that are released upon the earth to begin delivery of the wrath of God, Jehovah, with opening of the first 4 of the 7 seals. We need to understand the truths that Revelation has been hiding from us, because seal numbers 1 and 2 opened in May 2001, releasing the White Horseman and the Red Horseman. Seal number 3 opened in July of 2001, setting the Black Horseman free, and seal number 4 will open in January 2002, releasing the ominous Pale Horse. For anyone unfamiliar with the biblical Revelation story, the horse stories go like this. And I watched the Lamb open the first of 7 seals, and behold a white horse. Its rider held a bow, and he was given a crown, and he rode out to conquer. And the Lamb opened the 2nd seal, and behold a red horse. Its rider given the power to take peace from the earth, and to make men slay each other. And he was given a mighty sword. And the Lamb opened the 3rd seal, and behold a black horse. Its rider was holding a pair of scales in his hand. When the Lamb opened the 4th seal, and behold a pale horse. Its rider's name was Death, and hell followed close behind. They were given the power over the 4th part of the earth, to kill by sword, famine, and plague, and by the wild beast of the earth. By the time we get to the 6th seal opening, which in technical terms soon explained will occur between August and September of 2002, the horsemen have done their damage, and we find the following revelation. When the 6th seal opened, there was a great earthquake. the sun turned black, the moon turned red. As if Seal 6 didn't promise enough damage, there is yet the 7th seal, which sets loose the 7 angels with 7 trumpets. By the time the 3rd angel sounds the 3rd trumpet, a great star, blazing like a torch, fell from the sky on the 3rd part of the rivers, and the name of the star was Wormwood. We have already explored the subspace sonic muon wave field projection technology of the trumpets. It just so happens that Wormwood refers to the Nibiru Anunnaki battlestar Wormwood, which the Nibiru's have used since 25,500 BC to keep the Nibiru Dyadic Crystal Grid, the NDC grid, sonic grid control machine operational in Earth's planetary shields. This is the very same Wormwood Nibiru battlestar that since 9560 BC, the Jehovian Anunnaki intended to knock out of the sky with their unholy trumpets when they waged their competing One World Order Dominion campaign against the competing Nibiru Anunnaki group during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Footnotes at the bottom of page 415. Number 8, referencing the first of the 7 seals, behold a white horse, and its rider held a bow. Refers to Sagittarius constellation, Lagoon Hourglass Nebula. Number 9, its rider held a bow, and he was given a crown. Refers to the nebula double halo. Number 10, and behold a red horse, its rider given the power to take peace from the earth, and to make men slay each other, and he was given a mighty sword. Biblical swords refer to the specific photoradionic light frequencies. Number 11, and behold a black horse, its rider was holding a pair of scales in his hand. Refers to the Libra constellation and symbolically to the weighing of Earth's frequencies, through which Earth's future time cycle will be determined. Number 12, and behold a pale horse, its rider's name was Death, and hell followed close behind. Refers to the pit of the Phantom Matrix black hole system. Number 13, they were given the power over the 4th part of the Earth. Refers to the D4 astral plane of Earth's planetary anatomy. 14, when the 6th seal opened, there was a great earthquake, and the sun turned black, and the moon turned red. Both refers directly to visual anomaly that naturally occurs when the Earth passes into the 3-day particle conversion period of an SAC. See page 223. Number 15, a great star blazing like a torch fell from the sky on the 3rd part. The 3rd part refers to the D3 reality plane where we all presently live. It is time to pay attention, folks. It is no coincidence that 4 months after release of the 2nd seal and Red Horseman, the one given the power to take peace from the earth and make men slay each other, that we suddenly find our nations immersed within the new war on terrorism. Already the bombs are flying. Opening of the 4th seal, due by summer's end of 2002, and release of the Pale Horse is the point in Revelations when things begin to get really icky. The rider named Death and the Pit Phantom Matrix / Wormhole crew followed close behind. But until we come to understand what the heck are these horses and horsemen anyway, these revelations will have little rational meaning. It is vitally important to our collective planetary well-being that we finally comprehend the real meaning of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the 7 seals, and the 7 angels with 7 trumpets. Here follows the truth of what we will all move through during the next 7 years of the SAC. Revelations and St. John the Divine. In the Jehovian Anunnaki falsification of the original Essene scripture, there were numerous historical references to the trumpets of God and their powers to render the wrath of God on behalf of the righteous. As previously discussed, The biblical trumpet was an Atlantean code word for the subspace sonic muon field projection technology that has been used by the Jehovian Anunnaki as a remote-range weapon system since the pre-Atlantean days. Just as the trumpet and four beasts references held a hidden meaning that was not at all spiritual or esoteric in nature, but rather a specific reference to a tangible, Anunnaki-created scientific technology, so too do the other elements of the Revelation story have a hidden technological meaning. The references pertaining to the trumpets, their angels, the four horsemen, the altar of gold before the throne, and the 24 elders before the throne, now found in the biblical Revelation story, were not part of the genuine Founders Emerald Covenant CDT plate translations rendered by the Essenes. These colorful pictures of symbolic code were part of a holographic insert program initiated by the fallen angelic Jehovian Anu Elohim and bipedal dolphin people Anunnaki of Sirius A and Arcturus in the Phantom Matrix. The stories were based partially upon fact, in relation to the technological reality of the natural planetary seals that do release or open by Stargate 12, the Lamb, during SACs. To invent their own version of revelations, through which the Jehovian Dominion agenda was intended to be fulfilled, the Jehovian Anunnaki gave, as a series of holographically generated net visions, a twisted version of the original Atlantean Emerald Covenant Revelation story. The individual responsible for what has emerged as the biblical revelation interpretation became known as St. John the Divine, who was in truth a female Emerald Covenant Flamekeeper, born of Blue Flame Melchizedek mother and Jehovian Anu Melchizedek father. Footnote at the bottom of page 416, number 16. Referencing, and their powers to render the wrath of God on behalf of the righteous. The true God Spirit is not wrathful nor vengeful, but immature fallen angelic Anunnaki and Anu Elohim false godlets are. The Jehovian Anunnaki use this individual through astral tagging, by their portion of the net, to bring prophecy that would prepare those who followed to fulfill the Jehovian One World Order agenda. Emerald Covenant teachings of the D8 gold light fields of Orion Mintaka, Universal Stargate 8, were distorted into the gold altar before the throne symbolism. The 24 elders before the throne represented the fallen angelic Jehovian Anu Elohim forefathers of the Anunnaki Nibiru Council of 24, which was controlled by Jehovian pure strain bipedal dolphin people Anunnaki overlords. The visions given to St. John were a symbolically encoded interpretation of the intended Jehovian One World Order agenda scheduled to unfold between 2001 through 2008 AD during the anticipated SAC. The Jehovian Book of Revelation was based upon Jehovian Anu Elohim knowledge of Atlantean Emerald Covenant Templar teachings pertaining to planetary seals and the behavior of planetary seals during the anticipated 2000 through 2017 SAC. The Jehovian Revelation story audaciously depicted what the Jehovians intended to do to Earth's planetary shields during the final conflict drama that was scheduled to unfold between 2000 and 2017. The seven churches, seven angels, and the dove. The angel word in the Jehovian Revelation story does not refer to singular divine people. The symbol code of angel was used to represent an advanced technology called the Jehovian Hyperdimensional Cone, which utilizes external Merkaba mechanics and external energy technology that was seeded into Earth's planetary shields, much as were the aforementioned Phoenix spikes and Apen systems. The hyperdimensional cones, HDCs, were placed as standing conical scalar wave clusters imbued into selenite and quartz rods, which were originally implanted into the Earth's crust, mantle, and planetary shields during earlier Atlantean periods, in an unsuccessful attempt to fulfill the Jehovian One World Order Dominion agenda during the 22,326 BC SAC. Like the Phoenix and Falcon wormhole APEN systems, the HDC network represented an interface between Earth and the Phantom Matrix. Unlike the Phoenix and Falcon holes in the wall in time, the HDC network was more like cracks in the wall in time. The HDC network of the Dove did not become fully operational until 10,500 BC creation of the Phoenix wormhole, which the Jehovians used to increase the function of their Dove APEN HDC network. The Anu Seraphim Nibiru Anunnakis created the Phoenix wormhole during the 10,500 BC Luciferian conquest. This was a time in Nibiru history in which the Anu Seraphim Anunnaki races of the Council of 9 and 12 rebelled against the Anu Elohim overlords of the Council of 24 Elders. When the Nibirus created the Phoenix, the Jehovian Anunnaki and their Anu Elohim Council of 24 Elders began implanting Earth's planetary shields with further elements of the original 22,326 BC HDC technology. The Phoenix wormhole created a weakness within the surrounding frequency field of the wall in time. The Jehovians were able to use these weaknesses to create a network of thin, interwoven frequency bands anchored through the HDC implants that ran from the Phoenix wormhole access point like cracks into control areas of Earth's planetary shields. The areas of the Earth in which the HDC implants were placed were linked to the portions of D7 Universal Stargate 7 Arcturus that was under Jehovian Anunnaki and Anu Elohim dominion. 7 massive crystal pylon selenite rods were placed within the Arcturian Stargate 7 control grid before the Stargate 8 Galactic Core, Golden Altar and Throne. These were described as the 7 candlesticks, which are the 7 churches in biblical revelation. The 7 stars, which are the 7 angels of the 7 churches, referred to the 7 prime HDC implants in Earth's planetary shields that anchored the 7 Arcturian pylon selenite rods, the candlesticks/churches, into the Earth's grids. This is not divine construction. It is the anti-Christiac work of advanced subtle wave broadcasting technology employed for intended planetary dominion and destruction. The HDC network was intended to serve as a series of siphoning channels. Portions of Earth's shields in selected populations could be pulled through the Phoenix wormhole into the Phantom Arcturus matrix, as the Nibirus used the Phoenix wormhole to draw the rest of Earth's planetary shields into merger with Phantom Nibiru and Tiamat. The network of Jehovian HDC implants in Earth's planetary shields is known as the Dove APEN system, denoting the shape of its primary grid when viewed from space with photoradionic scanning equipment. The Dove, like the Falcon, the Phoenix, the Serpent, and the Dragon APEN systems, represent aerial maps of the fallen angelic/intruder ET control networks placed in the Earth's Templar. The Dove was recently revealed in the contemporary works of Enoch while he was supporting the Jehovian One World Order agenda before his 1983 Emerald Covenant redemption contract. Specific representation of these APEN maps and their contemporary language literal translations and geographical coordinates are contained within the Emerald Covenant CDT plate books of maps and keys. The HDC implants of the Dove APEN system are frequency generation points implanted into Earth's body that can create external, artificial, reverse spin phantom matrix spin Merkaba vehicles of various sizes and designs. Once generated, these spiraling electromagnetic reverse Merkaba fields can hold a person or object or an entire city or continent, depending upon the size of the field, through hyperdimensional transport into the phantom matrix. When used in specific ways, the HDCs form plasma ships, beautiful elongated orbs of glowing living light that can, if programmed to do so, step down in frequency to form solid objects, usually silver metallic spaceships, complete with a Jehovian phantom crew. When used in other ways, the HDCs of the Dove receive, amplify, and transmit invisible subsonic wave fields from the pylon selenite rod transmission bases and the planetary shields of Phantom Arcturus. The 7 pylon selenite rods stationed on Phantom Arcturus are the relay station or midway station through which the frequencies of similar pylon selenite rod installations on Sirius A and in Trapezium Orion and the Hourglass Nebula in Sagittarius interface with the living time matrix system. The HDC points in Earth's planetary shields can be used as subsonic ultra-low frequency scalar pulse transmitters that are capable of sending targeted subsonic scalar pulses through the Dove Matrix network grid lines of Earth to very precise targets. Like the Falcon and Phoenix, the Dove Matrix is a powerful weapon system, especially when combined with the advanced trumpet technology, as the ancient peoples of Jericho and Babylon unfortunately discovered too late, when the walls came tumbling down. The HDCs of the Dove are also capable of interfacing with the Jehovian program Nibiru Crystal Temple Network sites on Earth for interplanetary and interstellar subspace communication and access to the net. The HDCs of Earth are controlled by the Jehovian Anu Elohim from Arcturus and the Phantom Matrix and from a site on Earth called Q-Site 8 in the Takla Maken Tarim Basin, Tibet. Presently, Q-Site 8 serves as the Control Matrix broadcast headquarters for the Yahweh Metatronic Enochian Jehovian Anu Elohim, the Jehovian Anunnaki branches of the Galactic Federation and Ashtar Command, parts of the Archangel Michael Nephilim Matrix, and factions of the Great White Brotherhood Ruby Order, Nephilim, and related Viragi collective that defected from the Emerald Covenant. The HDCs of the Dove Matrix link Earth to the 7 selenite pylon rods of Phantom Arcturus at 7 primary points in Earth's planetary shields. At these 7 points in Earth's planetary shields, the 7 largest HDCs are placed, the 7 angels of the 7 churches, and the Jehovian Revelation story. The 7 angels of Jehovian destruction are anchored into Earth's planetary shields through the 7 seals of Jehovah. The 7 seals and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The 7 anchoring rods, or 7 Jehovian seals of the 7 prime HDCs of the Dove Apen system, were placed in Earth's planetary shield specifically on one vertical column, horizontally across from certain natural configurations in Earth's Templar called star crystal seals. The 7 unnatural Jehovian seals are all positioned along axotonal line 7, the vertical coordinate upon which both the Phoenix and Falcon matrix wormholes are located, and connect to a secondary set of 7 artificial Jehovian seals that are placed within the natural seed seal of Earth's 7 primary vortices. See Stargates and Seals diagram, Appendix 5. During SACs, the natural 12-star crystal seals in Earth's Templar progressively and sequentially activate within Earth's stargates, allowing the axotonal lines in Earth's grids to braid so Earth enters natural Merkaba under D12 planetary Maharic seal. The trans-dimensional star crystal seals exist between each of the 12-dimensional stargates in Earth's Templar. When star crystal seals open, they allow the specific dimensions of frequency from the stargate above and below to blend. The 7 Jehovian seals that hold the 7 angels / prime HDC implants of the Dove A-Pen system, which links via subspace sonic frequency bands to the 7 pylon selenite rods of Arcturus, were placed in correspondence to 7 of Earth's natural stargate crystal seals. During a SAC, the 7 unholy Jehovian angels were intended to sequentially activate in response to the natural activation of 7 out of the 12 natural Earth seals. The purpose of these unnatural Jehovian HDC 7 seals is to progressively rip greater wormholes in the cap in the wall and time. When a Jehovian seal activates, a new wormhole connection to the Phoenix wormhole is frequency punched into Earth's matter base, and the geographical location of the Jehovian seal. The Atlantean Dove A-Pen, like the Phoenix, Falcon, and several other similar networks installed during the Atlantean period in preparation for the 2000 through 2017 SAC, was designed to rapidly create a massive series of minute black holes in the fabric of Earth's body, while creating a frequency barrier around Earth's magnetosphere. The black hole network is designed to progressively expand, each hole opening into the others as the frequency barrier in Earth's magnetosphere holds the planetary mass together, while Earth is literally sucked into the black hole subtime distortion cycle of the Phantom Matrix. Because several competing fallen angelic collectives from various locations within the Phantom Matrix would attempt to use similar A-Pen technological atrocities to accomplish the same feat during the 2000 through 2017 SAC, Earth's planetary shields would be literally pulled apart. The planetary matter base would fragment. Its various pieces, as held together within their magnetosphere suspension fields, would be drawn into orbit around the Phantom Matrix planets that exerted the greatest magnetic pull. The location in the living time matrix where Earth is presently positioned would be left with a massive rip in time, a black hole that would progressively expand by particle accretion to eventually swallow 11 dimensions of our 15-dimensional time matrix. The first 4 Jehovian HDC implants of the Dove A-Pen are known as the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The horses represent 4 of the 12 natural stellar currents, the carrier wave frequencies corresponding to the first 4 of Earth's natural 12-star crystal seals that will run into Earth's Templar to begin activation of the corresponding stargates and axotonal lines. The 7 Jehovian HDC seals are placed in conjunction to Earth's star crystal seals numbers 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Jehovian HDC Seal 1, the White Horseman, placed on A7 vertical, latitude 47.08 degrees north, northeast of Quebec, Canada, corresponds to Earth Seal 1, France, which carries the D12/12 silver-white Maharic light spectra, or the White Horse carrier wave. Jehovian HDC Seal 2, the Red Horseman, placed on A7 vertical lattice 18.1 degrees south near the border conjunction of Chile, Peru, Bolivia, corresponds to Earth Seal 2 near St. Helena Islands, which carries the D12/1 red light spectra, or the Red Horse carrier wave. Jehovian HDC Seal 3, the Black Horseman, placed on A7 vertical latitude 41.78 degrees north around Cape Cod, corresponds to Earth Seal 3 south of Sofia, Bulgaria, which carries the D11/10 density 3 blue-black and silver-black black light spectra, or the Black Horseman carrier wave. Jehovian HDC Seal 4, the Pale Horseman, placed on A7 vertical, latitude 24.92 degrees north, east of Nassau, Bahamas, corresponds to Earth Seal 8 southwest Las Palmas, Canary Islands, which carries the D6/7 pale density 2 semi-etheric and density 3 etheric indigo/violet light spectrum, or the Pale Horse. As Revelation 6:7 warns, when the fourth Jehovian seal releases, the rider named Death upon a pale horse takes peace from the earth, with hell following closely behind. Hell, Hades, the pit, represents the pit of the Phantom Matrix, expanding through Earth's planetary shields by the Falcon Phoenix wormholes and the various fallen angelic Apen systems. See Planetary Seals locations and opening schedule, Appendix 5. In the Jehovian Revelation story, the Jehovian Anu Elohim drew their sinister inspiration from the True Revelations book of the Emerald Covenant CDT plate teachings on the planetary Templar mechanics of SACs, which detail the maps and natural functions of the organic 12-star crystal seals in Earth's Templar during an SAC. In Jehovian Revelation, the four horses have riders, the four horsemen, each supposedly given the power of God, aka Jehovian Anu Elohim and Anunnaki, to do certain very unpleasant things to the peoples of Earth. God did not give these horsemen such power or privilege. The Jehovian Anu Elohim gave themselves this unholy permission while appointing themselves in the minds of man as God. The four horsemen are the frequencies of the four Jehovian seals that would ride upon and direct the frequencies of Earth's natural carrier waves, the horses. The Jehovian frequencies would automatically emerge with the release of each corresponding natural seal due to the Jehovian HDC implants, angels, placed relative to the natural seals. The Jehovians knew that the horsemen would bring death and destruction, just as the Jehovian Anunnaki and Anu Elohim intended them to do. The frequencies transmitted by the first four pylon selenite rods on Phantom Arcturus were intended to emerge through the HDCs corresponding to the first four Jehovian seals. As the first four Jehovian seals released, unleashing the four horsemen of the apocalypse, Earth's planetary shields would begin ripping apart as the artificial external Merkaba fields generated by the HDCs held select portions of Earth's matter base and populations in trans-dimensional suspension. The part of Earth's template and populations held by the Jehovian Dove Apen are intended to go into the merger with Density 3 Phantom Arcturus by the Phoenix wormhole and HDC network. The Jehovian Anu Elohim and Anunnaki false ascended masters refer to this as ascension. It is a macabre, unholy ascension. Unless, of course, one desires temporary, artificially sustained eternal life in a living dead thought-form body, trapped in the Phantom Matrix as a demon on a leash, commissioned to do the bidding of Jehovian Anunnaki or one of the other unsavory fallen angelic dictatorships. The Jehovians were not kidding when they prophesied the dead shall rise, but unfortunately it was not our long-lost loved ones that would be returning. The Jehovians were referring to the living dead tortured souls from the Phantom Matrix pit. Souls that had been harvested by the Jehovian Anu Elohim, Necromaton Andrami, Pleiadian Nibiruian, Zeta Rigelian, Odetocron Reptilian, and Omnicron Draconian Grim Reaper collectives since the Dove, White Eagle, Phoenix Serpent, Falcon, and Dragon Apen systems were set in motion in ancient Atlantis. In biblical revelation, the Jehovians depict their great battle and intended victory over the great beast. At the heart of the battle with the beast story is the Jehovian Anunnaki and Anu Elohim's long-term competition with the Omicron Draconians and the Marduk Satane family Anunnaki of Altanak Orion and Alpha Centauri. This story also reflects the equally vigorous competition between the Jehovian Anunnaki and the Pleiadian Nibiru Luciferian Anunnaki, Thoth Enki Zeta Lulatin family line of Alcyone, Nibiru, and Tiamat. These ancient competing fallen angelic Anunnaki and Draconian family lines were personified as the Satan/Lucifer character in the Jehovian edits of the Bible texts. I truly hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the reality of the present, highly edited and contrived versions of the Bible, like that of the Islamic Quran and other traditional holy doctrines, does not represent the absolute Word of God that so many people hope it does. All religious texts have been manipulated in this way since the 9558 BC fall of Atlantis. For over 11,000 years, human races have been warring and killing each other on behalf of self-promoted false vengeful gods from ancient intruder ET fiction stories. All the while, the truth of the loving God and humanity's true spiritual heritage of the Founders' Emerald Covenant freedom teachings have been repeatedly suppressed, misused, abused, twisted, and defamed on behalf of our fallen angelic galactic terrorists. How long will we continue to allow these cosmic criminals to use us as pawns in their conquest game for Earth, Inner Earth, and halls of Amenti dominion? Return to Innocence. Salvaging the Sacred. Healing World Religions. In the times before the 208,216 BC fall of Branawi, when the angelic human races of Earth suffered the loss of D12 access, all life experience was a living prayer of joyful spiritual and material celebration. In those times, religion was not a controlled dogma used to rob personal power and dignity from the people. In those times, people did not die. They consciously chose to ascend out of density by the universal Stargate system. Science and spirituality were fully understood as part of the same primal creation mechanics that allowed for the experience of manifest expression and simultaneous experience of at-one-ment with the true living God source. Back then, we all knew ourselves, each other, the earth, and all things as blessed expressions of the one God, and we honored all things accordingly. In those ancient days, the days of innocence, there were 12 angelic human tribes appointed as co-guardians of Earth's planetary Templar complex. Each tribe was entrusted with one of 12 Emerald Covenant CDT plates. Each CDT plate held 1/12 of the Founders' Emerald Covenant teachings on the nature and mechanics of reality, consciousness, and manifestation. From the 12 CDT plates, protected by the 12 angelic human tribes, arose the first earthly, verbal, and written translations of the Founders' sacred teachings. These text translations were the original holy books of the 12 genuine components of what is termed religion. The teachings of all genuine holy books complemented each other, honored the same eternal, loving, one God source that has infinite names and none. All of the ancient holy books that still divide our races today originally emerged from these 12 bodies of once sacred Emerald Covenant teachings. In the chaos of fallen angelic infiltration of Atlantis, and the progressive advancement of the anti-Christiac phantom matrix paradigm on Earth that has occurred since Atlantean times, our sacred religions have been raped and all but extinguished. False teachings have been woven between the lines of truth, and the greatest bodies of truth have been removed entirely. For over 11,000 years, Humans and Illuminati hybrid races, denied the truth of their history, race identity, memory, and immediate relationship to the God Force, have been destroying each other and the Earth on behalf of the intruder ET/fallen angelic religious deception. It is now up to each of us to decide whether or not we love the living, loving, eternal God presence and the promise of attainable heaven that true God Spirit stands for. The living God presence does not reside in any book. It resides within each and every person, place, or thing. True holy books teach us of the eternal truths of spirit and science, through which we can most rapidly and easily awaken the God presence within. Some people will choose to love more than the living, loving God, the twisted rantings and ravings of vengeful, harsh, and judgmental intruder ET false gods, because this provides them with false security and a socially acceptable frame of reference. False security and fitting in with the local clan are rather pathetic rewards for the payment of imprisonment of one's soul. The sacred teachings of the 12 tribe nations are presently drowning in a sea of fallen angelic lies. It is up to us to save them. Each contemporary religion holds partial truths and partial lies. It is up to us to find the living God Spirit within, through which we can salvage the sacred within each and every creed and dispose of the garbage that has taught us to judge and kill each other, to martyr ourselves, and to unknowingly support fallen angelic agendas. If we desire to find the promised heaven on earth, we must first find it within ourselves, which we cannot do while we continue to crucify ourselves in the name of external warlords and wrath-filled false gods. In the salvaging of the sacred and discarding of the deception within our world religious creeds, we can all rediscover God, ourselves, and each other, and in that discovery we can begin the journey of our collective return to innocence. God is real. It is an omnipresent, omnipotent, omnipotent force and source of consciousness within which we all reside, even the ones we term the bad guys, and of which we are all composed. The true God is beyond form manifestation, and no being can ever be separate from the true God, because all form manifestations take place within the source. Even beings of the phantom matrix are part of the wholeness of God, but they represent the parts of God's consciousness that have forgotten their divine identity and have no memory of the wholeness of which they are a part. Phantom matrix beings compete for power with each other, as they neither acknowledge nor comprehend the endless supply of living power, energy, and love that eternally circulates between Source and all living things manifest. We are all directly connected to the real God Source in every moment. We can learn the once common knowledge secrets of allowing the living, loving God presence to progressively embody within us. We do not have to subjugate ourselves to self-appointed false god fallen angelics who depend upon taking our energy/power to sustain their own finite supply. Once we overcome the hurdle of external false god worship and replace it with internal living God worthship, we will no longer be overly impressed by or mentally and emotionally gullible toward the Space Brother Savior fallen angelic agenda. Ascension is real, but it is not achieved by allowing yourself to be sucked into the phantom matrix due to the dogmatic adherence to the fallen angelic distorted ancient texts. The Emerald Covenant Founders' races have always taught the original freedom teachings of our loving source and inalienable spirituality, the realities of a loving God that lives within all. The Founders also teach the sacred science realities of the Mahabharata, for which the real Christ story originally stood, and which the real man Christ, Yeshua Melchizedek, and many others of all religions once passionately taught. Long ago, before our planet was hijacked by the spiritually and genetically twisted, mentally disturbed, power-hungry fallen angelic souls of the Phantom Matrix, the Emerald Covenant teachings were humanity's heritage and common knowledge. The Emerald Covenant teachings were once the core, heart, and soul of every religion. These teachings belonged to the Christian, the Muslim, the Jew, the Hindu, the Buddhist, the tribal shaman, to everyone. This was true in the days before the falcon, the phoenix, the serpent, the dragon, and the dove laid their territorial claim on Earth and attempted to possess humanity's soul. These were the ancient days, the days of innocence, when angelic humans lived in peace and joyful union with all other kingdoms in God's house of many mansions, that is, our 15-dimensional time matrix system and the many others of its kind. These were the days before the dereliction of Atlantis. Right now, in the Bridge Zone Inner Earth time continuum that represents humanity's victorious future, the days of innocence are reborn. Today, we are faced with a truly profound choice. Do we subjugate and sacrifice our living inner Christos upon the altar of wrathful gods from ancient books? Or do we reach within and Godward to find the living presence of Source that has always been there? These are the most decisive of times, for in the contemporary drama, we will witness the long foretold Battle of the Angels. The fallen angels and the living angels will, in these very times, meet, and each individual will face the choice of deciding which type of angel to be. Appendix 1. Data summaries and at-a-glance blow-up charts. Chapter 18 is provided as a summary of information contained throughout earlier chapters. For your convenience, this information is formatted in condensed form as datasheets called at-a-glance blow-up charts. Subjects are addressed by topic heading and are summarized on one datasheet for easy reference. Condensing information for the datasheets requires a small size type. The at-a-glance blow-up charts are formatted for easy photocopier enlargement. At-a-glance blow-up charts. Number 1. Recent history and current events, page 435. Number 2. Amenti Ascension Program, page 436. Number 3. The Seven Seals, page 437. Number 4. The 6 Silent Ascension Avatars, page 438. Number 5. Time Mechanics, page 439. Number 6. Time Continuum Progression, page 440. Number 7. Time Shift Continuum Progression 1, Phantom Earth, page 441. Number 8. Time Shift Continuum Progression 2, Bridge Zone, page 442. Number 9. Time Shift Continuum Progression 3, Voyagers Leap, page 443. Number 10. Origins, Secrets of Amenti, page 444. Number 11. The 3 Seedings in the Root and Cloister Races of Amenti, page 445. Data summaries. Number 1. The 6 Silent Ascension Avatars, page 446. Number 2. The 3 Tracks of Time, page 447. Recent history and current events. At-a-glance blow-up chart. 1748 to June 26, 1998. 1748. Genetic mutation Zeta Seal from Zeta's future frequency fence contaminates Earth by sphere of Amenti. 1902. Guardians orchestrate astral body realignments on some humans to release the Zeta Seal mutation in the race. 1906. Guardians destroy asteroid that was heading for Earth orbit in deep space. Fragments hit Earth. 1916. World War I Zetas begin speculation on Earth. studying genetic content. 1926, Zetas begin surveying Earth to assess conditions regarding their future frequency fence. 1930, Zetas begin early genetic experimentation and hybridization program on Earth during the 1930s and 1940s. 1940, World War II, Zetas assist Nazis then convert to assisting USA. Treaties with allies formed the Majestic 12. August 12, 1943, Philadelphia experiment. Zetas instigate USA to rip hole in space-time. Zeta ships begin altering the sun. 1952 to 1968, Earth scientists observe instabilities on the sun, unaware of 1943 Zeta cause, concern of pole shift. August 7th, 1972, solar flare explosions begin. Red pulse due by September 1973 would destroy Earth life. Guardians intervene. 1972, Guardians 1111/1212 frequency fence to protect from red pulse and begin genetic repair abductions. 1973, Guardians begin infusions of energy on Sun to repair solar damage from Zetas. 1943 Sun manipulation. 1973 to January 11th, 1992. Guardians employ holographic inserts to maintain illusion of Earth stability while Sun realigns. 1982, Guardians split and divert course of asteroid due to hit Earth. 1982 to 1984, most Zeta groups enter Guardian treaties and stop takeover plan. Draco's Zeta resistance refuses. August 12, 1983, Draco's Zetas instigate Montauk Project, create second space-time rip, and begin creating clones and infiltrates. 1984, Guardians discover the 2976 AD Earth destruction as a result of Zeta infiltration. They create the Bridge Zone Project. October 1986, first seal on the Ark of the Covenant opens. Sphere of Amenti begins descent. 9540 BC frequency fence lifts. August 16, 1987, harmonic convergence. Guardians granted permission to activate the Bridge Zone Project intervention. January 1988, Sphere of Amenti returns to Earth. Earth's first primary vortex, Arizona, USA, opens. September 1989, Guardians finish repair of solar fields and began infusions of D4 frequency to Earth to raise core vibration. January 11th, 1992, Guardians re-enter 1111 magnetic codes to Earth core. 1111/1212 frequency fence begins release. June 1992, Earth's second primary vortex in Jerusalem, Israel opens. July 26, 1992, Avatar 1 of 6 Silent Ascension avatars is born, 7th level avatar. 12/12/1994, 1111/1212 frequency fence is lifted. Ancient Terranates leave Amenti to human care. 1995, Guardians initiate Portal Protection Project to secure Earth's vortices from intruder infiltration. June 1996, Earth's third primary vortex, the Himalayan Mountains, Asia, opens. June 24th, 1996, Avatar 2 of 6 Silent Ascension avatars is born, the 8th level avatar. December 1997. Anunnaki resistance begins manipulating humans from D4 via Jerusalem and Manhattan vortices. January 1998. Prospects of second seal on the Ark of the Covenant opening on time is bleak. Earth's ascension and rescue is doubtful. February 1998. Elohim's early birth of Avatar 3 opens second seal on the Ark of the Covenant. Rescue mission resumes. June 26, 1998. Avatar 3 of 6 Silent Ascension avatars is born 2 years early. 9th level avatar. Second seal on Ark of the Covenant opens. Fate of human destiny is changed. Ascension program and Bridge Zone project rescue mission will occur. Amenti Ascension Program. At a glance blow-up chart. June 26, 1998 to June 2047. June 26, 1998. Bridge Zone project and Ascension program resume. Morphogenetic wave begins to build. August 30th, 1998. 3-day incubation rite for humans with Paladorian birth contracts for indigo children held in Agartha. Parent couples attend via astral teleportation. Birthing contracts finalized. 1999 to 2004. First birthing wave for 144,500 indigo children. January 1st, 2000. Transcendence Day. Guardians call Earth lightworkers to hold interdimensional resonant tone. Earth's fourth vortex, Giza, Egypt, opens. Blue flame begins 12-year descent to Earth. May 5th, 2000. Solar spirals align. Earth begins solar activation. Earth begins shift to harmonic universe 2 time cycle. September 17th, 2001. Guardians complete Giza alignment with Pleiadian Alcyone spiral. 2001. Draco Zeta resistance tentative plan for public landing. Guardians plan flybys if Earth changes are to come. June 2002. Earth receives blue wave infusion. August 12, 2003. Draco Zeta's plan experiment to bring cloaked ships in for frequency fence transmission. Spring 2004. If 2003 experiment successful, Draco Zetas begin E-impulse frequency fence transmissions. June 2004. Pleiadian Alcyone spiral aligns. Earth's Pleiadian activation. Vortex 5 Machu Picchu, Peru opens. September 9th, 2004. Avatar 4 of 6 Silent Ascension avatars will birth. 10th level avatar. Must arrive by this date. 2005 through 2017. Second birthing wave of 5,500 indigo children. June 2006. Earth receives violet wave infusion. 2006. Draco Zetas will begin broadcast of holographic inserts if frequency fence was set in 2004. June 2008. Syrian spiral aligns. Earth begins Syrian activation. Earth complete shift into harmonic universe 2 time cycle. Vortex 6, Caucasus Mountains, USSR, opens. July 22nd, 2008. Avatar 5 of 6 Silent Ascension avatars will birth. 11th level avatar. Must arrive by this date. June 2010. Earth receives gold wave infusion. January 1st, 2012. Earth's 7th vortex, Andes Mountain, South America, opens. May 5th, 2012. At 12:01 a.m., 6 of 6, Silent Avatar will birth. 12th level Avatar. The grids of Earth and Tara begin to merge. Blue flame embodies and keepers of the blue flame. Mass awakening occurs. Halls of Amenti open and ascension begins. 3 flame holders called to Giza to activate Hall of Records. December 21st, 2012. Earth enters holographic beam. Particle base begins to separate. Morphogenetic wave begins to crest. Polarity of Earth's particle base reverses. Hall of Records begins transmitting through Earth's grid. January 1st, 2017. Violet flame embodies and keepers of the violet flame. May 5th, 2017 to June 30th, 2017. 3-day particle conversion period, Night of the Two Moons takes place. Arcturian, Orion, and Andromeda spirals align with Earth for 3 days, and Earth receives 3 final stellar activations and stellar wave infusions. Earth and Tara and Gaia in full alignment with metagalactic core and holographic beam. Ascension portals to Gaia open for 3 days. Morphogenetic wave completes cresting. Earth's magnetic fields collapse for 3 days. Earth completes passage to Bridge Zone and Phantom Earth separates from Earth to return to the D3 time cycle. July 2017. Earth passes out of alignment with Gaia and holographic beam. Ascension portals to Gaia close. Earth's magnetic field returns. Grids of Earth and Tara begin to separate. January 1st, 2022. Grids of Earth and Tara complete separation. Halls of Amenti close to the masses, and mass ascension period comes to a close. Earth stabilizes within the Bridge Zone time continuum. Energy infusions through Earth's grid cease. Earth's 7th chakra vortex, Andes Mountain, South America, closes. January 1st, 2022 to June 2047. Earth's 6 remaining primary vortices close. Vortex 6 to Vortex 1. Ascension cycle ends. The 7 Seals at a glance blow-up chart. Earth's 7 primary vortices. Opening, activating, and closing deactivating schedule. Vortex and location. Opening cycle and closing cycle. Number 1. Painted Desert, Arizona, USA. Fully activates January 1988 to June 1992. Fully closes in June 2042 to June 2047. Number 2. Jerusalem, Israel. Fully opens from June 1992 to June 1996. Fully closes June 2038 to June 2042. Himalayan Mountains, Asia. Fully opens June 1996 to January 2000. Fully closes January 2035 to June 2038. Giza, Egypt. Fully opens January 2000 to June 2004. Fully closes June 2029 to January 2035. Number 5. Machu Picchu, Peru. Fully opens June 2004 to June 2008. Fully closes June 2025 to June 2029. Number 6. Caucasus Mountains, USSR. Fully opens 2008 to January 2012. Fully closes January 2022 to June 2025. Number 7. Andes Mountain, South America. fully opens January 2012 to June 2017. Fully closes June 2017 to January 2022. As each vortex progressively opens and activates, the dimensional frequency bands that correspond to the vortex number begin transmitting through Earth's morphogenetic field. This causes the sphere of Amenti to begin transmitting its morphogenetic imprint for that dimensional frequency band through Earth's grid. The frequency imprints for DNA strands 1 through 8, which are stored within the morphogenetic field of the sphere of Amenti, along with the imprints for strands 9 through 12, progressively transmit through Earth's grid as the dimensional frequency bands that correspond to each strand begins transmission. The frequency bands of D8 metagalactic core, which accelerate activation of the 8th DNA strand, transmit through Earth's grid when Earth's planetary core comes into direct 3-day alignment with the cores of Tara, Gaia, and the metagalactic core, as Earth aligns directly with the holographic beam. The imprints for DNA strands 9 through 12 do not transmit through Earth's grid. They are accessible only through the grid of Tara. Activation of strands 1 through 8 on Earth allows for ascension to the Taran time cycles, from which the imprint for strands 9 through 12 can be accessed. The human bioenergetic field picks up the DNA imprint through its direct contact with the bioenergetic fields of Earth's grid, which provides humans with the opportunity to add that imprint in its operational DNA construction. The process of activating the new imprint takes place as the strand imprint is pulled from the bioenergetic field into the personal morphogenetic field, at which point the new imprint will begin manifestation within the operational DNA strands. DNA strand mutations are purged from the race morphogenetic imprint in the sphere of Amenti, and the strand imprint is realigned with the 12-strand DNA pattern by the successive bursts of the 6 silent ascension avatars. Transmission of the corrected DNA strand imprints through Earth's grid allows a reverse mutation of various ascension-inhibiting human genetic distortions to take place. Earth's 7 primary vortices open only during the 2 ascension cycles, at the beginning and end of a 26,556-year harmonic universe Uego time cycle. The energetic dynamics that Earth now approaches as it enters the half-cycle point in its 2nd ascension cycle are unprecedented within the annals of recorded human history. The coming of these events has been symbolically foretold through oral and written tradition for thousands of years. The 6 silent ascension avatars, at a glance blow-up chart. Organized by avatar number, date of birth, soul essence name, soul essence level, which DNA strands that avatar aligns, and when they turn 33. Number 1. Date of birth, July 26, 1992. Lao Shasan, 7th level avatar, aligns strand 2, turns 33 in 2025. Avatar 2, born June 24th, 1996, Brahman Mahatia, 8th level avatar, aligns strand 3, turns 33 in 2029 AD. Avatar 3, born June 26, 1998, was not scheduled to be born until the year 2000. Soul essence name, Giovanni Ambra, 9th level avatar, aligns strand 4, turns 33 in 2031 AD. Avatar 4, date of birth, September 9th, 2004. Soul essence name, Ilaria Don Melchior, 10th level avatar, aligns strand 5, turns 33, 2037 AD. Avatar 5, born July 22, 2008. Soul Essence name, Rion Ben Azertan. 11th level avatar, aligned strand 6, turns 33 in 2041 AD. Avatar 6, born at 12:01 AM on May 5, 2012. Sananda Ben Jehovi, 12th level avatar, aligned strand 7, and turns 33 in 2045 AD. The T on the chart next to the birth date is for the scheduled date of birth, but may occur anytime earlier, most likely following the birth of the previous avatar. Birth must occur no later than the scheduled date. Birth will remain as scheduled unless circumstances warrant changes. The 2 stars on Avatar 3 on the chart was not scheduled to birth until the year 2000, but Elohim arranged a birth 2 years early to open the 2nd seal in the Ark of the Covenant, so the ascension schedule could remain on course. Note: there will also be 144,000 plus indigo children born between 1999 and 2017. They will carry the 6 DNA strand Paradisian race imprint, that of the fully embodied Harmonic Universe 2 Soul Essence. They represent D6 Soul Essence and will birth by the frequencies of the D6 Sirian spiral, which falls within the interdimensional indigo lightwave spectrum, thus their name. Activation of the 6 DNA strand of a minimum of 144,000 individuals is essential for Earth's passage into the bridge zone. The D6 souls will birth on Earth to serve in fulfilling this requirement. The 6 silent avatars and indigo children are born by the Palladorian birthing contracts and contract bonds. Time mechanics, at-a-glance blow-up chart. The structure of interdimensional time cycles, and Earth's progression through its present 26,556 year cycle. Number 1. One 15-dimensional matrix. Number 2. 5 harmonic universes in one 15-dimensional matrix equals a circle. Number 3. 5 Uego time cycles, harmonic universe time cycles. A. Tarn. B. Onderic. C. Unsei. D. And E. Brunau. Number 4. 3 dimensions in each harmonic universe. Looking at the diagram to the right, we can see at the bottom it starts in harmonic universe 1 with letter A, the Taran time cycle, consisting of dimensions 1, 2, and 3. Above harmonic universe 1 is harmonic universe 4, letter D, the time cycle, consisting of dimensions 10, 11, and 12. Above the time cycle, we have harmonic universe 3, which is the Unisei time cycle, consisting of dimensions 7, 8, and 9. Above the harmonic universe 3 time cycle is the harmonic universe 2 B Ondaric time cycle, consisting of dimensions 4, 5, and 6. Above harmonic universe 2 is harmonic universe 5 letter E, the Brunau time cycle, consisting of dimensions 13, 14, 15, the Kirache. This diagram shows you how the different harmonic universes alternate in the structure of the time matrix. Uego harmonic universe time cycle. Earth's present 26,556 year time cycle. Number 5. 1 Uego Taran cycle, 26,556 years equals the Iron Cross symbol. Contains 6 time continua, 1 Pardo, 1 Riego. Number 6. 1 time continuum, 4,426 years equals the counterclockwise arrow symbol you can see in the diagram. Angular rotation of particle spin shifts 45 degrees from one time continuum to the next. Number 7. 1 pardo is 17,704 years, symbolized by the vertical hourglass symbol. Contains 4 time continua, forward moving, relative to the harmonic universe. Angular rotation of particle spin shifts 90 degrees at completion of half pardo, then reverses 45 degrees as planets pass into Riego continuum. Number 8. 1 Riego is 8,852 years, indicated by the horizontal hourglass symbol. Contains 2 time continua, counter-rotating continua spent in parallel universe. Angular rotation of particle spin reverses 90 degrees by completion of 1 Riego, then reverses 45 degrees and passing back into the second half of the pardo. As of 4230 AD, Earth will have completed its 8 Uego cycle in Harmonic Universe 1. 141,632 pardo and 70,816 Riego. Adjust to 1998 equals 1,390 400. Pardo Earth has been trapped in Harmonic Universe 1 cycle for 210,216 years, long before the third seeding of present races, 75,000 years ago. A planet evolves by drawing and accreting energy from dimensional unified fields into its morphogenetic field. 2 time continua are spent in each dimensional band. As the planet accretes energy, the angular rotation of particle spin shifts and the pulsation rhythm of particles increases as the planet moves up through the time cycles of the 15-dimensional scale. It takes progression through 6 time continua for a planet to accrete the 3-dimensional fields of one harmonic universe, at which time the planet can enter the next harmonic universe. By completion of one 3-dimensional Uego cycle, the angular rotation of particle spin has shifted 90 degrees from its original orientation. Time does not move. The illusion of moving time is created by the progressive acceleration of particle pulsation rhythm created as the planet accretes the frequency patterns from the dimensional unified energy field. Remains from time periods spent in Riego are in parallel universe and won't be found while planet is in a pardo cycle. Time continuum progression. At a glance blow-up chart. Counterclockwising solid line arrow equals 1 particle time continuum. Dotted line clockwise rotating arrow equals 1 anti-particle time continuum. Solid dot equals continuum start. X equals continuum end. A equals continuum 1/2 point. D3 time continuum equals 4,426 years. Half cycle equals 2,213 years. D4 time continuum equals 2,213 years. Half cycle equals 1,106.5 years. Planets and the lifeforms on them evolve upward through the 6 time continua in one harmonic universe by accreting energy into the morphogenetic field, in the form of frequency bands from dimensional unified fields of frequency, which correspond to the time continua cycles. When the 36 subfrequency bands of one-dimensional harmonic universe, 12 subfrequency bands per one dimension times 3 dimensions per one harmonic universe equals 12 times 3 equals 36 subfrequency bands, are accreted into the morphogenetic field, the planet or being has the opportunity to merge with its antiparticle parallel double and transmute into the time cycles of the next highest harmonic universe. Transmutation is achieved by fusion, fission, and replication of the matter form's ultra-microparticle content and morphogenetic field. As transmutation into the next harmonic universe occurs, particle pulsation and oscillation increase and matter density decreases. During the 2000 through 2017 time shift, Harmonic Universe 1 Earth, D3, number 6 continuum, will temporarily blend with Harmonic Universe 2 Tara's D4, number 8 time continuum. At the close of the time shift, the majority of Earth's particle mass will replicate and be shifted into the bridge zone continuum, and the slower oscillating particles will be separated from Earth to replicate a phantom Earth particle body within Earth's original D3, number 6, time continuum. During this blending of D3 and D4 time continua, individuals with a fully activated DNA strand 5 have the opportunity to teleport to Tara's D4 number 8 time continua, becoming Voyagers and ascending out of Harmonic Universe 1. The time shift / ascension cycle of 2000 through 2012 creates 3 tracks of time into which humans can pass to continue evolution. The Bridge Zone, Phantom Earth, and Voyagers time tracks will each follow a different progression through the D3 and D4 time continua after 2017 3-day particle conversion period. The 3 time shift continuum progression charts on the following pages depict the continuum progression for the 3 tracks of time. Looking at the diagram, the first column is the dimension, the second column is the continuum number, and the third column is the accretion level. Accretion level equals amount of dimensional frequency bands the planet has accreted into its morphogenetic field. Morphogenetic field equals the crystalline structure that holds the design of a matter form within the dimensional unified field of energy, holds pattern for the multidimensional particle base. Time shift continuum progression 1. Phantom Earth. At a glance blow-up chart. Phantom Earth will follow the usual path of ascension cycle acceleration period, temporarily raising from a 2.5 accretion level to a 4 accretion level as the planet's particle pulsation rhythm rises from the rhythm of D3 to that of D4 between May 5, 2000 and 2017. And will follow the natural path of return to the D3 continuum number 6 at 2.5 accretion in 2017. The diagram below shows the travel route for Phantom Earth. First column is dimension, followed by continuum number, accretion level. The white circle is Earth, the dark circle is Tara. The star indicates the start, and the X indicates the end. A. May 5, 2000 to 2012. Earth's particles shift to D4 pulsation rhythm through 3 stellar activations. B. December 21st, 2012. Particles reverse angular rotation of particle spin 45 degrees, and Earth begins acceleration into the D4 time cycles. Earth moves from the counterclockwise rotating D3 time continuum number 6 into the clockwise rotating D4 antiparticle time continua number 7 and number 8. C. Between December 21st, 2012 and 2017, Earth accelerates through the pulsation rhythms of D4 antiparticle time continuum number 7 and 1/2 of continuum number 8. Which constitutes a temporary time leap to and space-time overlay in 7495.5 AD in linear progression. D. In 2017, between May 5th, 2017 and June 30th, 2017, Earth's grids come into direct alignment with Tara's grid and with the holographic beam for 3 days as Earth passes the 1/2 point in D4 antiparticle time continuum number 8. During this 3-day period, Earth's particle base will separate to form Phantom Earth and Bridge Zone Earth. E. Normally on day 3 of this period, Earth would begin a rapid deceleration of particle pulsation rhythm, and by the end of day 3 the particle base would once again reverse angular rotation of spin 45 degrees back to the original angle as Earth passed back into the D3 particle time continuum, number 6, returning to a 2.5 accretion level. This is the path that the slower pulsating particle base of Phantom Earth will follow, remerging within continuum number 6 of D3 by the end of 2017 day 3. During this 3-day period, the faster pulsating particles of Bridge Zone Earth will be diverted from the natural path and directed into the D3.5 continuum of Agartha. The D3.5 continuum represents continuum number 7 in the D4 particle universe of Harmonic Universe 2. Time Shift Continuum Progression 2. The Bridge Zone. At a glance blow-up chart. Bridge Zone Earth will follow an alternative path created through Guardian manipulation of Earth's primary particle base. Rather than rapidly decelerating in particle pulsation rhythm following the 2017 3-day period and descending into the D3 time continuum, the primary particle base of Earth will be accelerated as it approaches the 3.5 accretion level and shifted into the Bridge Zone Agartha time continuum. The slowest pulsating particles will be unable to hold the accelerated pulsation rhythm and will completely separate from Earth's primary particle base, rapidly decelerating in pulsation rhythm and descending into the D3 continuum as Phantom Earth. By the end of day 3 2017, the particle conversion process will be complete, and Bridge Zone and Phantom Earth will be magnetically locked into their respective time cycles. Diagram below. Travel route for Bridge Zone Earth. First column, dimension. Second column, continuum number. Third column, accretion level. White circle equals Bridge Zone Earth. Dark circle equals Phantom Earth. A. As Earth decelerates from accretion level 4 towards 3.5 accretion level, Guardian ships will beam infusions of frequency into Earth's core, which calls the natural deceleration to stop holding the majority of Earth's particles and its core, morphogenetic field, at a steady 3.5 accretion level. Instead of completing the 45-degree return shift of angular rotation of particle spin, the shift will be stopped at the 22.5-degree return shift point, which occurs at the 3.5 accretion level. Prior to this point, Earth's particles had been descending through antiparticle D4 with a clockwise rotation of spin that would naturally complete reversal to a counterclockwise movement at accretion level 3. While passing back into the D3 continuum, once Earth is fixed at the 3.5 accretion level, the particle spin will be reversed to a counterclockwise rotation, thrusting Earth's core and primary particle base into merger with Agartha's particles in time continuum number 7 of the D4 particle universe. Earth's magnetic Merkaba fields reseal at the close of day 3, and Earth will be magnetically sealed into the Bridge Zone time continuum. B. As Earth shifts to the Bridge Zone, Phantom Earth rapidly descends into the D3 number 6 continuum. C. Through the Bridge Zone shift, Earth will enter Agartha at the 1/2 number 7 continuum point, a space-time coordinate which translates into 5336.5 AD in terms of linear time. D. In doing so, Earth will skip 1/2 of its natural D3 cycle, means move ahead 2,213 years. E. From 5336.5 AD, Earth will evolve 1,106.5 years within the parallel universe of Earth's natural D4 antiparticle continuum number 7, which constitutes backwards movement in time from the perspective of the natural cycle. Earth will thus move back 1,106.5 years in the bridge zone. F. Following its 1,106.5 years in the bridge zone, Earth will re-emerge at 4,230 AD, Earth's natural entry point into D4 antiparticle continuum number 7, which it will return to its natural progression path in continuum number 7. G. At the 1/2 point of continuum number 7, in the year 5336.5 AD, Earth will pass into continuum number 8 at the 3.5 accretion level, omitting the second 1/2 of cycle number 7. This creates another forward leap in time of 1,106.5 years, 1/2 of a D4 continuum cycle. Through the Bridge Zone project, Earth moves ahead 2,213 years, back 1,106.5 years, then ahead again 1,106.5 years for a cumulative evolutionary space-time leap of 2,213 years. Skips 1/2 of D3 cycle number 6 equals plus 2,213 years. 1,106.5 years in Bridge Zone equals minus 1,106.5 years. Skips 1/2 of D4 cycle number 7 equals plus 1,106.5 years. Total plus forward 2,213 years. Time shift continuum progression number 3, the Voyagers leap. Voyagers time leap, portal teleportation to Tara by the halls of Amenti. Humans who are able to assemble and activate the 5th DNA strand through completion of the 2nd stellar activation will be biologically eligible for transit through the portal passages of the halls of Amenti between 2012 and 2022. They will appear on Tara in 7549.5 AD at the 1/2 point of the number 8 continuum of D4. The halls of Amenti will allow a 5,532.5 year time travel leap to the future. Diagram below. Travel route for Voyager's ascension time leap. First column dimension, second column continuum number, third column accretion level. A. Voyagers pass through the halls of Amenti, or transit by interdimensional craft, in the years 2012 through 2022. B. Voyagers emerge on Tara in Harmonic Universe 2 at the 1/2 point of the number 8 continuum in the year 7549.5 AD. As Earth passes through the temporary time acceleration between 2012 and 2017, the year 2017 AD in Earth's D3 number 6 continuum and 7549.5 AD in Tara's D4 number 8 continuum overlap, allowing the halls of Amenti to open between the two time periods. Similar time overlaps simultaneously occur between Tara's D4 number 8 continuum and the faster moving continua number 9 through 14 that correspond to dimensions 5 through 7, which allow people with higher genetic activation levels to pass through Tara's time continua into the etheric matter density of Harmonic Universe 3, D7 Gaia. From the time continua of D7 Gaia, ascension through D8 metagalactic core is possible. C. Voyagers to Tara skip 1/2 of the D3 continuum number 6 equals plus 2,213 years forward. D. They will next skip full D4 antiparticle continuum number 7 equals plus 2,213 years. E. They will then skip 1/2 of D4 antiparticle continuum number 8, which equals 1,106.5 years. Voyagers to Tara leap a cumulative 5,532.5 years forward in evolutionary space-time placement. Origins. Secrets of Amenti. At a glance blow-up chart. Human origins. Humanity began 560 million years ago as an immortal race called the Terranusium on planet Tara in Harmonic Universe 2. The Terranusium race had a 12-strand DNA morphogenetic imprint that allowed for embodiment of the 12-dimensional frequency bands of a Harmonic Universe 4 avatar identity. Humans were created as a planetary guardian race of godlike beings. Lost souls on Tara. Through a Terranusium-created cataclysm on Harmonic Universe 2 Tara 550 million years ago, part of Tara's grid fragmented into Harmonic Universe 1 through the core of the 8th Pleiadian star, forming 12 planets that became Earth's solar system. Many of the immortal souls of Tara were fragmented into Harmonic Universe 1 with the lost portions of Tara. They became known as the Lost Souls of Tara, or the Fallen Angels. The Paladorian and Terranate races of Tara created a project through which the Lost Souls of Tara could re-evolve into their original 12-strand DNA immortal imprint and be freed from Harmonic Universe 1. The Sphere of Amenti race morphogenetic field was created to give the soul fragments of Tara that were lost in Earth's dimensional fields the pattern of the 12-strand DNA imprint, through which they could re-evolve into their original Terranusium form. The Sphere of Amenti served as a host matrix, a surrogate morphogenetic field, or a form-holding blueprint, through which the lost souls of Tara could evolve and return home. The Amenti rescue mission represents a host soul matrix transplant on the species level. All present earthly strains of humans have evolved through the morphogenetic imprint of the Sphere of Amenti. Seeding the 12 tribes of Amenti. Through the Sphere of Amenti race morphogenetic field, 7 root races and 5 cloister races were created, through which the 12-strand DNA imprint could be rooted into Earth biology to evolve. The first 2 root races were etheric in nature and evolved on Harmonic Universe 3 D7 Gaia, setting the pattern of the first DNA strand into Earth's planetary morphogenetic field. The remaining 5 root races and 5 cloister races were to be seeded on Earth and Tara during different time periods. Each root race would assemble and evolve 1 DNA strand imprint from Amenti into Earth's biological gene pool. The cloister race appearing with each root race would evolve the imprints for strands 7 through 12 as dormant gene codes, along with the imprint for the strand carried by their root race. The cloister races allowed the strands of cellular transmutation to remain alive within the biological gene pool. The 3 seedings. The Amenti rescue mission failed twice due to interstellar wars over humanity's right to evolve on Earth. The Paladorians, Terranates, and other guardian races of Tara, Harmonic Universe 2 and Harmonic Universe 3, had to reseed all but the first and second root race and cloister races 3 different times. The present human lineage is part of the 3rd seeding. Present-day humans are primarily of the 5th root race, Aryan and Hebrew cloister race strains. Some members of the 6th cloister race, the Melchizedeks, are also present on Earth, and 150,000 7th race Paradisian souls, the Indigo Children, will be incarnating on Earth between 1999 and 2017 to accelerate the genetic evolution of the races and to help Earth shift to the Bridge Zone time continuum. The Ark of the Covenant is a time portal passage between Earth and the Andromeda Galaxy that was created 840,000 years ago by the Guardian races. It was used to store and protect the Sphere of Amenti until the sphere could be returned to Earth's core. The arc allowed the sphere of Amenti to descend from Andromeda when Earth's core reached a high enough vibration rate. Races of the third seeding were birthed into flesh through the Ark of the Covenant. Ark was originally called the Ark of the Covenant of Palador, denoting the Paladorian covenant through which the Amenti rescue mission was begun 550 million years ago. The three seedings and the root and cloister races of Amenti. At a glance blow-up chart. Columned by seeding number, date, root race and name, date seeded, corresponding cloister race, and date seeded. Starting from the bottom up. Seeding 1, 25 million to 5.5 million years ago. Electric Wars number 1 Polarians, strands 1/21, plus 7 through 12. Harmonic Universe 3 Dimension 7, Etheric Particle Gaia, 25 million to 20 million years ago. Seeded by the Sphere of Amenti, host race Terranates of Tara. Number 2, the Hyperboreans, half of strand 1, plus strands 7 through 12. Harmonic Universe 3, Dimension 7, Etheric Antiparticle Gaia, 25 million to 20 million years ago. Number 3, the Lumarians, strand 2, 15 million years ago. Cloister number 1, number 5, all strands 2 through 6, plus 7 through 12, 25 million years ago. Number 4, the Elanians, strand 3, 9 million years ago. Cloister number 4, Brenoa strands 3 plus 7 through 12, 12 million years ago. Seeding 2, seeded by Sirius B, host race Pleiadian Kentarian Syrian hybrid Dagos race. Dagos seeded 3,995,750 years ago. Number 3, seeded during the 1,000-Year War. Lamarian Strand 2, 3 million years ago. Cloister number 3, Antrian Strands 2 plus 7 through 12, 3.7 million years ago. 848,800 years ago. Number 4, the Elanians, strand 3, 2.5 million years ago. Cloister number 4, Brenoa strands 3 plus 7 through 12, 3 million years ago. 3.7 million years ago. Number 5, the Aryans, strand 4, 1.275 million years ago. Cloister number 5, Hibaru strands 4 plus 7 through 12, 1.5 million years ago. Seeding 3, our current seeding. Seeded by the Ark of the Covenant host race, Syrian Pleiadian Hebrew Egyptian hybrids, the Urtites. Urtites seeded 800,000 years ago. Seeding 3, 800,000 years ago to the future and ongoing. Number 3, the Lumerians, strand 2, 73,000 years ago, Earth. Cloister number 3, Antrians, strands 2 plus 7 through 12, 75,000 years ago, Earth. Number 4, the Elanians, strand 3, 70,000 years ago, Earth. Cloister number 4, Brenoa strands 3 plus 7 through 12, 72,000 years ago, Earth. Number 5, Aryan, strand 4, 65,000 years ago, Earth. Cloister number 5, Hibaru strands 4 plus 7 through 12, 68,000 years ago, Earth. Number 6, the Muvarians, Strand 5, Future Earth and Tara. Cloister number 6, Melchizedek strands 5 plus 7 through 12. 35,000 years ago, Earth. Number 7, the Yuan Jeshi, Strand 6, Location Future Tara. Cloister number 7, Uniseti strands 6 plus 7 through 12. Future Tara. Sphere of Amenti race morphogenetic field, created 550 million years ago. Halls of Amenti, 6-time portal passage within the Sphere of Amenti that allows for teleportation ascension from Earth to Tara when opened, created 25 million years ago. Blue Flame of Amenti, Earth's portions of Tara's morphogenetic field, stored in the Sphere of Amenti, allows the portals to open, set in Amenti 25 million years ago. Ark of the Covenant, originally called Ark of the Covenant of Palador Portal Bridge between Andromeda Galaxy, where the Sphere of Amenti was hidden, and Earth. Allowed access to Amenti, protected Sphere from attack, and would allow Sphere of Amenti to return to Earth's core when opened. Created 840,000 years ago. Objects charged by Amenti by the Ark historically mistaken to represent Ark of the Covenant. YA equals years ago. Wars equals Elohim, Paladorians, and Guardians versus Syrian Anunnaki, fought over humanity's right to evolve on Earth. The 6 silent Ascension avatars. During the Ascension cycle of 2017 AD, 6 avatar souls will incarnate on Earth in order to serve various roles within the plan of human ascension and evolution. An avatar soul is a soul essence possessing a minimum level of oversoul consciousness, fully embodied within the physical incarnation. It is a master soul that incarnates from a position within Harmonic Universe 3 or 4. An avatar will have a minimum of 7-dimensional frequency bands within its genetic imprint, and a minimum of 7th DNA strand activation at birth. The human genetic prototype can hold only 12-dimensional frequency bands within its imprint, a 12-strand DNA code. Avatars will thus have between 7 and 12 DNA strands activated in their genetic code. The last 12th level avatar to incarnate on Earth was Yeshua 12, aka Jesus Christ / Sananda, 12 BC through 27 AD. The 6 silent Ascension avatars assisting in the 2017 Ascension cycle will be born approximately 4 years apart, beginning in 1992, the last being born in 2012. Though there will be several other avatar souls incarnating on Earth during this period, the 6 silent Ascension avatars hold a very special purpose of realigning the DNA imprint for the human race within the morphogenetic field of the Sphere of Amenti. As their respective soul essences pass through the Sphere of Amenti, the frequency bands carried in their energetic essence will purge mutations from the human DNA imprint, allowing DNA strands 2 through 7 to realign with the original 12-strand DNA pattern of the Harmonic Universe 2 Terranusium human prototype. Without the birth of these avatars, mutations within the human DNA code would prevent humans from properly assembling and activating the DNA strands, and humanity would be unable to achieve acceleration of evolution and ascension to the Bridge Zone, Tara, or beyond. Each avatar is assigned to the realignment of one DNA strand, which will be achieved as the soul essence passes through the Sphere of Amenti during fetal integration. When the avatars turn 12 years of age, they will begin awakening to their chosen service mission on Earth, and by age 22, if their awakening proceeds properly, they are scheduled to begin active service to further the evolutionary development of humans within the Bridge Zone Earth. The success of the Ascension program is dependent upon the births of the 6 silent Ascension avatars proceeding according to schedule. They are called the silent avatars because their identities, religious affiliations, and geographical locations will be undisclosed to the public during the Ascension period. Their identities will not be revealed until they have reached the age of 33 and their service missions comes into mass awareness. The 3 tracks of time. Earth's populations will permanently divide into 3 separate groups through 2012 through 2017. Time Track 1, Voyagers Ascension, Tara D4 time cycle. Time Traveling Voyagers, 5,532.5 year leap into the future, Tara AD 7,549.5. Humans who are able to assemble and activate a minimum of the 5th DNA strand will have the opportunity to transmute the body structure into light and teleport through the portal passages of the halls of Amenti to arrive on planet Tara. Tara is Earth in the future space-time coordinate of the Harmonic Universe 2 time cycle. Transfer to Tara represents a 5,532.5 year time travel journey into the future. Humans teleporting / time traveling to Tara are called Voyagers. Voyagers will experience subtle or direct contact by other Voyagers, ET, or meta-terrestrial guardian groups prior to the Ascension period, through which they will receive training and make travel arrangements. Voyagers must complete a minimum of 2 stellar activations to biologically tolerate transport to Tara. Voyagers who are near 5 DNA strand assembly, but assembly is not quite complete, cannot pass through Amenti directly. They will be privately escorted to Guardian transport landing sites and will travel to Tara via interdimensional spacecraft. Once arriving on Tara, Voyagers will be given lodging and will attend orientation classes to assist them with integration into Taran society as time travelers from the past. Taran culture is built upon the Law of One and is quite heavenly compared to earthly existence. Voyagers will find themselves in less dense, more perfected versions of their present bodies, free from disease, the necessity of death, and the cycles of reincarnation in Harmonic Universe 1. Humans who have assembled the 5th DNA strand, but whose physical bodies are beyond repair and will not permit the strand to activate, will physically die in usual terms, then pass through the halls of Amenti as consciousness, to incarnate into an immortal body through a Taran parent couple. In some cases, couples or groups will be able to ascend together, and will be able to remain together on Tara if they choose to do so. Full memory of multidimensional experience will return to Voyagers, and they will have open relationships with ET and meta-terrestrial communities while evolving on Tara. Few will take the path of the Voyager, but it is the path of choice and the opportunity of many lifetimes for those who can qualify. Time Track 2, Phantom Earth Descending Planet, D3 time cycle. Descending humans return to the present, Earth AD 2017. Humans who do not assemble all of the 4th and of the 5th DNA strands will remain within the D3 time cycle when Earth completes the Ascension period in 2017 and will follow the path of the Phantom Earth Descending Planet. If the Draco Zeta resistance is successful in orchestrating the frequency fence in 2004, these populations will fall under covert Draco Zeta bioneurological mind control. Major Earth changes will occur on the Phantom Earth due to the frequency fence, and descending humans will face disruptions in existing social structure and infiltration of the Draco Zeta hybrids. If the frequency fence is stopped, descending humans will face Earth changes to a lesser degree and retain their existing level of freedom of choice, but will become bioenergetically severed from their higher dimensional identity, soul matrix, and evolutionary blueprint. This separation from the soul matrix will cause a genetic mutation through which only the third DNA strand can assemble. Over several generations, this mutation will cause breakdown of the genetic code and the inability to reproduce. Descending humans will no longer be able to access multidimensional awareness and will be unable to ascend out of Harmonic Universe 1 after death or reincarnate without a host matrix transplant. Without an energetic link to a soul matrix, the consciousness becomes finite and will eventually fragment into the unified field of Harmonic Universe 1 as undifferentiated units of consciousness. Experientially, descending humans will face some degree of Earth changes, an acceleration of disease and deterioration during the ascension period, and will find that portions of Earth's populations have literally vanished without a trace following 2017. Earth's primary particle base and morphogenetic field will transfer to the bridge zone. D3 Earth will represent the phantom particle base left over from Earth's transition, and become a descending planet, unable to evolve out of Harmonic Universe 1 time cycles. This is the least favorable path, with far-reaching evolutionary consequences, but will be experienced by large numbers of the population if they do not rapidly awaken and take responsibility for conscious evolution. Time Track 3, Night of the Two Moons. Bridge Zone Earth, Agartha, D3.5 time cycle. Bridging Humans, Earth's 2,213-year leap into the future, Agartha AD, 5,336.5. Humans who achieve assembly and activation of all of the fourth and of the fifth DNA strand, and who complete a minimum of 1.5 stellar activations, will be able to pass into the Bridge Zone Agartha time continuum with Earth in 2017. The primary three-dimensional particle base of Earth, Earth's core morphogenetic field, and the sphere of Amenti race morphogenetic field will make this transition. Some localized Earth changes may occur in regions of grid instability as Earth transitions to the Bridge Zone. Transfer to the Bridge Zone represents a planetary acceleration of time, through which Earth will shift to a space-time location 2,213 years in the future from its present space-time station. Bridging humans will perceive a progressively more distinct separation of those following the old paradigm and the new, as 2012 approaches and populations begin to group by higher and lower particle pulsation rhythms. These groups will literally fall out of each other's range of perception by 2017. People of the new paradigm will progressively experience more rapid expansion of consciousness and multidimensional perception as a natural part of the stellar activations they will encounter. Bridging humans will experience more noticeable change than descending humans will as Earth completes the 2017 transition. During the 3-day particle conversion period of 2017, they will find many structures that are composed of lower vibrating and organic substances, and descending populations will literally vanish or demanifest. The most apparent change will be in the sudden appearance of buildings and other structures of civilization that were not there before, as portions of Agartha become visible. It will seem as if these structures had always been there but had been forgotten. This will cause a bit of temporary space-time and memory disorientation for bridging humans as their neurological structures adjust to the new electromagnetic pulsation rhythms of the bridge zone. Bridging humans will have the opportunity to become Voyagers through the natural acceleration of DNA assembly that will occur as a result of Bridge Zone Earth stellar activations. Those who do not voyage will evolve within a more enlightened Earth culture, in which new forms of free energy and Galactic science applications are discovered. Perceptually, bridging humans will experience a sense of less weight within the atmosphere and their physical bodies, and the body will have a renewed sense of energy, health, and vitality. As the higher chakra centers activate, conscious integration of the soul identity will accelerate. During the 3-day period, populations of Bridge Zone Earth may experience the visual phenomenon of the appearance of bright moon halos or two distinct moons. Thus, the Bridge Zone is known as the Path of the Night of the Two Moons. Bridging humans will be free from Draco Zeta manipulation and will have progressively more open relations with Guardian ET cultures. The Halls of Amenti Ascension passages and the Hall of Records race history will be open to populations of the Bridge Zone Earth, and a new age of enlightenment will begin. The Bridge Zone represents the fulfillment of a Guardian-initiated Earth rescue mission, through which the integrity of the human evolutionary blueprint will be secured. Bridge Zone Earth is the second most desirable path, and one that will be taken by about 8% of Earth populations. Choosing your future. The path you will find yourself on between 2012 and 2017 will be determined by your choices now. The key to ascending to the Bridge Zone, or Tara, is bodily transmutation, which is achieved through the rapid assembly and activation of DNA strands and the awakening of dormant gene codes. DNA evolution can be accelerated by consciously using the bioenergetic chakra system to activate the dormant star crystal seals within the human body and bioenergetic field. These hidden morphogenetic seals control the operation of the DNA, and when activated allow for the transmutation of cellular structure from one space-time station to others. Each upcoming transmutative stellar activation period will allow humanity the opportunity for rapid star crystal seal activation and DNA acceleration, through which transmutative self-evacuation from descending Earth can be achieved. You have free will to choose what future you will see within the greater framework of Earth's evolutionary course. This course now offers 3 primary options. Choose well. Thank you for listening, and